5th rank evolvers who want to step into the 6th rank, the most important prerequisite is that their soul compatibility with their fundamental evolution path must reach a state of perfection. Once soul compatibility reaches 10 out of 10, the subsequent breakthrough is naturally a matter of course. However, it's easier said than done. Finding an evolution path that suits oneself, how is that an easy task? Sometimes what seems compatible in early training may suddenly seem incompatible when reaching the 4th or 5th rank. Not compatible anymore? And those evolution paths that seem full of obstacles in early training, leading evolvers to give up prematurely, may end up being compatible later on? The Cosmic Human Alliance and the 3 goddesses encourage citizens to initiate and develop new evolution paths, even tilting resources towards this endeavor. Apart from a supremely secret, unspeakable reason, it is to provide numerous evolvers with more choices. If one evolution path does not suit, then switch to another, and yet another. With more options, the number of 6th rank evolvers naturally increases, and once there's a sufficient base of 6th rankers, 7th and 8th rankers will continuously emerge. This creates a virtuous cycle. As for that supremely secret, unspeakable reason, it affects the top powerhouses not just of human civilization but of the entire main world universe starry sky. The martial Tao evolution path is my own creation, highly compatible with my nature, so transforming soul compatibility, for other evolvers, is a huge problem. They might even waste hundreds or thousands of years on it. But for me, it's just a walk in the park. Lin Yuan exhaled lightly. If he had chosen the Zhan Huang evolutionary path as his fundamental evolution path, the advancement of his soul compatibility would definitely not have matched what it was now. In fact, Lin Yuan was not suitable for the Zhan Huang evolutionary path, and he was completely reliant on his against heaven's understanding to cheat his way through. But in soul compatibility metamorphosis, against heaven's understanding would be of little help. It goes without saying that had he chosen the Zhan Huang evolutionary path, he wouldn't even have taken the first step by now. After finishing his training, Lin Yuan walked out of the main building and onto the estate's grassy field. His parents were leisurely basking in the sun there, despite the various entertainment activities available in the virtual world. Lin Xiaocheng and his wife still preferred reality, and only occasionally visited the virtual world for some fun. Oh! In the sky, a streak of light was flying swiftly. Lin Yuan didn't need to look to know it was his sister, Lin Yi. The evolution path that Lin Yi had chosen was the psychic evolution path. This evolution path was widely disseminated and did not pose difficult prerequisites to start training. One just needed higher mental strength than the average person. The psychic evolution path essentially develops an evolver's telekinetic power to interfere with reality. At the first and second layer, the attack mode of psychics is mostly physical. It involves using telekinesis to wield one or more weapons and then attacking the enemy. Similarly, psychics are among the few evolvers who can achieve alternative flight before reaching a higher rank. That is by controlling a weapon telekinetically, standing on it, and then flying with the weapon. Of course, this form of flight, whether in terms of speed or stability, falls far short of true flight. Let's see how the training goes in the future, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He did not allow Lin Yi to train in martial Tao. No matter how much potential the martial Tao evolution path held, it was not suitable for everyone. After exchanging a few words with his family, Lin Yuan returned to the underground training area in the main building. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue refining the martial arts evolution system, the voice of the smart assistant suddenly came. "Master. Mr. Ao from the Heiyu family would like to see you." "Heiyu Ao?" Lin Yuan sighed in his heart. After learning from captain of the guard troops Hu Ming that Heiyu Ao had a relentless personality, Lin Yuan realized that refusing the invitation from the elderly man in black, Bei Zhao, didn't mean the matter was over. "Let's meet." After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan still thought it best to meet and clear things up. With a well-established legal system and the 3 goddesses ruling from above, as long as Lin Yuan didn't agree, Heiyu Ao couldn't do anything to him. The virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan met Mr. Ao from the Heiyu family. He was only 1.5 meters tall but had dark patterns on his skin, emitting an aura of nobility standing there. It's said that the Heiyu family's bloodline is not purely human race but contains different species bloodline. This phenomenon is quite common in human civilization. Procreating with powerful different species might give birth to a peerless genius. Younger brother Lin Yuan, He Yuao greeted warmly. To recruit Lin Yuan and continue with the business plan laid out by the Heiyu family's think tank, He Yuao had lowered his stance as much as possible. He longed to return to his family, longed to sit on the throne of the patriarch second only to one. Mr. Ao. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Both men took their seats. He Yuao didn't go straight to the point but instead diverted the topic. These years, I've often watched arena competition videos and realized that our human civilization truly has so many talents. Like in the Dark Spirit Star domain, a peerless genius was born, awaking the Dark Elf bloodline and naturally feeling an extraordinary closeness to the laws of darkness. Such aptitude, casually cultivating any Dark Series evolutionary route, can easily transition from 5th to 6th rank during soul metamorphosis, and reaching the 7th rank in the future is also highly probable. Tisk tisk tisk. He Yuao said with a smile, indeed, there are too many geniuses in the universe. Lin Yuan nodded, deeply agreeing. After becoming the 13th peak master under the Chicken Star Lord, Lin Yuan browsed through intelligence information from various regions of the universe. Given the vast population base, it was possible that incredibly monstrous geniuses could emerge. However, no matter how high their potential may be, geniuses are merely geniuses, not strong warriors. Every year, countless geniuses of human civilization are assassinated by different species. The more talented one is, the more they need to be patient and keep a low profile until they have achieved significant strength and stepped into the 6th rank. But no matter how talented, one still needs vast resources to support them. Otherwise, their talents can only go to waste. He Yuao looked at Lin Yuan. Right, talent is important. Resources are very important as well. Lin Yuan nodded. Why has human civilization been able to produce one strong warrior after another? Isn't it because human civilization has always been in a state of expansion, constantly seizing a large number of resources from other species and then channeling them to their own strong warriors? Lin Yuan, my brother, you haven't joined any other forces yet, have you? Are you interested in joining under my command? Having said that, He Yuao immediately added, Lin Yuan, my brother, don't be too quick to refuse. 80 years, all I ask is that you serve under me for 80 years. He Yuao spoke earnestly, after 80 years, you are free to leave at any time. And during these 80 years, you can enjoy numerous resources that will smooth your evolutionary path. Many evolutionary paths? You could view any of the evolutionary paths collected by the Heiyu family. Rare treasures of the universe? Cosmic treasures? And countless evolution secret techniques? Lin Yuan, my brother, just say the word, and I will collect and purchase them for you. He Yuao sincerely looked at Lin Yuan. In reality, most of the conditions he mentioned were empty promises. The various evolution paths collected by the Heiyu family, even he had to pay a hefty price just to browse, let alone Lin Yuan, an outsider? But at this moment, He Yuao could no longer afford to care about these details. He had to secure Lin Yuan under his command first, and talk about signing a contract. As for browsing the evolution paths of the Heiyu family, he had not mentioned how long it would take, had he? And serving for 80 years, He Yuao had not lied. After 80 years, Lin Yuan would be over 100 years old, ineligible to participate in the arena competitions, and He Yuao wouldn't mind letting Lin Yuan go. Serve for 80 years? Lin Yuan's face was expressionless. After 80 years, he estimated he would have already stepped into the 7th rank. Would he serve a disciple of the Heiyu family? I already suppressed them so much in the arena competition, yet He Yuao still values me this much and is so tenacious. Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless. He knew that He Yuao and those powerful financial families invited him solely because of his performance in the arena competition. However, He Yuao might have realized that Lin Yuan had hidden some of his strength during the arena competition, which is why he valued him so highly and extended a personal invitation. Lin Yuan, my brother, what do you think? He Yuao looked at Lin Yuan expectantly. He believed he had done enough, not only making a personal invitation but also offering more generous conditions, and even reducing the service time to 80 years. Mr. Ao. Looking at He Yuao, Lin Yuan said, I'm not interested in the arena competition, Mr. Ao. There's no need for you to spend your efforts on that. Ah. He Yuao was somewhat befuddled. Rejected. Lin Yuan had actually rejected him. Even after He Yuao had shown so much sincerity, he was still refused? He Yuao fell silent. The previously enthusiastic expression quickly turned cold. He Yuao was never a warm person in the first place. Everything just now had been a facade to show how much he valued the situation. But since Lin Yuan had outright refused, there was naturally no need to continue the pretense. "Lin Yuan, are you sure about your decision?" He Yuao asked once more. "I'm sure." Lin Yuan nodded. As the 13th peak master of the Red Kun lineage, it was simply impossible for him to join the Heiyu family, let alone He Yuao's command. "Very well." He Yuao stood up. So much enthusiasm, so much attention, and it actually came in exchange for Lin Yuan's unhesitant rejection? This gave He Yuao the feeling of having his sincerity misplaced. In terms of importance, Lin Yuan was not the most important among the more than 200 evolvers under 100 years old in the think tank of the Heiyu family. But he was the first to explicitly reject the invitation of He Yuao. Ordinary talent, too arrogant. He Yuao took a deep look at Lin Yuan, whispered these words, and then his figure disappeared into his personal space. Considering the level of the Heiyu family, the talent of a fourth rank like Lin Yuan, who was under 100 years old, was not top-notch. Of course, it had nothing to do with ordinary talent. Nevertheless, He Yuao was annoyed and felt that Lin Yuan's arrogance was much heavier in comparison to his talent. He's still thoroughly offended. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. No wonder the little disciple the teacher took 10,000 years ago would eventually expose his identity on his own initiative. Actually, facing the last few threats from He Yuao just now, Lin Yuan also wanted to reveal his identity as the peak master of Shisan. Then, watching He Yuao panic and beg for mercy on his knees, even Heiyu Mo, the 7th rank evolver of the Heiyu family, would have to come and apologize. But if it came to that, the outcome of that little disciple teacher took 10,000 years ago might be what Lin Yuan would face afterwards. Detected by different species through subtle clues, then subjected to frenzied assassination attempts. "I've been low-key enough." Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. From becoming an evolver to now reaching the extreme of 5th rank, Lin Yuan had never left Kanglin's star and had tried as much as possible to avoid causing trouble. You know, which normal 5th rank evolver has not traveled through half of the star domain or several star domains? Although 5th rank evolvers cannot survive in space, human civilization's technology is strong enough to allow them to traverse the stars aboard space battleships. Even many 6th rank evolvers' primary mode of travel is to board battleships. This is also the mainstream mode of transportation in current human civilization. But Lin Yuan hasn't even left the planet to this day. And yet, he was still sought out by He Yuao. If it were just an invitation from an ordinary financial power, it would have been just another rejection. But He Yuao came on behalf of the Heiyu family, and the Heiyu family is one of the 5 major forces in the Chicken Star domain. Actually, even if I reject He Yuao, it's highly unlikely that anything will happen. He Yuao, no matter how bold, probably wouldn't dare to make a move in reality. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. The various laws and regulations of cosmic human civilization strictly forbid higher rank evolvers from striking at other citizens without cause. If one violates this, severe punishment is assured. If He Yuao dared to strike at Lin Yuan in secret, he would have a hard time evading the investigation of the 3 goddesses afterward. He Yuao would pay a severe price if he didn't die, possibly implicating the Heiyu family too. Just that. One fears not the 10,000, but the what if. What if He Yuao really went crazy? Lin Yuan considered things very comprehensively. After realizing that he had thoroughly offended He Yuao, he began contacting his eldest senior brother. As for why not the teacher? Should Lin Yuan have offended Heiyu Mo, the 7th rank evolver of the Heiyu family, he might have sought help from his teacher. But He Yuao? He's not worth the teacher's intervention. The Chicken Star-Lord, Lin Yuan's teacher, had already given him enough help. Lin Yuan did not want to trouble his teacher with such a small matter. Virtual world. Lin Yuan arrived in his eldest senior brother's personal space. The eldest senior brother was the earliest disciple taken by the Chicken Star-Lord. He was also the strongest disciple, stepping into 7th rank early on, and has always been a role model for the other peak masters to learn from. "Little junior brother? Why do you have time to seek me out?" The eldest senior brother spoke warmly, looking at Lin Yuan with joy radiating from his face. Having accompanied the Chicken Star Lord for the longest time, he knew well how much the Star Lord valued Lin Yuan. To the eldest senior brother, it was a good thing that Lin Yuan took the initiative to find him, as it could strengthen the bond between brothers. Eldest senior brother, there is an issue for which I need your help. Lin Yuan started to speak. Lin Yuan recounted the incident with He Yuao to his eldest senior brother. How dare that youngest son of He Mo? The eldest senior brother shook his head. Even He Mo himself had to be respectful in front of him, let alone his youngest son? Little junior brother, how do you want to resolve this issue? The eldest senior brother asked casually. For him, the matter was indeed not difficult. Even extremely easy. The simplest way would be for him to personally contact He Mo. To tell him to keep his youngest son in line. Given the eldest senior brother's status, a single word would be enough to shake the He family. And it was likely that He Yuao would be captured by his family the next day, perhaps even bound and brought to Chicken Main Star to apologize. The eldest senior brother understood He Mo too well, very adept at weighing pros and cons, appraising situations. Of course, this method was not without its risks. That is, it might greatly expose Lin Yuan's true identity. If Lin Yuan chose this method before contacting He Mo, the eldest senior would suggest that Lin Yuan's true body go to Chicken Main Star. Eldest senior brother, I still want to stay on Kanglin Star for a few more years, Lin Yuan said thoughtfully in a low voice. Before reaching the 6th rank, Lin Yuan wasn't keen on going to Chicken Main Star. There were too many powerful beings there, even under the Chicken Star Lord's very nose. Lin Yuan had quite a few secrets, such as the door to the myriad realms. Such as the martial arts evolution system. Before the 6th rank, an evolver's soul had not yet fully bonded with a fundamental evolution path, and was prone to having their secrets perceived. Lin Yuan was not worried about the door to the myriad realms, since even the virtual world could not replicate it, and he estimated that the Chicken Star Lord would not be able to detect the reality of the door to the myriad realms. But the martial path evolutionary path. Right now Lin Yuan's soul was slowly aligning with the martial path evolutionary path, at a critical moment. If the powerful beings on Chicken Main Star noticed something, it would be a significant risk. With the current potential of the martial path evolutionary path, the exposure of its creator's identity would be far more severe than if Lin Yuan were to reveal his identity as the peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kun lineage. Don't want to leave Kanglin Star? The eldest senior brother stroked his chin. This meant that he couldn't warn the He family openly. I know what to do now. The eldest senior brother nodded and looking at Lin Yuan said, Don't worry, little junior brother. Just focus on your cultivation on Kanglin Star. That He Yuao will absolutely have no chance to make a move against you. And he will not be detected by those divination, evolutionary path evolvers, capturing any information regarding little junior brother's true identity. The eldest senior brother's expression became slightly solemn. Divination, evolutionary path evolvers, weak individually, wield considerable influence over the grand scheme of things. In the history of human civilization, there have been several top diviners who used the cosmic starry sky as a chessboard, and many peak clans as pawns, laying out their plans freely. It's just that top-level diviners are too rare, and the top diviners of human civilization are all stationed in the human central starfield, light years away, planning for other clans. Then thank you very much, eldest senior brother, Lin Yuan said earnestly. For the eldest senior brother to agree to Lin Yuan's request without hesitation from his lofty position was indeed precious. Even other 7th rank evolvers may not necessarily get the eldest senior brother to do them a favor. Between brothers, what's there to thank? The eldest senior brother said nonchalantly, I'm waiting for you, my little junior brother, to step into the 6th rank and join me for a drink. At Kanglin Star, Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, resolute in his heart. Although he was almost certain that He Yuao would not act rashly. He also had to consider the most extreme possibility. Getting the assurance from the eldest senior brother, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The 6th rank. As long as I can step into the 6th rank. My soul fully aligned with the martial path evolutionary path. Others will not be able to discern which evolution path I am cultivating. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The 6th rank represented a qualitative transformation for Lin Yuan. This transformation related not only to strength but also to identity. As long as he stepped into the 6th rank, his ability to protect himself would greatly increase, and he could reveal his identity as the peak master of the 13th peak openly, appearing before everyone in his true form. No need to hide as he was now, in his personal space. He Yuao sat on the throne, his face dark. "Young master." The elderly man dressed in a black suit named Bei Jiao appeared, bowing to He Yuao sitting on the throne above. "That Lin Yuan, he refused me," He Yuao said, looking down at Bei Jiao. "He refused even the young master's personal invitation?" Bei Jiao's expression was one of astonishment. A personal invitation from a direct descendant of the Heiyu family was a great honor. How could Lin Yuan dare to refuse? "So, young master, what do you plan to do?" the black-suited Bei Jiao inquired tentatively. "What do I plan to do? What do you think I should do?" He Yuao asked. It's just a genius from a backward middle-grade life planet. His refusal of the young master's invitation is his own loss. There's no need for the young master to concern himself with it. Just continue to recruit other evolvers, Bei Jiao tentatively said. He implied it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble and not waste time on such a person. "No, he is no ordinary genius," He Yuao growled. Lin Yuan was one of the 223 evolvers singled out by the think tank of the Heiyu family. They had the potential to shine in the star domain level tournament, earning vast wealth for He Yuao. Such a genius must be controlled by He Yuao himself. The young master must have Lin Yuan? Bei Jiao continued to inquire. Yes, He Yuao nodded. It's not difficult, just somewhat troublesome, Bei Jiao mused for a moment. Speak up, He Yuao's spirit rose. Since Lin Yuan is unwilling to join the young master's ranks, then force him to join, Bei Jiao stated. Coercion? He Yuao frowned. We can't violate the laws and regulations of the alliance. The cost of violating the laws and regulations of the alliance was enormous, and He Yuao, would only consider doing so at a critical moment. For instance, when competing for the position of clan leader. To do it for Lin Yuan, still wasn't worthwhile, of course. Bei Jiao nodded. He too had never thought of violating the laws and regulations. The reason Lin Yuan is unwilling to join the young master's ranks is probably due to his feelings for Kanglan Star, his nostalgia for his homeworld. Bei Jiao began to speak. The homeworld indeed held a unique place in many evolvers' hearts. Powerful evolvers roamed the vast expanse of the universe, witnessing planets with diverse customs, but they only had one homeworld. Continue. He Yuao looked at Bei Jiao. Given that, we could start with Kanglan Star. Bei Jiao paused for a moment and then continued. If I remember correctly, the Heiyu family has had quite a few trade dealings with Kanglan Star in past years? As one of the 5 major forces in the Chicken Star domain, the Heiyu family's extensive scale meant it had interstellar trade with most of the planets within the star domain. This was normal. Certain rare ores and scarce raw materials on Kanglan Star needed to go through the Heiyu family's trade association to be quickly monetized. There were also various shopping channels that went through the Heiyu family. You mean? He Yuao's eyes lit up. With the young master's status, he completely has the power to sever the family's trade with Kanglan Star. When that time comes, the young master can say that the family's refusal to trade with Kanglan Star is entirely due to that Lin Yuan's lack of appreciation. Bei Jiao smiled slightly. Unless something unexpected happens, Lin Yuan will inevitably endure the verbal and written condemnation of countless citizens of Kanglan Star, perhaps even become the sinner of the entire planet. By then, he will understand the young master's power and status, and will likely come over and submit of his own accord. Excellent, excellent. He Yuao's face showed a smile. Severing trade with Kanglan Star did not violate alliance laws and regulations. After all, human civilization advocates free trade. If I don't want to trade with you, surely the 3 goddesses won't force us? This method might cost the young master some of his connections, as severing interstellar trade with Kanglan Star is a method that harms both sides. Bei Jiao cautiously inquired. He Yuao was still in the stage of being tested by his family and had limited resources and means at his disposal. It doesn't matter, it's not a big deal, He Yuao shook his head. Severing trade with Kanglan Star could simply involve selecting other planets, merely increasing the cost somewhat. As someone of noble status, He Yuao, certainly had that right. You may leave now. He Yuao looked down at Bei Jiao. Yes. The elderly man named Bei Jiao, dressed in a black suit, vanished into the distance. Sitting on the throne, Heiyuao pondered for a while before starting to contact an elder. After a short while, a holographic screen appeared in front of Heiyuao. A man dressed in a loose coat looked at Heiyuao. "Xiao, what do you need?" The man in the loose coat asked indifferently, "Second uncle." Heiyuao had already risen from his throne and bowed respectfully. "Second uncle, I want to sever all trade between our family and Kanglan Star." Heiyuao stated his intention directly, "Kanglan Star." The man in the loose coat pulled up information on the planet and furrowed his brow. "It's just a middle-grade life planet. How did it offend you, Xiao?" The man in the loose coat, a senior member of the Heiyu family, was in charge of all the family's trade in the Dawn star system. With a word from him, severing trade with Kanglan Star was a simple matter. "I wanted to recruit a genius evolver from Kanglan Star to participate in the star domain level arena battle for me, but he refused." Heiyuao said. "Just for that?" The man in the loose overcoat furrowed his brows tightly. If it were merely about failing to recruit the desired person and thus resorting to using the power of the Heiyu family to oppress the other party, the man in the loose overcoat would be very disappointed with Heiyuao. "Second uncle, this person is very important to me." Heiyuao gritted his teeth as he divulged the matters of the family's think tank. "So it's a genius evolver selected by the think tank?" The man in the loose overcoat's expression turned grave. Over tens of thousands of years, the Heiyu family's think tank had accrued innumerable merits. Especially that chief of the think tank who had initially advised Heiyu Mo to move the entire clan to the Chicken Star domain. That was what led to the present glory of the Heiyu family. "I'll cut off trade with Kanglan Star. Little Ao, you must also try hard to show those in the clan." After speaking, the man in the loose overcoat ended the call with Heiyuao. "Mr. Lin, since you've rejected that Heiyuao's recruitment, the other party will definitely take follow-up actions. It's highly likely that they will tamper with the interstellar trade of Kanglan Star." Within the main building of the manor, Captain of the Guard Troops Hu Ming analyzed. "I think so too." Lin Yuan nodded. His parents and younger sister were all in the manor. The whole family was under the protection of Kanglan Star's planetary defense system, and coupled with the surveillance from the Goddess of Wisdom, Heiyuao simply couldn't find a place to threaten Lin Yuan. With the influence of the Heiyu family, all they could do was cut off trade with Kanglan Star, then transfer the pressure onto Lin Yuan. That Heiyuao thinks that, because I'm not accepting recruitment, I immensely value Kanglan Star and don't want to part with this place. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even if they cancel trade with Kanglan Star and blame everything on you, Mr. Lin, at most it would just cause other citizens of Kanglan Star to have some opinions. As long as Mr. Lin doesn't mind these, it will be of no consequence. The captain of the guard troops stole a glance at Lin Yuan. In fact, while he made it sound simple, when one actually becomes the center of endless public opinion, the person in the midst of it all might feel differently. "I won't mind it." Lin Yuan shook his head as he spoke. Even when he was the most vilified demon of the 5 domains known as Shahou Yuan during his 4th traversal, Lin Yuan didn't care, so why would he now? What we need to be cautious about now is, after Heiyuao cuts off trade with Kanglan Star and realizes that it doesn't affect you, Mr. Lin, whether they might make other extreme moves. A trace of worry appeared on Captain Hu Ming's face. People aren't ice, they have emotions, desires, and thus, impulsiveness too. Hu Ming was worried that Heiyuao, driven to desperation, might take reckless actions, no matter how unlikely that possibility. It doesn't matter. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. He had already met the senior brother and informed him about Heiyuao's actions. The senior brother had also assured that nothing untoward would happen. I wonder what measures or methods the senior brother plans to use to defend against Heiyuao. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a bit curious. The spaceship landing area of Kanglan Star. A bald, burly man stepped out. "Woo, is this Kanglan Star? The place where my junior brother grew up from childhood?" The bald man took a deep breath, closed his eyes and savored the moment. "If my junior brother wants to cultivate quietly on Kanglan Star without being disturbed by that Heiyuao, the most foolproof method is naturally for me to come over and personally sit in on Kanglan Star. With me on Kanglan Star, Heiyu Mo himself wouldn't dare make a fuss." After leaving the spaceship landing area, the bald man casually found a place to stay. With his strength, a single thought was enough to envelop the entire Kanglan Star, and not even the planetary defense system detected his presence. This avatar of mine, recently refined, is unknown to the outside world, with my true body situated on Chicken Main Star. Those divination class evolvers unaware of this avatar can't possibly divine any useful information. The bald man gazed in the direction of the central mainland. He merely sensed the aura of the central mainland without probing deeper, so Lin Yuan wouldn't detect it. Just a few decades. As long as I can leave a good impression in my junior brother's heart, it's completely worth it. Now, the bald man even hoped that He Yuao would become more impulsive. At the very least, it would allow him to demonstrate his value and not make this trip in vain. He Yuao, you'd better exert yourself. Best send over a 6th rank evolver team for me to crush to death. Then I can openly step in and save my little junior brother from danger. With that, wouldn't he be utterly moved? Boo-hoo-hoo. Lazily leaning against a roadside chair, the bald man relished the thought in his mind. Given his status, he could naturally warn the Heiyu family directly. But doing so would not fulfill his little junior brother's request to continue training on Kanglin Star for a few more years. A direct warning from a Red Kun lineage Great Peak Master would certainly draw extensive scrutiny from powers within this star domain and the surrounding ones. For instance, what exactly happened that prompted a Great Peak Master of the Red Kun lineage to personally step forward and warn the Heiyu family? It turned out to be Heiyu Mo's little son. Such an insignificant figure. Why would he catch the attention of a Great Peak Master? Oh, it's because this little son is using the Heiyu family's influence to suppress a talented evolver named Lin Yuan on Kanglin Star. A mere middle-grade life planet talent evolver. How could he draw the attention of a dignified Red Kun lineage Great Peak Master? Once this conclusion is reached, it will definitely lead some to speculate whether Lin Yuan's true identity might be related to the 13th Peak Master of the Red Kun lineage. Or even, could he actually be the 13th Peak Master? Of course, the above speculation might simply be one of many possibilities. However, as it concerns the mysterious 13th Peak Master, even a mere possibility or speculation, once known by different species, will not be overlooked. They would rather erroneously kill than allow the potential 13th Peak Master to rise. Of course, the bald man could also warn the Heiyu family and Heiyu Mo in secret. But if He Yuao makes an illogical reaction afterward, such as suddenly sparing Lin Yuan or suddenly being recalled to the Heiyu family, it will still provoke reactions from the outside world. Those divination class evolvers will deduce useful information from minor news reports. And furthermore, the bald man didn't fully trust the Heiyu family. If he warned them in secret, external forces wouldn't know, but the Heiyu family would definitely be aware, right? What if they started harboring other thoughts? Thus, for the bald man, the most secure method was to personally stay on Kanglin Star. As long as he was there, no matter what changes occurred outside, even if Kanglin Star collapsed and the nearby constellation system was destroyed, he was confident he could ensure his little junior brother would not suffer any harm. Although his current body was a recently consolidated avatar, it was not much weaker than his original self. And since he had never revealed it before, the outside world was also unaware of this avatar, using it to protect his little junior brother, nor would some crafty divination class evolvers notice anything. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the underground training area. It's a pity, since I uploaded the 5th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, the Goddess of Wisdom took the initiative to unlock my information blockade and forged a normal growth trajectory. Lin Yuan sighed. A blockade of information is both a protection and a warning. If someone wanted to deal with Lin Yuan and then check the information, finding it blocked would undoubtedly make them cautious. But for a citizen under an information blockade, if their significance exceeds a certain limit, then the information blockade has the flavor of giving oneself away. Indeed, citizens under information blockade are not limited to founders of evolutionary paths. There are talents in evolution, culinary arts, science research, art domains, and so on. But today's martial arts evolutionaries, having the potential to advance to the 8th layer, means that Lin Yuan may become a new evolution scholar in the future. Such important talent, if still under information blockade, once people look into it, would certainly draw attention and become a bit risky. How to truly protect a talent? That is to make this talent indistinguishable from ordinary people. Even if others checked Lin Yuan's information, they would only see the information made up by the goddess of wisdom, thinking that Lin Yuan is just an ordinary 4th rank evolver with potential, who may have a chance to step into the 5th rank in the future. Nothing more. As such, even if targeted, he wouldn't attract too much attention, not worth the different species paying a high price to assassinate. Of course, an evolver important enough for the goddess of wisdom to personally forge information would definitely be arranged for other protective measures. On the other side of Kanglin Star, a man of dwarfish stature was savoring gourmet food. Ah, this planet may be backward, but the food is not bad. The dwarfish man strolled casually, startling numerous young, beautiful female citizens who scurried away in fright. What's the matter? Never seen a member of the demonic mouse race before. The dwarfish man puffed out his round belly, utterly unconcerned. The demonic mouse race, one of the starbound ethnic groups that fully submitted to human civilization, had completely integrated into the human race over millions of years. However, they are still quite rare on some middle-grade life planets. The females on this planet really don't meet my standards, not nearly as adorable as those little potatoes from the demonic mouse race. After walking a bit, the dwarfish man stopped and glanced in the direction of the central mainland from afar. The goddess of wisdom has gone to great lengths to protect that person, forcibly transferring me from the border battlefield to carry out a secret mission, coming to this planet incognito as a bodyguard. The dwarfish man sighed. He, a 7th rank peak existence, even on the border battlefield, could revel in slaughter, truly imposing. But now, he had to roam aimlessly on a middle-grade life planet. However, the more it happens, the more it proves the importance of that person. The goddess would not do something meaningless, nor would she waste alliance resources. The dwarf thought to himself. The task assigned by the goddess is to protect that talented evolver named Lin Yuan until the 6th rank. The dwarf had also looked up information about Lin Yuan. Of course, the information he found had been disguised by the goddess of wisdom. Only some superficial information was available. This Lin Yuan, currently at the 4th rank, certainly has some talent and might step into the 5th rank, but the 6th rank? The dwarf felt he might need to stay on this planet for several hundred years. Just treat it as a rest. The dwarf decided not to think further. Half a month later, the Heiyu family gradually severed its trade with Kanglin Star. Suddenly, many corporate groups on Kanglin Star plunged into panic. These groups, all relying on trade with the Heiyu family for profit, found it unnerving that the Heiyu family would rather breach the contract and pay the penalty than continue relations with Kanglin Star. This naturally left these corporate groups somewhat frightened. What exactly is going on? Weren't we cooperating well before? Our group develops rare metals that only the Heiyu family can afford. If they leave, who do I partner with? The business circles of Kanglin Star were suddenly in an uproar, discussing animatedly. Mr. Heiyu Kang, why would you want to sever trade with us on Kanglin Star? A director of one of the groups contacted a member of the Heiyu family responsible for trade with Kanglin Star. If only 1 or 2 companies stop cooperation, it might be an emergency situation, but now, all Heiyu family business concerning Kanglin Star had been halted. Clearly, some higher-up was targeting Kanglin Star. Don't know? Your own actions on Kanglin Star, and you still don't know? Heiyu Kang, with a proud expression and frowning, asked. I really don't know. The corporate director looked helpless. Please enlighten me, sir. Maybe there's still a chance for remediation. Is there an evolver on your planet named Lin Yuan? Heiyu Kang spoke assertively. This Lin Yuan dared to reject Mr. Ao's invitation. Our Mr. Ao was so sincere, offering such favorable conditions, yet he was rejected. Is he looking down on the Heiyu family? Your Kanglin Star has brought up such a citizen, so there's no need for the Heiyu family to continue cooperation with you. Having said that, Heiyu Kang immediately cut off the communication. Lin Yuan? The corporate director felt a chill in his heart, obviously aware of who Lin Yuan was, the champion of the last combat tournament, a prominent figure on Kanglin Star. But now, Lin Yuan had somehow offended the colossal Heiyu family? Lin Yuan was aware of the changes in public opinion on Kanglin Star. This Heiyu Ao is indeed using trade to pressure Kanglin Star, shifting all the public opinion pressure onto me. Lin Yuan browsed through the virtual world, thinking to himself. Now on Kanglin Star, the trend in public opinion had already started to blame Lin Yuan. Blaming Lin Yuan for why he rejected Mr. Ao's invitation. Blaming Lin Yuan for why he implicated Kanglin Star. Blaming Lin Yuan for why he still hasn't apologized to He Yuao. All the weights of these speeches fell upon Lin Yuan's shoulders. The world's disdain. The pointing of 1,000 fingers. These were not enough to describe it. Does He Yuao think that because I am young and lack experience, I cannot withstand the public opinion pressure from billions of people, ending up begging for his mercy? A trace of derision appeared on Lin Yuan's face. In fact, an ordinary person, even a fourth rank evolver, might indeed not be able to withstand this immense pressure. But Lin Yuan was no ordinary person. Having experienced 4 passages through time and the passage of 700 to 800 years, if Lin Yuan couldn't bear this much pressure, then those passages would have been in vain. Breaking the situation is rather simple, just use the influence of the Red Kun lineage. However, doing so would mean I'd have to head to the chicken main star earlier, and the secrets of the martial path evolutionary path might also be exposed. Lin Yuan's face was calm as his thoughts flowed. Besides, the best tactic was naturally to ignore the external pressures. Just by advancing to the 6th rank, all his troubles and dilemmas would naturally resolve themselves. Kang Lan Star Virtual World. Governor Song Wuyang took the lead to discuss with the directors of many current groups a strategy concerning the severed trade ties with the Heyu family. Let's talk. What's the situation now? Governor Song Wuyang sat in the chief seat, looking at everyone participating in the meeting. Governor Song, the Heyu group has voluntarily cut off contact. Although they've compensated us with the standard breach of contract fee as per the agreement, this fee can only solve our problems temporarily. The most important matter now is to find new trade partners. However, the influence of the Heyu family is too vast. They would rather pay the breach of contract fee than maintain their relationship with Kanglin Star, which discourages other powers from getting close to us. The Heyu family has abandoned the trading planet. Other powers taking over. Is that a declaration of hostility toward the Heyu family? It is exactly this concern that even if the group powers on Kanglin Star offered the lowest prices and gave up most of their profits, no one would come forward to take over. In the Chicken Star domain, the Heyu family is one of the 5 major colossal powers, even showing a trend of rising above the other 4 great powers. What worries me is that as time passes, other powers trading with our Kanglin Star will gradually withdraw as well. An elder spoke up, expressing his concerns. When the walls fall, the masses push. This saying remains true through the ages. Once this scene truly unfolds, if Kanglin Star's trade channels are completely blocked, it might potentially fall to the status of a low-grade life planet. I understand. What are your proposed solutions? Governor Song Wuyang sighed softly and continued. The simplest solution would naturally be for Lin Yuan to actively apologize to Mr. Ao of Heyu. A participant said in a low voice, as soon as he spoke. Everyone else immediately nodded. Only if Lin Yuan submits to Mr. Ao of Heyu will the crisis of Kanglin Star naturally cease to exist, and trade with the Heyu family will also be restored. If Mr. Lin is unwilling, what can I use to force him? Discuss other methods. Governor Song Wuyang shook his head. This method was indeed the simplest, yet it was the most difficult. Lin Yuan, being a 4th rank evolver and a champion of the arena contest, was a genius. If pushed too hard, he might just emigrate to another planet. Wouldn't Kanglin Star then suffer both a loss of a talent and its troops? Another method would be to continue looking for new trade partners. In the Chicken Star domain, there certainly exist powers not intimidated by the Heyu family. Someone sighed. This method, however, how easy could it be? Our trade partners just found that easily. And now that Kanglin Star has been blacklisted by the Heyu family, convincing other powers to cooperate, risking offending the Heyu family, will definitely require substantial sacrifices. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Glancing outside the main building, although he was unaffected by public opinion, his parents and Lin Yi evidently felt somewhat despondent, probably having seen the online comments targeting Lin Yuan. Cutting off someone's financial road is like killing their parents. Even if Lin Yuan is a 4th rank evolver, even if Lin Yuan is an arena contest champion, there are still people who dared to curse Lin Yuan online. Of course, that's limited to the internet. So far, Lin Yuan had not encountered unidentified citizens near the manor. Given Lin Yuan's strength and status, they only dared to curse online. Real-life confrontation? Against a 4th-rank talented evolver? That would require the strength of a 5th-rank evolver at least. And a 5th-rank evolver would not likely offend Lin Yuan over this matter. Just wait a little longer. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. As long as he reached the 6th rank, everything would be over. Just as Lin Yuan was about to seclude himself, his intelligent assistant suddenly alerted him. "Master, someone is looking for you." "Who?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "It's Fang Qing. Virtual world, personal space." Lin Yuan's figure appeared. He immediately clicked the accept request button. Shortly after, Fang Qing appeared in front of him. But even before Fang Qing's figure had fully crystallized, curses already filled the air. "That damned He Yuao, how dare he take advantage of my absence to oppress Kanglin's star? Who gave him the courage to do this, personal space?" Fang Qing cursed and swore continuously. His words were filled with disdain and contempt for He Yuao. He had used his family's power to pressure Lin Yuan, an evolver, even involving the whole Kanglin star to force Lin Yuan into submission. In Fang Qing's view, this was beneath his dignity and was a disgrace to the Heyu family. "Lin Yuan, rest assured, I've roughly got the gist of the matter." Fang Qing looked at Lin Yuan and began to speak. Since passing the test of the 7-star cave, Fang Qing had taken a spacecraft from the Red Kun lineage to the Chicken main star. Once there, Fang Qing had a lot to do, and his interaction with Lin Yuan had decreased. After all, joining the Red Kun lineage didn't mean total peace and comfort. As a member of the Red Kun lineage, Fang Qing had to face various competitions, leaving him with little spare time. "I indeed do not want to become a subordinate of He Yuao." Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "I know." Fang Qing nodded. "Leave this matter to me." Fang Qing spoke with confidence. He was now a member of the Red Kun lineage, and the Red Kun lineage was the undisputed dominion of the Chicken Star domain. Any evolver even slightly associated with the Red Kun lineage was set to soar to great heights. How much more so for Fang Qing, a formal member of the Red Kun lineage? "We'll start with diplomacy and if necessary, move to force. Let's talk after meeting He Yuao," Fang Qing said calmly. If, by his intervention, He Yuao could be persuaded to stop targeting Kanglin's star, then all would be well and good. If He Yuao was unwilling, Fang Qing had ways to resolve the issue. "Thanks." Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude with slight emotion. Facing the oppression of the Heyu family, Lin Yuan remained fearless because he knew his true trump card. But Fang Qing was unaware of it. Despite the overwhelming public pressure on Kanglin's star at present, Fang Qing still resolutely stood on his side, which could certainly be considered loyal. Next, in front of Lin Yuan, Fang Qing dialed He Yuao's contact. After a short while, the figure of He Yuao appeared before Fang Qing. "Brother Fang, long time no see." He Yuao looked at Fang Qing with a smile on his face. In this session of the 7-star cave trials, only a little over 300 evolvers passed, and the Heyu family, being part of the Red Kun lineage, naturally remembered these 300 clearly. Even during the recent celebration by the 13 Peak Masters, Fang Qing and the other new members of the Red Kun lineage had interacted with the Heyu family and other powers, where He Yuao had exchanged a few words with Fang Qing. "He Yuao, let's skip the pointless chatter." Fang Qing got straight to the point. "Do you know where I come from?" "What do you mean, brother Fang?" The smile quickly disappeared from He Yuao's face. He obviously knew that Fang Qing came from Kanglin's star, but so what? He's only targeting Lin Yuan. All Lin Yuan has to do is bow his head to him, and the pressure on Kanglin's star will stop. In the grand scheme, Kanglin's star might lose some economy, but it wouldn't harm the overall situation. Lin Yuan is my best friend and brother. Kanglin's star is also my home planet. Withdraw your petty schemes. Fang Qing started talking. "Oh?" He Yuao's expression remained unchanged. "What schemes? I have no idea what you're talking about." "Still pretending?" Fang Qing scoffed. "You instructed the Heyu family's high levels to interrupt trade with Kanglin's star and spread that all of this is because Lin Yuan did not accept your offer. Do you really think I can't see through such tricks?" "Brother Fang, you've misunderstood. Interrupting trade with Kanglin's star was the family leadership's decision. They think it's inappropriate to continue cooperation with Kanglin's star. What does that have to do with me?" He Yuao vehemently denied responsibility. No matter what, he could not leave any evidence. Fang Qing was from the Red Kun lineage. And even as just an ordinary member, he didn't want to get into a direct conflict with him. After all, interrupting trade with Kanglin's star was legal and legitimate. Even the goddess of wisdom could not find fault with it, so Fang Qing could not get a hold of any leverage over him. "He Yuao, are you sure you want to be my enemy?" Fang Qing stared at He Yuao, asserting each word distinctly. "Brother Fang, what's this about being enemies? I don't have that kind of power." He Yuao shook his head as he spoke. "Fine." Fang Qing immediately ended the call with He Yuao. "This He Yuao, he's completely unyielding." Fang Qing rolled his eyes. It seems Lin Yuan's charm is indeed too great, making He Yuao risk offending the Red Kun lineage rather than conceding. But it's not a big problem. Fang Qing stood up, looked at Lin Yuan, and said, "Lin Yuan, just wait for my good news." Having said that, Fang Qing disappeared from the spot. As Lin Yuan watched Fang Qing leave, he fell into deep thought. He had somewhat neglected Fang Qing's presence. It could be said that any person from the Red Kun lineage intervening to help Lin Yuan deal with the Heiyu family's oppression would draw the attention of many powers, putting Lin Yuan at risk of having his identity exposed. But Fang Qing was an exception. Because Fang Qing also was from Kanglin Star, and had participated in tournaments with Lin Yuan, the two had a considerable connection. Now that Lin Yuan was being targeted by the Heiyu family, and Fang Qing had joined the Red Kun lineage and possessed the capability to solve the issue, his help would not raise suspicions. Even the most skilled diviners would not deduce anything, finding it entirely normal and reasonable. Within a magnificent palace, He Yuao sat on the throne. Young master, to show such disregard for Fang Qing's position, might it not be? Bei Jiao, having witnessed the entire process, showed a look of worry on his face. "Don't worry. That Fang Qing is just an ordinary member of the Red Kun lineage. He can't represent the entire Red Kun lineage." He Yuao shook his head and said, "And I didn't confront him directly. There's no telling evidence. What can they do to me?" If it were a core member of the Red Kun lineage, He Yuao would perhaps have to swallow his pride and yield. But a mere ordinary member? Especially one who had recently joined the Red Kun lineage? He Yuao didn't think there would be any hidden dangers. As long as he could successfully return to his family and take the patriarch's throne, then everything would be worth it. Chicken Prime Virtual World. Within a temporarily established manor world, Fang Qing, along with over 300 other silhouettes, sat before a huge round table. These 300-plus silhouettes were all evolvers who joined the Red Kun lineage with Fang Qing. They were the ones who passed the tests of the 7-star cave. In the Red Kun lineage, with the 13 peak masters high above, the backgrounds of the members below varied greatly. Hence, members who joined in the same batch often had a closer relationship. After all, they were from the same class. "Fang Qing, since you've called us here, get to the point." "Indeed, with our relation, we speak frankly." Before the round table, one evolver after another spoke up. But the majority remained silent, not taking a stance. Among them were the silver-haired woman Yin Ling, a male member of the Tri-Eye clan, and the nearly 3-meter-tall strong man. As the earners of the red patterns in the 7-star cave test, even after joining the Red Kun lineage, these three held a not insignificant status. They had been invited purely based on the face of having joined the Red Kun lineage in the same batch. "Everyone." Fang Qing looked at the crowd and said solemnly, "My home, Kanglin Star, is currently being suppressed by the Heiyu family. They interrupted trade with Kanglin Star and implemented despicable economic sanctions. I implore you all to persuade the forces behind you to trade with Kanglin Star." Fang Qing spoke earnestly. The worst impact of the Heiyu family cutting off trade with Kanglin Star wasn't the loss of the Heiyu family as a partner. It was a series of subsequent negative effects. Other forces, upon seeing the Heiyu family pulling out, might follow suit. To stem this tide, the only way was to swiftly rebuild trading channels with other powers. The other powers, mentioned here, first and foremost, must not be afraid of the Heiyu family. Only with the restabilization of trading relations could Lin Yuan be taken out of the center of public opinion. Many evolvers here were formal members of the Red Kun lineage, and the forces behind them naturally didn't care much for the Heiyu family. So that's the situation. The despicable Heiyu family. Using their size as a weapon, they bully the weak everywhere. "Brother Fang Qing, I'll definitely help you with this." Before the round table, many evolvers shared a common enemy and readily pounded their chests in promise. Of course. The reason these evolvers said so was completely because of Fang Qing's face. By agreeing to help Fang Qing at this moment, it meant that he owed them a favor, and in the future, Fang Qing would have to help them as best as he could. Kanglin Star? At this time, the male member of the Tri-Eye clan spoke up. If my memory serves me right, wasn't this whole issue caused by He Yuao of the Heyu family trying to recruit Lin Yuan, who refused, resulting in these events? Fang Qing, you just need to wait for a while. As soon as Lin Yuan bows his head on his own, the trade sanctions against Kanglin Star will disappear. Are you sure you want to use so many favors just to help your friend? The male member of the Tri-Eye clan looked at Fang Qing with interest. The other evolvers at the round table also turned their attention to Fang Qing. They didn't care if the Heyu family bullied the weak. The reason so many evolvers went along with what Fang Qing said was entirely for the sake of a favor. After all, this incident wasn't much for them, just the addition of a trade route. Under the gaze of everyone, Fang Qing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the advice of his old teacher, the white-bearded old man, when he first heard about the plight of Kanglin Star. Help, you must help. Even if it leads to bankruptcy, you must help. The white-bearded old man understood the whole story and couldn't help but roar. Huh? Fang Qing was taken aback. He had thought about helping, and had even started to think of an escape route for Lin Yuan. But to see the white-bearded old man so excited, he was somewhat puzzled. Fool! The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing. Tell me, if you hadn't joined the Red Kun lineage, facing the recruitment by He Yuao, would you have accepted? The white-bearded old man asked in return. I should probably have accepted. Fang Qing thought it over carefully and nodded. Not having joined the Red Kun lineage meant that he had no backing. Facing such a colossal entity like the Heyu family, there was no way to resist or refuse. Unless he spent his life staying on his planet and never venturing out, the moment he left to explore or travel, he would have to watch out for the Heyu family taking action against him. Then you tell me, is your brother Lin stupid? The white-bearded old man continued to question. Lin Yuan is, of course, not stupid, Fang Qing said without hesitation. What do you mean? Fang Qing suddenly realized. If Lin Yuan isn't stupid, yet he made a decision that seems foolish, what do you think is the reason? The bearded old man led the way. Lin Yuan has other trump cards up his sleeve. He doesn't take the Heyu family, no, Heyuao seriously. Fang Qing said excitedly. At least you have some brains. The bearded old man said contentedly, by helping your brother Lin now, you're providing timely help, do you understand? I'm certain. At the round table, Fang Qing looked at the many evolvers and nodded as he spoke. Anyone who helps me today, I will promise a favor in return. If there's any issue in the future, just come to me directly. HMPH. Seeing this, a Tri-Eye clanman snorted coldly and immediately disappeared. He was too lazy to get involved in these trivial matters, and he valued Fang Qing's promise of a favor even less. However, aside from the Tri-Eye clanman and a few others, the majority of evolvers still gave Fang Qing face. Even the silver-haired woman Yin Ling promised to have a word with the force behind her. After all, this matter was of no difficulty to them and helping out wouldn't cost them much. Virtual world, private space. Heyuao's expression was gloomy. Damn it. Heyuao's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect that Fang Qing would willingly owe so many favors for Lin Yuan, and ask so many fellow students to establish trade relationships with Kanglin Star. Heyuao felt somewhat helpless. He originally thought that Fang Qing was just playing around, putting on a show for Lin Yuan. But he didn't expect Fang Qing to genuinely stand up for Lin Yuan and pay such a high price. And the Red Kun lineage, are they really that united to oppose the Heyu family along with Fang Qing? Heyuao's face became even more sullen. Young master. What should we do now? Below in the Great Hall, Bei Zhao tentatively asked. What to do? What else can we do? Do I dare to go against the great Red Kun lineage? Heyuao waved his hand. If I dare to do that, I would be forcibly taken back by the family. Playing dumb in front of Fang Qing was one thing, which didn't lead to serious consequences, nor did it have much to do with the Red Kun lineage. But now, if he dared to meddle further, he would truly become an enemy of the Red Kun lineage. With so many formal members of the Red Kun lineage stepping forward, Heyuao naturally knew what to do. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan finished his cultivation and glanced at the internet. The influence of the Heiyu family has essentially been eradicated. Lin Yuan stepped out of the underground training field. In the past half-year, as many members of the Red Kun lineage had come forward and persuaded their respective forces to establish trade with Kanglan Star. The influence of the Heiyu family naturally dwindled. As for the curses against Lin Yuan on the internet, they had long since faded into oblivion. It was as if the entire event had never happened. This is human nature. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He wasn't bothered by it, but his parents' and sister's mood had obviously improved significantly recently. Half a year's time, soul compatibility. Lin Yuan slightly closed his eyes, beginning to sense the level of his soul compatibility. Half a year ago, his soul compatibility had reached 20%. Now, after 7 to 8 months of continuous refinement of the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan was beginning to feel that his soul compatibility was about to reach perfection. 85%. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. An 85% soul compatibility meant he was in the latter phase of transformation, getting very close to stepping into the 6th rank. Just as Lin Yuan was planning to continue his cultivation to perfect the martial arts evolution system and increase his soul compatibility. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly, because deep in his mind, the grand and imposing door to the myriad realms at the edge had been completely illuminated. The moment the outer region of the door to the myriad realms lit up, Lin Yuan knew. Is it possible to travel now? Lin Yuan's mind went to the depths of his consciousness, gazing at that majestic and grand door to the myriad realms. Just now, Lin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. He was at a critical period, transitioning from the 5th rank to the 6th rank. The soul compatibility had already reached 85%, very close to perfection. Increasing the soul compatibility required Lin Yuan to devote all his energy to enlightenment and the perfecting of the martial path evolutionary path. If he were to travel now, with his consciousness descending into other worlds, it would be equivalent to halting the process of soul evolution. After the trip, when Lin Yuan stepped into the 6th rank in a foreign world and returned to the main world, he would still need to spend time and energy to complete the last part of his soul compatibility. What Lin Yuan truly worried about wasn't the above. Rather, abruptly ceasing the soul evolution could lead to some undesirable outcomes, such as soul compatibility not progressing but regressing, or the speed of compatibility suddenly slowing down, etc. In the long years of human civilization in the universe, some 5th rank evolvers, while matching their souls with their evolution paths, experienced various interruptions due to accidents. When they restarted the evolution and compatibility, they found that the speed and efficiency of soul compatibility were significantly affected. Forget it. I will travel after completing the soul transformation into the 6th rank. Lin Yuan's expression revealed a brief contemplation, and finally, he made up his mind. Delaying the travel wouldn't cause any loss to Lin Yuan. The door to the myriad realms would still continue to accumulate energy. Just like a 10-liter cup constantly dripping water into it, the moment the water in the cup reached 1 liter, Lin Yuan could travel. The instant he traveled, it would consume that 1 liter of water. But if he chose not to travel, that 1 liter of water wouldn't disappear. It would still remain in the cup, not affecting the subsequent increase of water in the cup. Theoretically, Lin Yuan could wait for years and travel continuously. Or try other functions of the door to the myriad realms. Like what uses would there be after lighting up the core region? Outside Kanglan Star, a spaceship slowly stopped, undergoing star platform security inspection. "Boss, we've arrived at Kanglan Star, we've reached our destination." Inside the ship, a green-haired young man excitedly said, "It's my first time leaving my home planet. Kanglan Star must have many fun places, right?" "Fun?" A green-haired middle-aged man opened his eyes and sighed. "You'll see how painful it is to be stationed on such a middle-grade life planet for a long time." The green-haired middle-aged man glanced at the green-haired young man. "Ah, painful?" The green-haired young man blinked in surprise. "Could it be something good?" The green-haired middle-aged man scoffed. "The various entertainment activities, welfare benefits, and the supply of cosmic energy on a middle-grade life planet. Can they compare to those on a higher-grade life planet? This time, if it wasn't for the young lady's orders to establish a trade outpost on Kanglan Star, I wouldn't have wanted to come here." The green-haired middle-aged man sighed again. Yes, it's said that a genius evolver from Kanglin star, Lin Yuan, rejected He Yuao's recruitment, causing the whole Kanglin star to be targeted and suppressed. Fortunately, another genius evolver from Kanglin star, Fang Qian, joined the Red Kun lineage. Fang Qian and Lin Yuan have a deep relationship, so Fang Qian, for Lin Yuan's sake, sought the help of the young lady and other Red Kun lineage evolvers, trying to rebuild the trade channels. The green-haired youth obviously did his homework before coming. It's his first time leaving his homeland planet, naturally, he must prepare thoroughly. Fang Qian is really considerate, the green-haired young man said somewhat enviously. Who wouldn't hope to have such a friend who would stand up for them when they are being oppressed and bullied? Indeed, Fang Qian is loyal, but that Lin Yuan, he simply doesn't recognize favors. The green-haired middle-aged man shook his head, with Mr. Ao's status personally recruiting, showing respect and humility. Yet Lin Yuan even dared to refuse, recklessly implicating the entire Kanglin star. Such a person is extremely selfish in nature. Without Fang Qian's help, his future would definitely be miserable. The green-haired middle-aged man slowly said. His view was also the view of most people, especially those assigned to establish the trade station, who harbored some resentment towards Lin Yuan. That is true, the green-haired youth nodded slightly. He had been taught by his family from a young age to sacrifice everything for the family when necessary. If he was in Lin Yuan's position, he would never make such self-centered decisions. Actually, there's no need to wait for later. As Fang Qian just joined the Red Kun lineage, remembering his friendship with Lin Yuan. But as time passes, with the help of the Red Kun lineage, Fang Qian will soar, stepping into 5th rank, stepping into 6th rank. But Lin Yuan, even though he is a once-in-decades evolution genius from Kanglin star, will most likely stop at the 5th rank. As the gap in strength between the two grows larger, can their friendship still be maintained? How could a dragon ever be friends with an ant? The green-haired middle-aged man shared his thoughts. In hundreds, thousands of years, Fang Qian's fondness for Lin Yuan will naturally fade. The green-haired middle-aged man said calmly, indeed. Peers of the same strength level can't become friends. The green-haired young man nodded in agreement. Central Continent Manor, main building. I must achieve perfection in soul compatibility transformation as soon as possible. Since the door to the myriad realms could enable travel at any time, Lin Yuan thought about hastening the speed of his soul compatibility. Perhaps I could spar with other strong evolvers? Lin Yuan appeared pensive. Sparring with evolvers of different evolution paths had significantly increased the efficiency of Lin Yuan's enlightenment. Especially in terms of perfecting martial Dao, since Lin Yuan intended to transcend the limitations of Taiyin, accommodating all the Daos in the world. Then exchanging blows with numerous evolvers, sensing their Daos and paths, evidently had a certain progressive effect. Might as well, since I'm free anyway. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world and entered the arena area. The virtual world contained many areas, living areas, trading areas, central plaza areas, and the arena area. The arena area was specially designed for evolvers to spar with each other. Every session of the Cosmic Human Alliance's arena competition was held in the arena area. Of course, only evolvers under 100 years old could participate in the arena competition. As for those over 100, those truly powerful evolvers, 5th rank, 6th rank, if they wished to spar, they would choose the arena area. Registering. Strength. 5th rank, 12 segments, beginning soul fusion metamorphosis. Identity. Hidden. Lin Yuan entered the arena area, disguised as a wandering evolver traveling through the universe, and began selecting opponents. This person has been undergoing soul fusion metamorphosis for over 200 years, almost reaching 90% fusion, applying for a challenge. And this person from the Wanyang lineage. A core holy son, no less significant than a Red Kun lineage peak master, applying. Unique physique, noble bloodline. About to step into 6th rank? Apply for a challenge quickly, otherwise, once he reaches 6th rank, I won't be able to apply. Lin Yuan spent half a day selecting over 100 opponents. These 100+ opponents were carefully chosen by Lin Yuan, and even if their strength didn't match his, the difference wasn't much. They could definitely put pressure on Lin Yuan. And the evolution paths of these people were extremely rare and special, which had a good stimulating effect on Lin Yuan. After applying for challenges one by one, Lin Yuan began to wait. At this moment, the voice of the smart assistant rang. "Master, Governor Song Wuyang would like to see you." Virtual world, personal space. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Before long, Song Wuyang also materialized in front of him. "We've finally gotten over this crisis without any danger." A trace of relief appeared on Song Wuyang's face. As a planetary governor, if Kanglin Star experienced economic regression or other negative impacts during his tenure, it would cause a disastrous blow to his political achievements. Fortunately, everything had ended. Under Fang Qing's leadership, numerous powers began to read trade with Kanglin Star, and even through these connections, Kanglin Star unexpectedly embarked on a development beyond what was anticipated. It was a blessing in disguise. If it hadn't been for Lord Fang Qing this time, we really would have been in trouble. Governor Song Wuyang said. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded. In fact, Lin Yuan didn't feel much of it himself. Even if the outside criticism was loud, he could ignore it all. But his parents and sister had to endure some cyber violence, so Fang Qing's willingness to stand up, even though he didn't bring substantial help to Lin Yuan, at least eased the psychological pressure on the family. For this, Lin Yuan was quite grateful. Lord Fang Qing stepping in was entirely out of the friendship with you, Mr. Lin. I hope you'll interact more in the future. Governor Song Wuyang suggested with an implication. The implication was that he hoped Lin Yuan would get closer to Fang Qing, because there was no guarantee that Fang Qing would be willing to step forth next time. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. He knew that Song Wuyang's words had no malice, they were entirely from his own perspective. Having finally held onto a powerful benefactor, it was natural to hold on tightly, especially members of the Red Kun lineage like Fang Qing, who might become significant figures of the entire star domain in the future. Song Wuyang chatted with Lin Yuan for a while and then got up to leave. Now that Kanglin Star's trade routes had just been rebuilt, too many issues required his attention as the governor. Disconnecting his consciousness from the virtual world, Lin Yuan walked out of the main building to the grass field outside. Brother. Sister Lin Yi, standing on a shield-shaped weapon and using her thought power to control it, flew over. That He Yuao really is petty, pressuring Kanglin Star just because you didn't accept his offer. Well, isn't he embarrassed now? Lin Yi couldn't help but comment. But it's good, brother's friend is capable. Many of my girlfriends are envious of brother for having made such a great friend. Lin Yi continued. Is that so? Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. In this period, along with the quelling of public opinion, Lin Yi had also gotten some of her resentment out. Virtual world. Fang Qing and Lin Yuan sat facing each other. There isn't much left to worry about, Fang Qing said. He Yuao doesn't seem to be causing any trouble right now. They probably don't dare to come up with any ideas. Having said this, Fang Qing stared at Lin Yuan and continued. Big brother Lin, are you interested in joining the Red Kun lineage? I will have a referral spot available soon, which I can give to you. The channels for joining the Red Kun lineage weren't limited to the challenges of the 7-star cave. There were many official means of entry. Referral was one of the simplest. Every 100 years, every official member of the Red Kun lineage gets one chance to refer. That is to recommend other evolvers to join the Red Kun lineage. Of course, evolvers who join the Red Kun lineage via referral are only the lowest tier peripheral members. They must pass numerous challenges to continue staying with the Red Kun lineage. Naturally, even with a referral, for most evolvers, it's an opportunity that's hard to come by. After all, this is the Red Kun lineage, the supreme ruler of the Chicken Star domain. Even just staying inside for a few years is a brag-worthy qualification. Referral. Lin Yuan fell into thought. As the peak master of Chicken's rigorous 13 peaks, did he even need a referral? Big brother Lin, what do you think? Although Fang Qing did not know the source of Lin Yuan's confidence to reject the recruitment offer from He Yuao. Due to their relationship, Fang Qing still wanted to give Lin Yuan a helping hand. With Big Brother Lin's direction, after joining the Red Kun lineage, although only as a peripheral member, with my support and your talent, becoming an official member later on won't be difficult, said Fang Qing. Fang Qing considered Lin Yuan's situation thoroughly. Let's talk about it another time, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Okay. Fang Qing nodded. Young master, the 222 evolvers you intended to recruit have all agreed and signed the contract, said the old man in a black suit, Bei Zhao, respectfully addressing He Yuao, who sat upon the throne. Then proceed with the next step in the plan, to provide specialized training for these 222 evolvers, so that their strength increases by at least 40% before the next arena competition starts," said He Yuao. "Yes," Bei Zhao responded and then disappeared on the spot. 222 evolvers. He Yuao fell silent. There should have been 223 evolvers. It was just that Lin Yuan had rejected the recruitment, and He Yuao originally planned to use cutting off trade to force the other party to bow down. But then Fang Qing popped up unexpectedly. "Just you wait, as long as I can pass the family's test and return to take my place as the family head, you will all have to pay the price," He Yuao muttered to himself. On Kanglin Star's central mainland, in a manor, the training ground beneath the main building, Lin Yuan's consciousness connected to the virtual world, entering the arena area. Let's see if anyone has approved the applications. A few hours ago, Lin Yuan had selected a large number of evolvers with similar strength levels, aiming to challenge them to speed up the soul bonding transformation. Upon opening the application list, Lin Yuan's brow suddenly furrowed. Because he found that all of his applications had been rejected. 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 Still rejected. Out of over 100 applications, more than 70 had been rejected. The remaining 30 or 40, while not rejected, were not approved either, which was almost as bad as being rejected. They all rejected me? Lin Yuan blinked. Was this the result of his first attempt to issue challenges? Refuse me? Why would he refuse me? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and roughly speculated the reason. The evolvers he had selected, without exception, were either extremely famous, had a profound background, or possessed talent that was unmatched in a star domain. Such evolvers were essentially celebrity evolvers. Who knows how many people were paying attention to them? If they accepted just any evolver's challenge, they might as well stop cultivating and just keep accepting challenges from start to finish. Moreover, casually accepting challenges from unknown evolvers. Winning was taken for granted, but if by some chance they lost, it would be very embarrassing. Therefore, unless it was an evolver of the same level and status, those celebrity evolvers would not easily accept challenges. If that's the case, Lin Yuan's thoughts surged, then I will apply for a challenge with my true identity. The so-called true identity obviously was not the Lin Yuan persona, but rather the identity of the peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kun lineage. In terms of the level of attention, the mysterious peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kun lineage. It was estimated that there was not an evolver who would not be curious. And with the high status of the peak master of the 13th peak, there were probably not many evolvers who would refuse a challenge issued by him. Even if they lost, there was a reason for it. After all, it was the peak master of the 13th peak. Isn't it normal if I lost? If they could win, then they would have beaten the peak master of the 13th peak. With that thought, Lin Yuan immediately switched identities. The virtual world of the Red Kun lineage, the 13th main peak. Lin Yuan's figure appeared in the grand hall at the peak summit. Since he had yet to step into the 6th rank, Lin Yuan did not recruit disciples or servants for the main peak, so the grand hall appeared empty and deserted. As long as I don't reveal Lin Yuan's identity, using the identity of the 13th peak's peak master to do some things would have no impact. Lin Yuan mulled over this repeatedly, then he started to enter the arena area and select an opponent to apply for a challenge. The arena area. One of the arenas. A dark-skinned man appeared. I didn't expect the formidable peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kun lineage to actually choose to challenge me? The dark-skinned man felt somewhat flattered. He looked at a figure appearing in the distance and said with a slightly respectful posture. As a being who was on the cusp of stepping into the 6th rank with a 90% soul transformation, the dark-skinned man had long stopped accepting any challenges, as his most important task was to completely focus on pushing his soul compatibility to perfection. Then he could safely step into the 6th rank. The dark-skinned man was indeed doing just that. Until he received a challenge application from the peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kun lineage. My God! This was the peak master of the 13th peak, a high-ranking figure in a future star domain. Even if the dark-skinned man stepped into the 6th rank, his status would still be far inferior to that of the peak master of the 13th peak. Therefore, upon receiving the challenge application, the dark-skinned man did not hesitate to choose to accept. It was, after all, Just a challenge and wouldn't take too much time. To witness the legendary and mysterious peak master of the 13th peak, it was worth it, regardless of winning or losing. Let's begin. Lin Yuan looked at the dark-skinned man. Alright. After the dark-skinned man spoke, his figure disappeared from the spot. Peak master of the 13th peak, the evolution path I cultivate is known as the shadow evolution path, which allows me to hide in any. The dark-skinned man hadn't finished speaking, when Lin Yuan took a step forward, moved to a spot under the shade of a tree, and reached out a hand. A nearly invisible shadow was caught. Then the shadow quickly solidified and took the form of the dark-skinned man. How? How is this possible? The dark-skinned man's eyes widened in disbelief. His method of hiding was extremely secretive, and even 6th rank evolvers might overlook it if they were not paying attention. The dark-skinned man had evaded countless death traps with his hiding techniques. But in front of the peak master of the 13th peak, it was seen through at a glance. Not bad, Lin Yuan commented. Then he crushed the dark-skinned man's neck. Your understanding is against heaven. Watching the shadow hiding method, your comprehension of the shadow laws deepens. Your understanding is against heaven. Watching the shadow hiding method, your comprehension of the shadow laws deepens. Your understanding is against heaven. Watching the shadow hiding method, your comprehension of the shadow laws deepens. Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly, and under his against heaven's understanding, the numerous techniques of the dark-skinned man were transformed into gains, integrating into the martial arts evolution system. Lin Yuan faintly felt that the transformation speed of his soul compatibility had increased ever so slightly. Although it was not significant, it was better than usual enlightenment by that bit. This was not to say that enlightenment was inefficient, but occasionally changing the style of cultivation could lead to unexpected results. And under against heaven's understanding, whether Lin Yuan sat down to ponder or fought to learn, both were considered a form of enlightenment. Next, Lin Yuan continuously challenged one evolver after another. These evolvers were not only limited to the Chicken Star Domain or other nearby star domains, but also included all the renowned 5th rank ultimate evolvers within the entire human civilization territory. Some evolvers had a terrifying fleshly body, merely relying on their robust qi and blood to form a huge domain. Lin Yuan also had to rely on his own explosion of power to briefly hold back the qi and blood domain and then finish the opponent with a single finger. There were also evolvers who were masters of speed, appearing anywhere in the arena at a moment's thought, able to attack from any corner. The faster they moved, the stronger the attack. Lin Yuan really exerted some effort before he managed to stomp his opponent to death. As Lin Yuan battled and exchanged blows with different evolvers, he learned more and more. In just half a month's time, he gained what would amount to 2 months of meditative cultivation. And as Lin Yuan kept on challenging, more and more evolvers, especially those from the Chicken Star Domain, began to take notice of Lin Yuan. Our peak master of Kanglin Star Domain is actually challenging other evolvers everywhere? Peak master Shisan, isn't it said to be extremely mysterious, having never made a move before? Everyone go, let's see what the Chicken Star Domain's Shisan peak master is capable of. Many evolvers and high-level citizens gathered in the arena area, specifically watching the platform where Lin Yuan usually issued challenges. Hello, everyone, I'm your little kitty cat. Today, let's see, the legendary Chicken Shisan Peak Master. A cute and personable girl with a pair of cat ears appeared in front of the platform. She was a popular female broadcaster in the Chicken Star Domain and dozens of nearby star domains, often live streaming challenges of some powerful evolvers. The Chicken Shisan Peak Master, although not yet 6th rank, was highly suitable for live streaming content because of his fame and status. Alright. The challenge has started. That one is the Shisan Peak Master. Although I know the appearance has been adjusted, he looks too handsome. The girl knew how to engage the live streaming atmosphere well. With just a few words, she immediately lifted the ambiance. Our Shisan Peak Master's opponent is known as Soul Artisan Lataza. The camera switched. A gaunt young man in a black robe appeared. This lean youth was mostly shrouded in a black robe, looking extremely sinister and terrifying. Soul Artisan Lataza follows the soul-type evolution path and specializes in eerie soul attacks. The Tao of the soul is extremely dangerous. Lataza once had a record of making a group of 5th-rank ultimate evolvers dare not come close. I wonder about Shisan Peak Master. The girl thoroughly introduced soul artisan Lataza's past achievements. If this were in reality, Lataza would definitely not be a match for Shisan Peak Master, since in reality, Shisan Peak Master would surely have many soul defense weapons. But in the virtual world, especially in the arena, you can't bring in any external help, so I think Shisan Peak Master might be in some danger. The girl continued her introduction. A moment later, the battle between Shisan Peak Master and Lataza began. Buzz. Strange fluctuations started to spread. The girl was about to introduce the scene on the live stream. The next moment, the figure of soul artisan Lataza began to collapse. Starting from his feet, his torso, and both hands, everything began to disintegrate. Your soul is strong. In the end, only Lataza's head remained, and after saying this phrase, his head also began to collapse. In front of the platform, the girl blinked her eyes. Damn! She had forgotten that Lataza was an evolver on the soul-type evolution path. Such evolvers were known for their swift battles. Shisan Peak Master is too strong, able to block Lataza's soul attacks unscathed. Shisan Peak Master has at least started the soul metamorphosis fusion. The girl had explained many high-rank evolver battles and had considerable research on the strength of souls. It looks like our Shisan Peak Master is about to step into 6th rank, and who knows the real identity of Shisan Peak Master. The girl finished speaking, her tone betraying a hint of curiosity. The identity of the chicken Shisan Peak Master was extremely mysterious, and countless evolvers wanted to know it. Alright, the next challenger for Shisan Peak Master has arrived. The girl shifted her attention to the upcoming challenge. Amazing. The Peak Master is too strong, ordinary 5th rank limits are like ants in comparison. Isn't that supposed to be the case for our chicken's Peak Master, being powerful? In a private room at the arena, many members of the Red Kun lineage were gathered here, enjoying the numerous techniques of Shisan Peak Master. Is that the Shisan Peak Master? Fang Qing was among them, looking at the battle below with some shock. At this moment, a desolate continent was simulated on the battlefield. But as Shisan Peak Master and his opponent continued to exchange blows, the continent was torn apart, plates were punctured, and for a time, lava erupted in an apocalyptic sight. Too powerful. Fang Qing felt a tremor in his heart. If the battle occurring on the platform had taken place on a life planet, that planet would likely have become a dead star by now, devoid of any living creatures. We evolvers should be like the Peak Master, possessing the ability to destroy heavens and earth with a mere wave of our hands. Not far away, a member of the Tri-Eye clan sat, clenching his fists tightly. Rather than being like some people who are loyal to their friends, wasting time and resources. The Tri-Eye clan man glanced at Fang Qing. There was a clear implication in his words. Some time ago, Fang Qing had gathered his friends to help Kanglan Star through a crisis, which had made the Tri-Eye clan man somewhat uncomfortable. In his view, everything had its own destiny, and forcefully intervening was undoubtedly altering that destiny. Upon hearing this, Fang Qing dared not speak. In terms of status, the Tri-Eye clan man had the red mark in the 7-star cave test and had joined the Red Kun lineage. It was certain that within a century, he would become a core disciple. Fang Qing could not afford to offend such a figure. Inside another private room, 12 figures were leisurely observing. They were the 12 Peak Masters of the Red Kun lineage. With their status, they seldom watched arena matches below the 6th rank. Even arena matches involving 6th rank evolvers were often beneath their interest. Among the 12 Peak Masters of the Red Kun lineage, aside from the initial 3 beyond the 6th rank, the rest were all at the pinnacle of 6th rank peak. Yet they were naturally willing to come for Lin Yuan's arena challenges. Our little junior brother. The second senior brother sighed, taking a careful look. He must have already begun the soul transformation process. How many years has it been since he reached this level? The other senior brothers felt the same. Not long ago, they joked that within several decades, Lin Yuan had the potential to step into 6th rank. But now, how much time had passed? Lin Yuan had already reached the pinnacle of 5th rank and had even begun the soul bonding transformation? It wasn't that there were no evolvers whose soul bonding transformation took hundreds or thousands of years. But those were evolvers without any background who had received no guidance from powerful beings before stepping into 5th rank, and had chosen an evolution path that wasn't highly compatible with themselves for soul bonding. For evolvers from the Red Kun lineage, before reaching 5th rank, their mentors would help them select their evolution path. Such a compatible evolution path made the soul bonding transformation naturally swift, completing within just a few years or a decade at most. In the eyes of the 12 senior brothers, Lin Yuan, being a disciple of the Chicken Star Lord, was now undergoing a soul bonding transformation and surely had gotten the approval of the Star Lord. He would probably complete the soul transformation within 3 to 4 years. Then he would become a 6th rank evolver. This was tenfold or even 100-fold quicker than what they had initially thought when they predicted it would take several decades for Lin Yuan to reach 6th rank. A 6th rank under 100 years old, is this kind of talent so incredible that one can't even feel envious? The 12th senior brother sighed. Let's prepare in the next few years. When our junior brother steps into 6th rank, he will definitely visit the main star in person, and we should give him a proper welcome. One of the senior brothers suggested, of course. The 12th senior brother nodded. He looked again at the arena below. The little guy who was just 4th rank has grown to such heights in the blink of an eye. The 12th senior brother's expression turned reflective. He remembered that during the 7-star cave test, he had hesitated whether to take Lin Yuan as a disciple. The red-hued palace. The Chicken Star Lord and a man in a white robe were playing chess. Chicken, you've taken a good disciple. After placing a piece, the man in the white robe remarked thoughtfully. Heh. The Chicken Star Lord just smiled and said no more. That new disciple of mine, he was miserably defeated by your good disciple. The man in the white robe placed another chess piece. Oh, the Chicken Star Lord felt a stir of interest? His vast consciousness immediately began searching. Soon enough, he found out about Lin Yuan challenging many evolvers in the arena area. Although my disciple has some talent to beat your disciple. The Chicken Star Lord was puzzled. He remembered the man in the white robe's disciple had already been at the pinnacle of 5th rank a century ago, and now, he was likely just one step away from 6th rank. The soul bonding was probably at 90%. Still pretending? The man in the white robe glanced at the Chicken Star Lord. The Chicken Star Lord kept his expression normal, but inside, he was filled with doubt. Immediately, he sent a thread of consciousness to carefully observe the scenes of Lin Yuan's challenges in the arena. The Chicken Star Lord's face showed a slight change, his expression reflecting surprise. The Chicken Star Lord's consciousness was vast, and in just a moment, he had viewed all of Lin Yuan's recent challenge videos. My disciple. The Chicken Star Lord was filled with surprise and doubt. Has he begun the soul-fusing transformation? The others, including the 12 peak masters, all thought that Lin Yuan's rapid cultivation was due to the good guidance of the Chicken Star Lord. But the Chicken Star Lord knew better, as he had hardly provided any guidance to Lin Yuan. When he learned that Lin Yuan had entered the 5th rank, the Chicken Star Lord abandoned the original training plan he had set for Lin Yuan. He planned to first let Lin Yuan experience a rule crystal to sense and test its effects before deciding the next steps. But now, he was still waiting for Lin Yuan to feedback on the effects of the rule crystal, and Lin Yuan had already completed the 5th rank, begun the soul-fusing transformation, and was about to step into the 6th rank? 80%, no, at least 95%. Although the Chicken Star Lord was observing Lin Yuan through the virtual world, his keen eyes could roughly discern Lin Yuan's level. Watching Lin Yuan battle other evolvers of the same level, he was almost certain that the soul-fusing transformation had reached at least 95%. Seems like you're in a good mood lately. While the Chicken Star Lord was deep in thought, the white-robed man playing chess across from him glanced at him and said surprisingly. He knew the Chicken Star Lord well enough to expect some gloating after learning his own disciple had outperformed the man's own. Ha. My disciple, how could your disciple compare? Did he cry and come to you to complain? Ha. The Chicken Star Lord realized this and immediately burst into laughter. Although he knew he might have underestimated Lin Yuan's true talent again, he seized the rare opportunity to once more outshine his friend. I thought you had changed. The white-robed man said helplessly, although he had also watched the battle videos of his disciple and Lin Yuan. Indeed, the Chicken Star Lord's disciple had decisively overpowered his. Where on earth did you find such an outstanding disciple? The white-robed man couldn't help but ask. The 13 peak masters of the Red Coon lineage claimed. It was discovered by the Chicken Star Lord during his travels in the universe on a certain planet. Of course, this claim was not highly credible, but since it was asserted by the Chicken Star-Lord himself, the white-robed man played along with the topic. This is a secret. The Chicken Star-Lord smiled mysteriously. You'll know once my disciple steps into the 6th rank. You old fox, still playing mysterious with me? The white-robed man teased, but did not pursue the topic further. He indeed knew that thousands of years ago, the Chicken Star-Lord's newly acquired disciple was killed in an assassination by a different species because his identity was revealed. Because of this, the Chicken Star-Lord personally descended onto the battlefields of different races, engaged in a frenzied slaughter for a while, and only then returned to Chicken Main Star. Virtual World. Battle Arena Region. Every time it was almost time for Lin Yuan's daily challenge, countless spectators would arrive early, filled with anticipation for the fight to start. It was well known that Lin Yuan not only had the aura of being one of the 13 peak masters from the Red Kun lineage but had shown almost overwhelming strength in many of his past battles, drawing a large fanbase. These fans were not only limited to the Chicken Star domain and its neighboring domains but also came from distant regions of human civilization. So, for these fans, the status of the 13 peak masters meant little. They valued Lin Yuan's fighting style and strength more. Inside the VIP box, the Heiyu Mo from the Heiyu family, a 7th rank evolver, was sitting in his place. Next to Heiyu Mo, there were other shadowy figures who were evidently friends of Heiyu Mo. What do you think? The strength of my Chicken Star domain's 13 peak master, not bad, right? Heiyu Mo said casually. Indeed, I had heard that the Chicken Star-Lord was skilled in teaching his disciples, and now it seems, his reputation is well deserved. The first figure sitting to the right of Heiyu Mo nodded. Have you noticed, every battle in the arena, the 13 peak master's abilities improve a bit. He's using the other evolvers of the same level as stepping stones to ascend to the 6th rank. The figure on the left spoke. He had intently watched every battle of the 13 peak masters. Why else would so many people come to watch? The popularity of the arena where the 13 peak master competes far surpasses that of the 6th rank arenas. Heiyu Mo paused, then continued. Throughout the ages, among those in our human civilization who evolved through continuous battle, deducing their own breakthroughs, not one was not a top-notch, stunningly talented genius. The potential of the 13 peak master is completely incalculable. Heiyu Mo stated, indeed so, but as for the future, who can know it? The other figures exchanged glances. Potential and strength are completely different concepts. If they could discern the potential of the 13 peak masters, so could others, even those enemy different species. The future. True, no one knows what the future holds. Even those top divination masters, the futures they foresee are only imagined, not unchangeable. Heiyu Mo looked down at the arena below, deep in thought. Central Continent Manor, outside the main building. Lin Yuan was having dinner with his rarely gathered family. With Lin Yuan's strength, he had already reached the stage of abstention from grain and could constantly devour the energy present in the universe to replenish what he used up. However, the tradition of dinner was not one to be discarded, as it was not just about eating food but also about bonding and communicating with family. I'm full. Lin Yi quickly finished the food in her bowl, stood up with a swoosh, and was about to head back to her room. Stop right there. Mother Lu Chong frowned. Why are you rushing through dinner? What do you want to do? Lu Chong directly asked. I want to go, to watch Peak Master Shizen's arena battle. Lin Yi assertively said. Although she was just an unranked evolver, she had access to the virtual world and could enter the arena area to watch the confrontation between two evolvers. And lately, the hottest event in the Chicken Star Domain arena area was undoubtedly the personal appearance of Red Kun lineage's Peak Master Shizen, challenging various evolvers. Peak Master Shizen. Lu Chong nodded, not paying too much attention. She too had heard of Peak Master Shizen, the pride of the entire Chicken Star Domain. Brother, I've told you many times to come watch Peak Master Shizen's arena battles with me. Peak Master Shizen is very powerful, you could learn a lot from him and maybe even get stronger. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yuan, unable to hold back her words. She had been one of the first, die-hard fans to follow Peak Master Shizen's challenge initiations and often promoted him amongst her friends. But when it came to selling Peak Master Shizen to her own brother, she faced resistance. Lin Yi found that her brother seemed to have little interest in Peak Master Shizen. This was disappointing for Lin Yi. Lin Yuan was also an evolutionary genius of Kanglin's star, a once in tens of thousands of years talent, but that depended on who he's compared to. Compared to ordinary people, Lin Yuan was a genius, no doubt. But compared to peak master Shisan, he was just exceedingly ordinary. Although Lin Yuan was disinterested, Lin Yi was still trying hard. She frequently invited Lin Yuan to join her in watching peak master Shisan's arena battles. But each time when the battle was about to begin, Lin Yuan would leave with various excuses. It was almost as if he was deliberately acting against her. "I have to meet a friend. You go watch it." Lin Yuan casually found an excuse, brushing it off. "Alright then." Lin Yi felt disappointed for a while but soon got excited again. Because she could watch peak master Shisan's arena battle again in a short while. Virtual world, arena area. Lin Yuan appeared in the arena. Suddenly, terrifying cheers came from all directions. "Why are there so many people this time?" Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. Although the audience was always sizable when he fought with other evolvers, it was far less than now. "Is it because of my opponent this time?" Lin Yuan thought to himself, guessing the reason. Wanyang lineage. Holy Sun? Lin Yuan glanced at the opponent's information. The Wanyang lineage was the absolute ruler of the Wanyang star domain, and their power even slightly surpassed that of the Chicken lineage. As for the Holy Son of the Wanyang lineage, his status was by no means inferior to the current Lin Yuan. It was said that this Wanyang Holy Son, with his special physique, had received intensive training from the Wanyang Star Lord, unimaginably deep in resources. On the arena, the space transformed. Lin Yuan arrived at a desolate planet. Another figure appeared across from him, dressed in a long robe and looking quite ordinary. Red Kun lineage's peak master Shisan. I didn't expect that before stepping into the 6th rank, I could still confront an evolver from the Red Kun lineage. The Wanyang Holy Sun smiled, emanating a gentle and warm aura. The Wanyang lineage was the ultimate fire system lineage, and the Chicken lineage also leaned towards the fire system, but placed more emphasis on space. The essence of Chicken Star-Lord's starry sky wanderer Kun was indeed a life form of space rules. Chicken Star-Lord pursued both fire and space. "Me too." Lin Yuan's expression was grave. Though they hadn't fought yet, he felt a certain pressure from the Wanyang Holy Sun, something he had never experienced before. "Well then. Let's begin." Wanyang Holy Sun restrained his smile. As soon as the words fell, two terrifying auras collided. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan's form had been incinerated into nothingness by the omnipresent, Wanyang True Fire. Lost? Did Peak Master Shisan lose? It seems Wanyang Holy Sun is a bit stronger? Nonsense. Do you know the background of Wanyang Holy Sun? Wanyang Holy Sun, a rare, 9-yang divine meridian, of our human race, was taken away by Wanyang Star Lord after his birth. Wanyang Star Lord paid a great price to seal Wanyang Holy Sun into Wanyang True Crystal, and then threw him into the core of a star. For the next 100 years, Wanyang Holy Sun absorbed the terrifyingly intense energy of the star core every moment. When Wanyang Holy Sun broke the seal, he directly possessed the power of the 5th rank. Wanyang Holy Sun doesn't need to cultivate. With the terrifyingly intense energy inside him, he can crush everything. The audience began a fervent discussion. The background of Wanyang Holy Sun was beyond what normal evolvers could possess. The 9-yang divine meridian alone was already rare enough, a type of physique that made one a steady 6th rank seed. Plus, being nurtured within the core of a star for 100 years, how could the unsealed Wanyang Holy Sun not be formidable? The pure power of the fire system, burning the heavens and boiling the earth, is indeed terrifying. Lin Yuan appeared in his personal space, repeatedly recalling the battle that had just occurred. With every move Wanyang Holy Sun made, it was like a star falling to the world. Although Lin Yuan followed the Tao of Taiyin and Taiyang, which gave him considerable resistance to the scorching heat of the fire system, he still could not hold out for long under such extreme power. However, although Lin Yuan lost, he didn't feel the slightest bit discouraged. First, he didn't use all his means when he confronted Wanyang Holy Sun. For example, he didn't deploy the Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit. If Lin Yuan were to let out the radiant Yang Spirit and wandering Yin Spirit, his strength could at least surge multiple times. However, doing so could potentially expose that he was practicing the martial path evolutionary path. Although there are many evolutionary paths in the vast sea of human civilization that can condense an avatar. Mostly, it's at the 6th or 7th rank that one could do so. As for below the 6th rank, managing to refine something similar to an avatar is extremely rare. Moreover, the yin spirit and yang spirit are not physical. Therefore, it would be best not to use the yin spirit and yang spirit if possible. Of course, once Lin Yuan stepped into the 6th rank, yin spirit and yang spirit would nearly solidify into reality. As long as they don't appear simultaneously, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Secondly, Lin Yuan was more than happy to face such a powerful opponent. At least in this battle, the insights Lin Yuan gained from Wanyang Holy Sun far exceeded those from other evolvers he had encountered before. Wanyang same heaven. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. This was the secret technique used by Wanyang Holy Sun just now. Without it, Lin Yuan could have held on for a while longer. At the edge of human civilization territory, several terrifying wills penetrated through. What should we do? The disciple number 13 taken in by Chicken Star Lord has terrifying potential. Absolutely cannot allow him to continue growing. The first will expressed mental fluctuations filled with urgency. When they first heard of Peak Master Shisan, they thought he was just a bit more talented and might surpass the 6th rank in the future. But now, it seems to be much more than a bit, if not stopped. There may be another god of slaughter in the battlefields of different races in the future. What can we do? We don't even know the true identity of Peak Master Shisan. The second will send out mental fluctuations of helplessness. He too wished to nip Peak Master Shisan in the bud. But Chicken Star Lord had learned from a past mistake, and this time the secrecy concerning Peak Master Shisan was taken to the extreme. General Pan Yang, if you have any ideas, feel free to speak out. Our several races, even if we can't help, will definitely support. The third will send out mental fluctuations, inquiring the original speaker. Yes, General Pan Yang, we have resources, we have manpower, we definitely won't sit back and do nothing. The last will also spoke up. Since you all speak thus, I'll dispense with beating around the bush. General Pan Yang stated. Suddenly, a screen of light emerged from the void. On it appeared rows of text displaying the names and appearances of 10 evolvers. These 10 evolvers, based on myriad pieces of information, are those we deduced to be most likely to be Shizen's true identity, said General Pan Yang. Other presences turned their attention toward the screen. The 10 evolvers on the screen were all members of the Red Kun lineage. The last of them shockingly was a male member of the Tri-Eye clan. As for the first 9, they were evolvers who had shown remarkable performance in the past Chicken Star Lord trials. Primarily, they focused on red pattern evolvers. General Pan Yang, just showing us these lists isn't of much use. Indubitably, most of these evolvers are hidden on Chicken Main Star. How can we get to them? Even if we recklessly kill one, the others will surely become alerted, making it even harder to act. The other presences furrowed their brows, expressing their perplexity. There's no need for you to act. General Pan Yang remained unflinching in his tone. One of our members, proficient in the curse-killing skill, is willing to sacrifice 1,000 years of life to execute it. General Pan Yang continued. The curse-killing skill involves a special application of the law of causality. And the law of causality is extremely difficult to perceive, not to mention devising a secret technique based on it. Moreover, the curse-killing skill is greatly restrictive, requiring at least a gap of 2 great realms to execute, and each use consumes an immense amount of lifespan. If not absolutely necessary, no powerful being would willingly perform the curse-killing skill. Of course, using the curse-killing skill is far more complete than assassination. Regardless of the distance, as long as there is causality connected, one can curse directly. Curse kill? That sounds like a good plan. Direct curse killing will leave these 10 evolvers unable to react. Exactly, as of now, Shisan Peak Master is only at the 5th rank, not yet stepping into the 6th rank. Executing a curse requires only a 7th rank, one capable in curse arts. If we wait for him to ascend to the 6th rank, cursing him will require an 8th layer curse wielder to pay a significant price, which might still falter. The presences discussed among themselves for a while, concurring with General Pan Yang's approach. With the potential that Shisan Peak Master has demonstrated, It's best to eliminate him before he reaches the 6th rank. Once at the 6th rank, the vastness of heaven and sea enables many life-saving means, making it uncertain that even an 8th layer curse wielder, willing to sacrifice thousands of years of lifespan, could succeed. I need you to contribute. General Pan Yang immediately began to discuss terms with the other presences. Half a day later, in that starry sky, subtle spatial fluctuations began to ripple. A humanoid being clad in scales stepped forward. This is the medium. With a thought from General Pan Yang, 10 items appeared. These 10 items, gathered from the lives of the 10 evolvers listed, had been collected from planets they had inhabited by people sent by General Pan Yang. Having come into contact with these 10 evolvers, they retained some of their essence. The curse-killing skill, mysterious and unpredictable, impervious to defense, still necessitates a medium for execution. From cause to effect. From effect to lock the cause. Pan Yang, remember your promise. The scale-clad humanoid intensely stared at General Pan Yang for a moment, then swallowed the 10 medium items in one gulp. Invisible waves dispersed. The scale-clad humanoid, as if suffering backlash, began to disintegrate. It is done. General Pan Yang saw this and nodded slightly. Rest assured, after your death, your people will be treated well. General Pan Yang said, gazing at the gradually crumbling humanoid figure. The scale-clad being, left with only 1,000 years of lifespan, had volunteered for this mission to kill Shisan Peak Master, seeking to pave the way for his people with the remainder of his life. For a scale-clad humanoid, the remaining 1,000 years was far from sufficient to advance further. Now, we wait. General Pan Yang looked towards the other presences. Sacrificing a 7th rank peak, a rare practitioner of the curse arts, for 1,000 years of lifespan in exchange for the lives of 10 small fries at the 4th and 5th ranks. Absolute, profound loss. But if among those 10, there is one who is Shisan Peak Master, then it's a win, not just a win, but a huge win. Chicken Main Star. The Tri-Eye clan male ended his cultivation. HMPH. Fool. The Tri-Eye clan male glanced below. There, Fang Qing was hurrying away, clearly having matters to attend to. The Tri-Eye clan male found Fang Qing particularly distasteful, not only because Fang Qing used to be a modest silver pattern, but also because he had expended considerable favors for his friend, Lin Yuan, garnering a favorable image within the Red Kun lineage. True powerhouses are solitary, needing no friends at all. Having friends only highlights one's own weakness. The eyes of the Tri-Eye clan male were resolute. The Tri-Eye clan male sighed lightly, making to rise. Just then, an invisible fluctuation descended. Don't. The Tri-Eye clan male's eyes widened, the bloodline in his brow opening. But it was all in vain. As the fluctuation spread, the soul of the Tri-Eye clan male swiftly extinguished. Simultaneously, on Chicken Main Star, the other 9 evolvers mysteriously died. Virtual world. Personal space. Fang Qing sat in front of Lin Yuan, his face burning with indignation. Despicable different species, to use the curse-killing skill. Fang Qing blurted out the mysterious deaths of the Tri-Eye clan male and the other 9 evolvers. This matter on Chicken Main Star is no secret. In the end, the fate of the last 3 peak masters, determined to come from the different species curse-killing skill, slowly subsided. Curse-killing skill? A flicker stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. As the 13th peak master, he naturally knew of this bizarre and unpredictable method. The curse-killing skill is a special application of the law of cause and effect, more arcane than attacks on the soul. Of course, the cost of using the curse-killing skill is also enormous, and it only works if it spans at least 2 great realms. And each deployment drains 100 years of lifespan. The different species use the curse-killing skill, for what purpose? Lin Yuan had a guess in his heart, but still asked. Others say, the different species saw the 13th peak master's performance in the arena area, and this time the curse killed 10 evolvers. They were looking for the 13th peak master. Fang Qing said in a hushed voice, that makes sense. Lin Yuan nodded. At this moment, he was somewhat relieved that he had not exposed his identity. If previously, due to the suppression by He Yuao, Lin Yuan had revealed his identity in a moment of impatience. Even if he safely hid back on the Chicken Main Star, as long as the identity of Lin Yuan was exposed, It could allow the different species to track him down. Having lived on Kanglin's star for so many years, Lin Yuan could not guarantee he hadn't left behind any medium. If the different species found this medium, and then employed the curse-killing skill, Lin Yuan was not sure if he could survive. Although as a junior disciple of the Chicken Star Lord, he might have means to block causality killing techniques, but in case it didn't work. Low profile. Must keep a low profile, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Luckily, he endured under the pressure from He Yuao. That Tri-Eye clan man. Lin Yuan felt that this Tri-Eye clan man must have taken the disaster on himself instead. Within the 7-star cave world, 3 red embossed, over 100 gold banded, and over 1,000,000 silver banded. The one who most resembled the 13th Peak Master, known for his rampage in the arena area, likely was this Tri-Eye clan man. After all, the other 2 red embossed had 2 distinctive personal features. Yin Ling, the silver-haired woman, excels in spatial attacks, and the nearly 3 meters tall brute strength, excels in physical attacks. They didn't quite resemble the 13th Peak Master. As for the below gold and silver banded, the numbers were too vast, really hard to pinpoint. Only this Tri-Eye clan man who was red embossed. Still don't know if the 13th Peak Master has encountered a mishap or not. Fang Qing's tone suddenly grew somber. The different species daring to employ a curse assassination surely was confident. A curse assassination spanning boundless distances required a huge sacrifice. Won't we know by tomorrow? Lin Yuan offered comfort. That's true. Fang Qing was momentarily stunned. The 13th Peak Master challenges fellow evolvers every morning and afternoon in the arena area. If the 13th Peak Master is unharmed, he will definitely appear tomorrow. Hope nothing's wrong, Fang Qing muttered quietly. If the 13th Peak Master were to die at the hands of the different species like 10,000 years ago, who knows what kind of drastic actions the Chicken Star Lord would take. The next day. Virtual world. Arena area, inside a private box. Several figures gathered here. Whether the curse killing reached the 13th Peak Master or not, we will see now. These several figures were naturally disguised as the different species. The virtual world's network could not completely block the different species from entering. Some adept at disguising could perfectly mimic the aura of the human race, and as long as the identity was correct, they could smoothly enter the virtual world. If today, the 13th Peak Master does not show up, then it is highly probable he was cursed to death. The several figures exchanged glances, eagerly watching the arena below. This time, to curse assassinate the 13th Peak Master, they had paid a much greater price than when they had assassinated that junior disciple of the Chicken Star Lord 10,000 years ago. To assassinate that junior disciple, they had merely sacrificed some 6th-rank powerhouses. But this time, directly a 7th-rank peak expert skilled in cursed methods had given up a millennium of lifespan. One must know, a 7th-rank peak expert skilled in cursed methods is even rarer than an 8th-layer powerhouse. If this expert hadn't volunteered, they couldn't have ordered such a sacrifice. 13th Peak Master. You must die. If you don't die, wouldn't our sacrifice be in vain? The several different species thought rapidly, keeping their gazes fixed on the arena below. Soon, a figure appeared on the arena. That was the 13th Peak Master's opponent. By now, he should have not come, should have. Joy surged in the hearts of the several different species. However, the next moment, the figure of the 13th Peak Master appeared on the other side of the arena. Dead silence. The box fell into dead silence. Several different species looked grim, staring intently at the figure of the 13th Peak Master below. Was the curse wrong? The 13th Peak Master is still alive? It's over. The several different species took a deep breath, their faces bitter. Let's go. There's no need to look anymore. Let's go back and report. Several beings from different species disconnected from the virtual world. The moment they saw the silhouette of Shisan at the Peak Master, they realized that they could no longer stop the rise of Shisan at the Peak Master. What could they use to stop him? Attempt another cursed killing. First off, whether they could find another 7th-rank peak expert willing to cooperate with them for another cursed killing is questionable. Even if they could find one, what then? How would they choose the target? Their previously chosen 10 evolvers were most likely to be the targets of Shisan at the Peak Master. Now that they had failed, they needed to select from an even larger base of evolvers. The possibility of failing again in cursed killing was significantly higher than the first time. Virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly closed. By challenging evolvers of various evolutionary paths repeatedly, the perfection level of Lin Yuan's martial path evolutionary path steadily improved. Is someone seeking to visit me? Lin Yuan glanced through the visitor list. Ever since he was suppressed by He Yuao, very few had made special visits to him. Even though Fang Qing appeared and resolved the trade cut-off situation of Kanglan Star, Lin Yuan, as a person, was still blacklisted by many forces. Too arrogant, too controversial. Offend He Yuao today, who knows who he would offend tomorrow. Mr. Lin, I am Shi Kai, a director from Weiyan Group. A man with a hook-nosed face said with a smile, hello. Lin Yuan nodded. We hope, Mr. Lin, that you could lead the way and help us contact Lord Fang Qing. The hook-nosed man stated his purpose. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, our Weiyan Group will certainly show our gratitude afterward. The hook-nosed man promised. No need. I can't agree to this. Lin Yuan shook his head in refusal. So these people wanted to get to know Fang Qing through him? In that case, I apologize for the disturbance. The hook-nosed man maintained his smile and immediately exited Lin Yuan's personal space. It was not until he returned to reality that a dark expression surfaced on the hook-nosed man's face. Doesn't he realize his current situation, still so arrogant? The hook-nosed man snorted coldly. From his perspective, Lin Yuan was entirely relying on Lord Fang Qing to live comfortably. Not taking advantage of the situation now, when Lord Fang Qing values personal connections, to network with other forces is a complete waste of resources. Just wait. I'll see what kind of fate you'll face in the future. The hook-nosed man sat in his seat. Lord Fang Qing can protect you temporarily, but could he do so for a lifetime? What will you use to face the Heiyu family once you lose Lord Fang Qing's protection in the future? Central Continent Manor. Underground training ground in the main building. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged. In front of him, a crimson stone was placed. Under the against heaven's understanding, he observed the inspiration emanating from the crimson stone, combined with the gains from sparring with numerous evolvers. Quickly perfecting his martial path evolutionary path and enhancing the soul compatibility conversion efficiency. Until he reached a certain threshold, time passed unknowingly. An hour, 10 hours, or maybe a day. Lin Yuan quietly opened his eyes. Lin Yuan only felt, from his entire being, to be precise, from the depths of his soul, a sense of perfection emerging. Soul compatibility. Lin Yuan immediately began to sense the level of his soul compatibility conversion. A moment later, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Because in this world, his soul compatibility conversion level had already reached 100%. Has the soul match reached 100%? Lin Yuan's mind was filled with pleasure. Ever since that sense of perfection had emerged from the depths of his soul, Lin Yuan had harbored such speculation. Now that it had been confirmed, he naturally felt good. My current strength. Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly and carefully felt his body. Compared to before the soul match had reached 100%, Lin Yuan almost had no changes. His physique, strength, speed, and everything else. There was virtually no difference before and after. Yet Lin Yuan felt a sense of absolute control. For example, the same amount of force before the soul match was complete. Lin Yuan could only use it to destroy a city, but now Lin Yuan could use it to destroy 10 cities or even 100. No wonder everyone says, as long as the soul match reaches 100%, stepping into the 6th rank is as simple as eating and drinking, with not the slightest risk. Lin Yuan looked as if he had realized something. Previously, he had some doubts about this. Even breaking from the 1st rank to the 2nd layer had associated risks. How could there be no risk in breaking from the 5th rank to the 6th? It turns out, when the soul is perfectly matched with the fundamental evolutionary path, an evolver has already stepped into the realm of the 6th rank. On the basis of having a 6th rank realm, stepping into the 6th rank is naturally not difficult, and the control power of a 6th rank evolver makes the breakthrough exceptionally simple. And there's also martial Dao. Lin Yuan's gaze turned slightly heated. Using martial Dao as his fundamental evolutionary path, at this moment, Lin Yuan seemed to be fused with the martial Dao. I am Marshall Dao. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world. He entered a specialized training arena where the space around him automatically simulated, forming a small planet environment. Lin Yuan stood above the small planet. There was no air, and the gravity was extremely low, completely in line with cosmic standards. Lin Yuan looked down and raised his right hand, throwing a punch toward the small planet below. Boom! A terrifying pressure burst forth. At the surface of the small planet, right where Lin Yuan's punch landed, a crater tens of kilometers wide appeared. The force of this punch penetrated half of the planet, and the residual force caused earthquakes on its surface, triggered tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and eventually, the small planet disintegrated into countless meteorite fragments that flew in all directions. I am now almost infinitely close to a 6th rank evolver, right? Or perhaps to be considered as a weakened 6th tier? Lin Yuan exhaled softly, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Although the size of the small planet was not as large as a regular life planet, Lin Yuan's full-strength punch causing such an effect. Indeed, there was almost no difference from a 6th rank fallen star warrior. At least, he was nearly at the threshold of the 6th rank, barely on the same level. Logically speaking, even if the soul match reaches 100%, depending on the evolutionary path, the boost to an evolver's strength varies. For someone like me, to have the strength skyrocket to the threshold of the 6th rank, is that considered extremely rare, or perhaps exceptionally scarce? Lin Yuan disconnected his consciousness from the virtual world, returning to reality, thinking to himself. It is important to note, Lin Yuan was not yet a 6th rank. When he breaks through later, his physical soul will undergo a substantial transformation. His strength will increase significantly, possibly reaching a relatively strong level within the 6th rank. Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Lin Yuan's mind settled, and at this moment, his soul perfectly matched with the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, manifesting its true meaning with every move he made. It was precisely by merging with the Martial Path Evolutionary Path that Lin Yuan was able to disintegrate the small planet with a single punch, unleashing power far beyond the limit of a 5th rank evolver. The red spirit fluid will take a few more days to arrive, and once it does, I can step into the 6th rank. Lin Yuan thought to himself. A transition from the 5th to the 6th rank entailed a transformation of both physique and soul, which naturally required a large amount of pure energy. Even though the cosmic starry skies are filled with infinite energy, that energy is chaotic and at a very low concentration. How long would it take to absorb cosmic energy slowly and break through to the 6th rank? Red spirit fluid, as a proprietary resource of the Red Kun lineage, is most suitable for accumulating one's own energy. And using it to break through to the 6th rank couldn't be more appropriate. Upon reaching the 6th rank, revealing my identity will probably astonish many factions. Lin Yuan didn't need to think about it. He knew his true identity would cause quite a stir in the Chicken Star domain, and might even spread to other star domains. A 6th rank evolver under 100 years old, unlike the Wanyang Holy Sun, did not receive the profound cultivation of the Wanyang Star Lord shortly after birth. Lin Yuan's step into the 6th rank was entirely due to his own qualifications and talent. A few years ago, he was just a 4th rank evolver, taking part in the 7-star cave trial. From the 4th rank to the 6th rank, in just a few years? In the expanse of the human civilization territory, among the countless geniuses born in the past 100,000 years, how many can have such a cultivation speed? Once one becomes a 6th rank evolver, the essence of life is transformed. Spending some time, one can embed their life imprint in the cosmic starry sky. In this way, even if I fall in the future, I could be resurrected by the supreme being of the human race through this imprint. Why is it that upon reaching the 6th rank, one can reveal their identity without fear of assassination by different species? If the different species are willing to pay enough, not to mention the 6th rank, even 7th rank beings can't withstand it. The reason is that once you reach the 6th rank, you already possess the eligibility for resurrection. Below the 6th rank, life essence is too weak to leave an imprint, and death is truly the end. Different species are reluctant to assassinate 6th-tier evolvers and above because, even if they pay a huge price to assassinate a genius evolver, they might later be resurrected. This is completely a losing trade. Of course, even for human civilization, resurrecting an evolver is a huge burden to bear. Many 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers, even if they could be resurrected, would not be resurrected. A few days before the red spirit fluid arrives, I can finish off the remaining challenge applications. Lin Yuan glanced at the many evolvers he had applied to battle in the arena area. Since there was nothing else to do now, battling these genius evolvers from the human territories was also a gain. Especially the Wanyang Holy Sun, who had defeated him once before. Just a few days later, Lin Yuan had applied again, and his opponent had agreed. The next day, it was still the same time. Around the arena where Lin Yuan was about to appear, a large audience gathered. Why is this Peak Master 13 sparring with the Wanyang Holy Sun again? Didn't they just fight recently? There's a big difference in their strength. Right, could it be that Peak Master 13 likes being dominated? Around the arena, numerous spectators were discussing animatedly. Although they enjoyed watching Peak Master 13's matches, they wanted to see him crush and dominate his opponents. Not to be crushed and dominated. Especially for some spectators from the Chicken Star domain, some couldn't bear to keep watching. Watching their idol being incinerated into nothingness by the Wanyang Holy Sun was torturous. Ha ha ha, go Holy Sun, keep crushing your opponent. Just an underling, not a match for our Holy Sun's single strike. People of the Chicken Star domain, listen up, you're about to see our Holy Sun crush everything with his strength. Compared to the subdued atmosphere of the Chicken Star domain audience, the spectators from the Wanyang Star domain were extremely excited. No matter what, Peak Master 13 holds a high status in the Chicken Star domain, and losing to the Wanyang Holy Sun once was a sight worth seeing. Losing again would still be a pleasing thing. What's there to be proud of? People from the Wanyang Star domain really have no manners. The Wanyang Holy Sun is strong, but Peak Master 13 isn't weak either. Is there a need to say it like that? The audience from the Chicken Star domain felt suppressed, but they didn't know how to respond since strength was the basis of everything. The previous battle between Peak Master 13 and the Wanyang Holy Sun indeed showed the latter is superior. This fact hadn't changed, so they didn't know how to counter the taunts from the Wanyang Star domain audience. It felt like being a class below. Eastern side of the arena. Lin Yi and a few friends sat together, waiting for the match to start. My brother stood me up again. Lin Yi looked around and realizing that Lin Yuan still hadn't shown up, her expression immediately fell. Yi, I heard your brother is also an evolutionary genius who has won championships in your planet's arena contests, asked a girl with twin ponytails sitting next to Lin Yi, who was curious. She came from another planet and had met Lin Yi in the virtual world. That's right. Upon hearing this, a proud expression appeared on Lin Yi's face. She glanced at the arena below, thinking about Peak Master 13 who was about to appear, and shook her head, but compared to Peak Master 13, my brother is far behind. Not only far behind, but he also didn't even want to come and watch to learn. Lin Yi felt annoyed, thinking that Lin Yuan was again gathering with some friends. There aren't many evolvers who can compare to Peak Master 13. Another friend commented, clearly very admiring of Peak Master 13. Arena. This time, the simulated environment was a desolate planet, many times larger than Kanglan Star, sufficient for two 5th-ranked peak evolvers to clash. Whoosh! Lin Yuan appeared on the top of a mountain. Shortly after, on another mountain top in the distance, the Wanyang Holy Sun appeared. The Wanyang Holy Sun had a calm expression, his aura was soothing and warm. Peak Master 13. The Wanyang Holy Sun looked towards the distant Lin Yuan, inevitably puzzled. Not long ago, this Peak Master 13 had fought with him, surely realizing the disparity between their strength. Why did he still intend to challenge him? It must be known. The stronger ones are, the more they care about losing face. Losing to the Wanyang Holy Sun once wasn't enough, he wanted to lose twice? Does Peak Master 13, after every battle, grow stronger? Could it be he sees me as a whetstone? A smile appeared on the Wanyang Holy Sun's face. A whetstone? That's when the strengths are similar or nearly so. If he fully exerted himself, ending the fight in the shortest time, what honing effect could it possibly have? A few minutes later, the match began. Lin Yuan and the Wanyang Holy Sun faced each other. Shisan Peak Master, you must be careful this time. Wanyang Holy Sun's thoughts stirred slightly, and a scorching aura began to spread. You too. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. His figure then disappeared from the spot. Huh? Wanyang Holy Sun was startled. He couldn't at all see when Lin Yuan had disappeared. How has the speed become so fast? Wanyang Holy Sun's face changed slightly. At that moment, Wanyang Holy Sun only faintly felt that Lin Yuan was still present in the arena, but he couldn't pinpoint his exact location. Merely with speed, you can't beat me, Wanyang Holy Sun snorted coldly, instantly releasing his Wanyang domain. In an instant, centered around Wanyang Holy Sun, within a radius of 10 miles, 100 miles, several hundred miles, everything was engulfed by terrifying heat. Wanyang. Same heaven. Wanyang Holy Sun transformed into an incarnation of a permanent star, constantly condensing into miniature stars within the range of his domain, releasing endless heat, and then exploding. Since he couldn't pin down Lin Yuan's position, he decided to directly destroy an entire area. After all, Lin Yuan must be in that area. Buzz, at that moment. A figure appeared a kilometer away from Wanyang Holy Sun. It was Lin Yuan, facing the scorching heat and burning around him. Lin Yuan showed no hint of retreat and extended his right hand to slap towards Wanyang Holy Sun. Boom! Terrifying power enveloped his strike, and it came into contact with the Wanyang domain and the secret technique, Wanyang Same Heaven. But to Wanyang Holy Sun's disbelief, the force of that slap from Lin Yuan instantly penetrated the Wanyang domain. This is bad. Wanyang Holy Sun's expression drastically changed, and he began to retreat explosively. However, Lin Yuan took another step forward, appearing 100 meters from Wanyang Holy Sun, and slapped again. Rumble. The air tore apart. Lin Yuan's attack was too ferocious. Although it was just a simple slap, it somehow enveloped the area all around, covering all positions, leaving Wanyang Holy Sun with no place to hide. SS's. Wanyang Holy Sun could only grit his teeth and take Lin Yuan's slap head-on. The next moment, Wanyang Holy Sun's figure exploded. Whoosh! Countless scorching flames converged. A few miles away, Wanyang Holy Sun's form recondensed. My Wanyang immortal body. Disbelief was written all over Wanyang Holy Sun's face. With the 9 Yang divine meridian and the truth crystal of myriad fire, combined with the infinite power from the depths of a star, Wanyang Holy Sun cultivated the Wanyang immortal body. The Wanyang immortal body allowed his physical body to energetically transform for a short period, similar to Thunder God's incarnation of thunder. But the Wanyang immortal body was even more profound and high-end. It had the effect of acting as a substitute for death. Without the Wanyang immortal body, Wanyang Holy Sun would have died outright from that slap from Lin Yuan, shattered to pieces with no chance of survival. I concede, without hesitation, Wanyang Holy Sun applied to concede, even though he wasn't dead, and the Wanyang immortal body could still act as a substitute a few more times. But having witnessed the terrifying strength exhibited by Lin Yuan, Wanyang Holy Sun didn't want to waste more time. What could dragging it out with the Wanyang immortal body achieve? It would only result in taking a few more slaps, completely devoid of any dignity. You should be able to step into the 6th rank at any time. We'll meet again at the 6th rank. Wanyang Holy Sun took a deep look at Lin Yuan, then vanished. The gap in strength between Lin Yuan then and now was too great. The only possibility was that his soul had transformed to perfection. Did I win just like that? Lin Yuan also felt that he won too easily, with the martial path evolutionary path as the core evolutionary path, achieving 100% transformation compatibility with his soul, which had greatly enhanced his strength. What's going on? Lin Yuan looked around. He noticed that all around him had quietened down. In the tournament stadium, countless spectators, whether they were from Chicken Star Domain, Wanyang Star Domain, or from other, neutral, star domains, were all dumbstruck, mouths agape. Just a few breaths had passed. Surrounding the tournament stage, countless spectators gradually recovered, erupting in thunderous cheers. These cheers were like a tsunami, especially from the viewers of the Chicken Star Domain, almost causing a riot. What just happened? The Wanyang Holy Sun was slapped into submission by the peak master of Shisan. That's the Wanyang Holy Sun, right? What's going on? Did he deliberately concede? Concede your whole family. Didn't you see how the peak master of Shisan's 2 slaps completely shattered the Wanyang Holy Sun's body? Although I have no idea how the Wanyang Holy Sun managed to survive, it's clearly evident that he's no match for the peak master of Shisan. What in the world happened? Wasn't the peak master of Shisan unable to beat the Wanyang Holy Sun before? How is it now? In just a few days, their strengths have reversed? Too terrifying. The peak master of Shisan is too fearsome, shattering the Wanyang Holy Sun's physical body with 2 slaps. With such combat power, I estimate he's reached the threshold of the 6th rank. What were those people from the Wanyang Star Domain barking about earlier? Saying something about a defeated opponent. Keep talking now. Countless voices of discussion exploded. If it was just the Wanyang Holy Sun being defeated, it wouldn't have caused such a huge reaction. After all, among human civilization, there's no shortage of geniuses, and although the Wanyang Holy Sun could certainly be considered first-rate, he was definitely not invincible. But the one who defeated the Wanyang Holy Sun was none other than the very peak master of Shisan who had recently lost to the Holy Sun. Such a stark contrast, along with the ease in which the peak master of Shisan defeated the Wanyang Holy Sun, ignited the emotions of numerous spectators. Wow, the peak master of Shisan is so powerful. Lin Yi stood up excitedly as well. That's terrifying, that's the Wanyang Holy Sun, and he was just crushed. A few of Lin Yi's friends at her side burst out in astonishment. Of course. Lin Yi then suddenly remembered her own brother. If only my brother could learn from the peak master of Shisan, that would be great. Lin Yi sighed, not because she looked down on Lin Yuan, but because all this time, Lin Yuan never accompanied her to watch the peak master of Shisan's matches. Such disinterest in the strong, Lin Yi didn't know what to make of it. Our little junior brother. In a VIP box, the 12 peak masters of the Red Kun lineage looked at each other. Initially, they were puzzled why their junior brother would still challenge the Wanyang Holy Sun. But now, everyone understood. Too abnormal. Every peak master had the same thought in their minds. They were aware of their junior brother's partial true identity, not yet 100 years old. But now, the power that the little junior brother had demonstrated certainly indicated he'd reached perfect soul fusion. That is to say, the little junior brother could step into the 6th rank at any time. Such a speed of cultivation was somewhat embarrassing for the 9 elder brothers who were still at the 6th rank. Originally I thought we had a few decades, but I didn't expect we could go back so soon. Among all peak masters, the eldest brother's expression was the most bizarre. He, in order to curry favor with the little junior brother, had specially dispatched an avatar to reside over Kanglin's star, to prevent the Heiyuao from making a desperate move. This avatar, the eldest brother had planned to keep until the little junior brother stepped into the 6th rank. The eldest brother estimated that it would take at least a few decades. However now, it seems like it would only be a matter of a month. This is a top talent of my human alliance. In another stand, Zhang Bai, Lu Ziguang, and Cao Rong were full of shock. The most talented evolver they had ever seen was Lin Yuan. At the beginning, during the team competition of the tournament, they were in the same team as Lin Yuan. In the end, Lin Yuan lived up to expectations, successfully winning the championship of the tournament. However, Lin Yuan's performance was completely on a different level compared to the peak master of Shisan on the stage. One of the future dominators of the Chicken Star Domain, Heiyuao, was also watching, and the current performance of the peak master of Shisan was so highly regarded that he couldn't even look up to him. Maybe one day when he ascended to the position of clan head of the Heiyu family, he would have a chance to see this peak master of Shisan. Chicken, you old rascal, you really found a treasure. In a crimson palace, a man in a white robe watched the tournament footage, and when he saw Lin Yuan shatter the Wanyang Holy Sun with 2 slaps, he was somewhat stunned. He's reached perfect soul fusion so quickly, and after achieving perfection, his strength has received such an enhancement. What kind of evolution path did you practice with him? The man in the white robe was experienced and knowledgeable. He was aware that reaching perfect soul fusion alone and having such an explosive increase in strength indicated Lin Yuan's extremely compatible foundation with his evolution path, and that this evolution path held immense potential. You'll know in time, the Chicken Star Lord replied with an unchanged smile, yet deep inside, he too was extremely curious. Lin Yuan's 2 slaps just now seemed to not follow the Zanhuang evolutionary path. Could it be that he cultivated another evolution path as well? Chicken, tell me honestly, how old is the little disciple you took in? Is he over 100 years old? The man in the white robe understood that the Chicken Star Lord wouldn't reveal the true identity of the peak master of Shisan, so instead of asking about that, he asked about his age. One could generally gauge the talent of an evolver by their age. If the real age of the peak master of Shisan was 400 to 500 years or even 500 to 600 years, then he would just be considered a normal genius. If he was under 100 years old, then it must be said that the Chicken Star Lord had truly found an exceptional genius this time. Under 100 years old, the Chicken Star Lord replied after a moment's hesitation. Far from simply being under 100, if Lin Yuan's information was correct. He probably wasn't even 30 yet. Chicken Star Lord himself found it somewhat incredible. He had presided over the Chicken Star domain for nearly 200,000 years and had initiated the 7-star cave challenges countless times. Yet, he had never seen an evolver with talents and qualities like Lin Yuan. In the past, Chicken Star Lord had only heard rumors about such talented evolvers, but this time, he unexpectedly became his disciple. Really not even 100 years old? The man in the white robe gasped. My disciple lost honorably. The man in the white robe thought of the junior disciple who had been utterly defeated by Lin Yuan recently. Truly a monster. The man in the white robe couldn't help but say. No need to say that. Once he steps into the 6th rank, there will be even more challenges waiting for him. Our human civilization initially proceeds smoothly, showing terrifying potentials, but there are also evolvers who fail to advance beyond the 6th or 7th rank. Chicken Star Lord shook his head. Don't set too high expectations for Shisan. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Still pretending at this time, the man in the white robe rolled his eyes. Although the words were right, they somehow tasted bitter to him. How about I trade 100 disciples for this one of yours? The man in the white robe said. No deal. Chicken Star Lord didn't even think about it, it's your move. Several days later. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan, having finished his last match, came outside the manor. Mr. Lin, here are your items. A man in a black uniform stood outside the manor. Behind him stood a several-meter-tall box. Drip. Following identity authorization. Lin Yuan asked the housekeeper robot to move the box to the underground training facility in the main building. While passing the grassy field, Lin Yuan saw his parents chatting with Lin Yi, his sister. Mom, Dad, you have no idea how formidable Peak Master Shisan is. With just a couple of slaps, he shattered Wanyan Holy Sun. Wanyan Holy Sun, you know, is considered the undisputed number 1 below the 6th rank in the Wanyan star domain. Lin Yi was vividly enlightening her parents with the glorious feats of Peak Master Shisan. Incredible! Peak Master Shisan is indeed formidable. The parents continually nodded. Without Lin Yi's explanations, they too had entered the virtual world recently and heard most about this. I just wonder when our Kanglin star will produce a figure like Peak Master Shisan. Mother Lu Chong sighed. Mom, what are you dreaming about? That's Peak Master Shisan. In the Chicken Star domain, with more than 1 million life planets, only such one exists. It's already lucky enough for Kanglin Star to have my brother. A Peak Master Shisan? Absolutely impossible. Lin Yi shook her head, explaining to Lu Chong. Even though Lu Chong was also an evolver, she didn't understand much about the evolver community and just knew that Peak Master Shisan was formidable. But how formidable, she wasn't aware, thus she idly fantasized if Kanglin Star could also produce an evolver like him. Lin Yi felt like laughing internally. In such a shallow pool as Kanglin Star, dreaming of producing a true dragon like Peak Master Shisan? Underground training facility in the main building. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, looking at the box in front of him. In the box was exactly what Lin Yuan had applied for, Scarlet Spirit Liquid. To ensure a smooth breakthrough to the 6th rank, Lin Yuan had requested a large basin of Scarlet Spirit Liquid this time. It's time to make a breakthrough. Lin Yuan steadied his mind, having made his decision. The inner conditions, 100% soul bonding transformation, were met. The external conditions, a large bond of Scarlet Spirit Liquid, satisfied all consumption during the breakthrough period. Hu Ming. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and called Hu Ming, the captain of the guard troops. For the coming period until I emerge, no matter what happens, do not let anyone come near. Lin Yuan stated. Yes. Captain Hu Ming spoke reverently. Lin Yuan returned to the underground training facility again. Let's begin. Lin Yuan looked at a large bond of Scarlet Spirit Liquid in front of him and took a gentle breath. A massive amount of Scarlet Spirit Liquid evaporated into the air, merging into Lin Yuan's body. With the influx of huge, pure energy, Lin Yuan started to release control over his physical soul. Rustle, rustle. The amount of scarlet spirit liquid visibly reduced, while Lin Yuan's physical soul quickly began to grow stronger. Why are 6th rank evolvers called fallen star level? It's because their physical souls become powerfully unimaginable. With each breath, they absorb and exhale the cosmic energies, neutralizing various stellar radiations without depending on the planetary environment. For a 6th rank evolver, medium to low-grade life planets are already restrictive, akin to a shark trapped in a small pond. The battleground for 6th rank evolvers lies in the cosmos. Hum, hum, hum. As Lin Yuan's physical soul continued to transform and ascend, it gradually began to affect the surroundings, forming a unique life magnetic field characteristic of 6th rank evolvers. Of course, ordinary evolvers can't perceive this influence, and even 4th and 5th rank evolvers cannot sense it. Only, is my junior brother starting his breakthrough? The bald man was strolling slowly, sensing something, and immediately glanced towards the central mainland. To protect my junior brother. The bald man's figure vanished, instantly appearing at the edge of the central mainland. Although it's unlikely, if a group of 7th rank alien species were to attack now, I could completely block them to buy time for my junior brother's breakthrough. If 8th rank aliens were to attack, I would also have enough time to take my junior brother and run. The bald man thought covertly. Logically speaking, the alien species should not be aware of Lin Yuan's true identity yet, otherwise, they would have sent strong entities to kill him long ago. On the other side of Kanglin's star, a member of the demonic mouse race, only 1.50 m tall, lay on the bed. Several robust men beside him were drenched in sweat as they massaged him. Put a bit more strength into it, you guys, didn't you eat last night? Even harder, I'm telling you, as long as it feels good, money is no issue. This member of the demonic mouse race was enjoying himself. Suddenly, the demonic mouse race powerhouse shuddered abruptly. The strong member of the demonic mouse race looked towards the direction of central mainland, his small eyes suddenly widening. Is this a breakthrough to the 6th rank? The strong member of the demonic mouse race was dumbfounded. He remembered that Lin Yuan, whom he protected under the command of the goddess of wisdom, had only the strength of the 4th rank. How did he suddenly reach the 6th rank? How long has it been? The powerful member of the demonic mouse race almost thought time was in disorder, but after some thinking, he confirmed he had only been on Kanglin's star for not even a year. What a monstrosity! The strong member of the demonic mouse race blinked. Even though he knew that Lin Yuan, who had the goddess of wisdom intervene to bring him to this planet as a bodyguard, was no ordinary individual. Such a leap across 2 major realms in such a short time was too frightening. Central Continent Manor. Main building's underground training area. So this is the 6th rank. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt everything had changed. The myriad cosmic energies diffusing between heaven and earth were distinctly visible to him. Especially the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang, which he could now discern as effortlessly as if viewing the patterns on one's palm. I finally succeeded. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. In the main world, whether it was human civilization or other different species civilizations, the 6th rank was a boundary. It marked the divide between planetary life and cosmic life. Before reaching the 6th rank, life was extremely fragile. One could barely survive off their planet without the aid of tools. But at the 6th rank, the cosmic starry sky instead felt more like home. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure vanished. The next moment, Lin Yuan appeared outside Kanglin's star, under the deep and vast cosmic starry skies. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. The originally chaotic and violent cosmic energies, now tame like a kitten, were all drawn into his body. Kanglin star. Lin Yuan turned his head to look towards the distant Kanglin star. At this moment, the enormous Kanglin star appeared somewhat blustery, its internal strength not as robust as its exterior suggested. Though it boasted a planetary defense system, Lin Yuan could breach the planet in a short time if he so desired. The lives of Kanglin star's 50 billion citizens hung on Lin Yuan's single thought. The planetary defense system could only delay Lin Yuan for a while but was very unlikely to stop him. Lin Yuan seemed to have noticed something and looked toward the left front. There appeared a bald man, little junior brother. Big senior brother. Lin Yuan immediately recognized the bald man, who was indeed his big senior brother. Their auras were almost identical, and also, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking towards another location. There appeared a dwarf man, measuring only 1.50 meters. "Don't get excited yet." The dwarf man immediately spoke. "It's the goddess of wisdom who sent me here." Goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan connected with the goddess of wisdom and after confirming, nodded slightly. Is it really the goddess of wisdom? The bald man was somewhat astonished. Just earlier while he was protecting Lin Yuan, he had sensed the dwarf man's presence. The two nearly came to blows until the dwarf man confirmed that the bald man was not an enemy and voluntarily stated that he was commissioned by the goddess of wisdom to protect Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, although the bald man was skeptical, he halted his intent to strike since he did not detect any malicious intent from the dwarf man. And during the time he had been protecting Lin Yuan, the dwarf man had not made a move. If the latter truly harbored a killing intent, he would not wait until after Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 6th rank to show himself. Is Mr. Lin the peak master of the 13 peaks of the Red Kun lineage? The dwarf man carefully observed Lin Yuan and spoke softly. It wasn't difficult to guess. The imminent breakthrough to the 6th rank by the peak master of the 13 peaks of the Red Kun lineage was well known, and at this time, coinciding with Lin Yuan's breakthrough, it was easy to put 2 and 2 together. Moreover, Lin Yuan had a 7th rank powerhouse protecting him. Only someone with such a background could belong to the Red Kun lineage. Thank you, Mr. of the Demon Mouse race, for your protection during this time. Lin Yuan, having learned the approximate details from the goddess of wisdom, immediately expressed his gratitude. There's no need for thanks, I was merely following orders. The dwarf man shook his head. I was curious about the identity of the 13 Peaks Master of Chicken, but I never expected it to be the Mr. Ellen I was protecting. The dwarf man looked astonished. He had a premonition that, soon, the whole Chicken Star domain, and even the surrounding star domains, would be continually shaken by the true identity of the 13 Peaks Master. Since Mr. Lin has already stepped into the 6th rank, I will take my leave. The dwarfish man bowed slightly towards Lin Yuan and disappeared on the spot. He had been commanded by the goddess of wisdom to protect Lin Yuan until he reached the 6th rank. Now that Lin Yuan had indeed reached the 6th rank, his mission was considered complete. And, considering that Lin Yuan and the bald, burly man, the two Marshall brothers, obviously had things to discuss, his staying would only make things awkward for himself. So he was a king from the demonic mouse race? The elder Marshall brother glanced at the departing dwarfish man and spoke softly. The demonic mouse race? A king? A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's heart. He knew about the demonic mouse race, which had submitted to the human race a million years ago and had long since been integrated. The fact that the goddess of wisdom had assigned this dwarfish man to protect him clearly showed her absolute trust in the man. In fact, these different species who had been integrated into human civilization for so long might be even more loyal to human civilization than some from the human race. Their relatives and tribe members all resided within the territory of human civilization. If they ever dared to betray, all of their kin would suffer the consequences. As for a king, that was a title for a 7th rank peak evolver. Contrary to the divisions of the 1st to 6th ranks into 12 segments each, 7th rank evolvers only had 3 stages. From weakest to strongest, they were Duke, Marquis, and King. The king level in the 7th rank was already at the 7th rank peak, and even in the battlefields of different races, a king could dominate an area alone. Thank you, Elder Marshall brother, for your protection during this time. Lin Yuan spoke earnestly. He had realized the moment he saw his elder Marshall brother how confident he had been when Lin Yuan had asked him how to guard against the Black Prison. It was why his elder Marshall brother had confidently told Lin Yuan to train on the Kanglin Star. We're Marshall brothers, why the thanks? The elder Marshall brother waved his hand. Let's go. Little brother, take advantage of the fact that the news of your breakthrough to the 6th rank hasn't spread yet and come back with me to the Chicken Main Star, the elder Marshall brother suddenly said, as if he had thought of something. The dwarfish man from the demonic mouse race knew Lin Yuan had reached the 6th rank, but he definitely wouldn't spread the word. Therefore, up to now, others were unaware of Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 6th rank. Even the several 5th rank evolvers on the Kanglin Star couldn't sense the subtle fluctuation of a 5th rank breaking into the 6th rank. Alright. Lin Yuan nodded. glanced at the Kanglin star, and said, You're wondering how to get to the chicken main star, right? The elder Marshall brother smiled subtly. If it were just me, I would take a leisurely trip back by spaceship. But with the little Marshall brother here, to avoid unnecessary complications, let's teleport directly back. The elder Marshall brother finished speaking, and suddenly, a 5-colored transparent crystal appeared before him. The crystal, shaped like a magic cube, faintly emitted slight space fluctuations. This magic cube. Lin Yuan felt that the magic cube closely resembled the giant magic cube in the 7-star cave world that represented surpassing the 6th-rank evolutionary path. The two must share the same origin. This is called the crystal magic cube, given by our mentor. Once crushed, it will form a space passage, and the other side leads to the chicken main star, the elder Marshall brother said with a grin. Click. The elder Marshall brother grasped the crystal magic cube and gently squeezed. The crystal magic cube immediately crumbled into powder. Amid the countless powdered particles, the power of space began to gather. In front of the elder Marshall brother, a door of space formed. Go ahead, little Marshall brother. The elder Marshall brother closed his eyes and felt briefly, the space passage is very stable, strong enough for a 6th-rank life to pass through. Elder Marshall brother. Lin Yuan looked down at the Kanglin star. Are you worried about your family? The elder Marshall brother chuckled. Rest assured. Once you return to the main star, we will immediately announce your identity on the Chengxi main star, and then Chengxi main star will make the announcement externally. The moment Chengxi main star receives the news, they will dispatch a specialized guard troop to Kanglin star to protect the family of our little Marshall brother, said the elder Marshall brother, pausing for a moment before continuing. Actually, you needn't worry about your family's safety. Different species like to assassinate our human race's talented evolvers, but they're actually not that interested in the families of talented evolvers, the elder Marshall brother hinted. Not that interested? Lin Yuan was surprised. Let's say, hypothetically, the elder Marshall brother smiled and said, if your family were to be assassinated by a different species, would you be utterly devastated? No, Lin Yuan shook his head. I see, Lin Yuan realized. High-rank evolvers possessed power capable of destroying heavens and earth, and naturally, their mental state was almost at perfection. If the death of family members could cause a high-rank evolver's mental state to collapse, then all those years of cultivation would have been in vain. The death of family members would only incite deeper hatred against the different species in an evolver. Particularly for genius-level evolvers, the death of a relative might even act as a catalyst, helping them to break through faster. What about capturing family members as a threat? Throughout the long centuries of human civilization, no evolver had ever yielded to threats from different species. Therefore, unless under special circumstances, different species generally wouldn't target the families of human race geniuses, as it held no practical significance. Go ahead. Lin Yuan took one last look at the Kanglin star beneath his feet and followed his elder Marshall brother into the space passage before him. Such chaotic space power, Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. Even with a space passage to shield him, he could still feel the wildly violent space power. This level of chaos and ferocity far surpassed what Lin Yuan had sensed in the Divine Arms world when he last entered that spatial rift. But now, all the turbulent and disordered space power was blocked by the space channel formed by the crystal magic cube. Space rules, too miraculous. Lin Yuan followed his eldest senior brother, step by step, walking inside the space tunnel. With each step he took, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that he had traversed an immense distance, all crammed into just a few steps due to some form of compression within the space tunnel, compressing 10 light-years or even dozens of light-years into a matter of steps. Lin Yuan had done some research on space rules as well, and the giant cube within the 7 stars void world, representing a spatial evolutionary path beyond the 6th rank, had already been fully understood by Lin Yuan up to the 7th rank chapter. However, compared to the profound mysteries of the space rules he was encountering now, it was like comparing the light of a firefly to the bright moon. Quickly, after merely taking a few dozen steps, Lin Yuan had moved to the other side of the space tunnel. A planet appeared in the distance, hundreds of times larger than Kanglin star. That is the chicken main star. A smile appeared on his eldest senior brother's face. Not until this moment did his eldest senior brother feel that he and his junior brother were completely safe. Even if a high rank evolver at the peak of the 8th layer came attacking now, they were so close to Chicken Main Star that the Chicken Star Lord could intervene instantly. So many powerful beings. Lin Yuan faintly sensed that on Chicken Main Star, numerous high-rank evolver auras were lurking, and 6th rank Fallen Star warriors were no longer rare on Chicken Main Star. I have already stepped into the 6th rank, my soul has achieved perfect harmony and transformation, and merged with the martial Tao evolutionary path. Even someone as powerful as my teacher cannot see through which evolutionary path I have cultivated. Lin Yuan thought to himself. After becoming one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kun lineage, Lin Yuan had been reluctant to return to Chicken Main Star. He was worried that his cultivation of the martial Tao evolutionary path would be seen through by other high-rank evolvers. You see, the potential revealed by the martial path evolutionary path had the prospects of advancing to the 8th layer evolutionary path. As the founder of this evolutionary path, Lin Yuan was, in a sense, an embryo of a great evolution scholar. This identity far surpassed being one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kun lineage because any evolution scholar represents the true foundation of human civilization. And an evolution scholar starts at the 8th layer, with a citizenship level that is unimaginably high, and their influence is much greater than that of a singular powerful evolver. Follow me. The eldest senior brother's mind slightly shifted. The space around subtly distorted, it isolated their appearances and auras. Whoosh! The eldest senior brother, with Lin Yuan, entered Chicken Main Star. During this time, countless fluctuations transmitted as if confirming their identities and permissions. Quickly, the two soon arrived at the continent formed by more than a dozen mountains at the center of the planet. Lin Yuan looked around, and there were a total of 14 mountains, with the largest central peak belonging to the Chicken Star Lord. The other 13 mountains were those of Lin Yuan and the other 12 peak masters. While walking, the eldest senior brother said, "Now that junior brother has come to the main star, next, our Red Kun lineage will update the information of the 13 peak masters. Junior brother is from Kanglin Star, and since Kanglin Star is a life planet in the Dawn Star system, the Red Kun lineage will first announce it to the Dawn Star system, then spread it outwards from Chengxi Main Star." Okay, Lin Yuan nodded. Having reached the 6th rank, he could fully withstand the identity of one of the Red Kun lineage's 13 peak masters without facing an unworthy of position issue. Apart from the eldest senior brother, the second and third senior brothers, the rest of the senior brothers were also 6th rank. Back when the Chicken Star Lord seized the body of a Starry Sky Wanderer Kun, he only dared to return to the Human Civilization Alliance after painstakingly reaching the 7th rank. That's because the Chicken Star Lord was not a genius in the conventional sense. The young Starry Sky Wanderer Kun that he possessed easily attracted animosity. For example, the parents of the original Starry Sky Wanderer Kun? Or the special life group of the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun? The Starry Sky Wanderer Kun species is indeed rare, but there are some, and with strong bloodlines, the probability of birthing powerful beings is much higher. It was precisely because of this. Chicken Star Lord hid until he reached the 7th rank before daring to show himself and return to human civilization. I wonder how Chengxi will feel, knowing that his star system has birthed such a supreme genius as junior brother, said the eldest senior brother with a bit of emotion in his voice. As one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kun lineage, Lin Yuan truly held the power of life and death over a star domain. Coming from the Dawn star system, Lin Yuan was likely to develop some fondness for it. This fondness might not be substantial, but compared to completely unfamiliar star systems, he would definitely lean toward the Dawn star system. Under such conditions, as long as the Dawn star system didn't sabotage itself, it was equivalent to having a supporter in the Chicken Star domain, thereby increasing its influence. This was just the impact Lin Yuan made on the vast Dawn star system. But for Kanglin Star, if Lin Yuan wished, Kanglin Star could even advance to a higher grade life planet. From a middle grade life planet to a higher grade life planet. This involves various aspects like the level of cosmic energy a planet can accommodate, the number of powerful beings, etc. Normally, higher-grade life planets are mostly innate. Few middle-grade life planets advance to higher-grade life planets. Because the costs involved in such an upgrade are too great. But with the tacit support of Lin Yuan, the peak master of the 13 peaks, the ascent of Kanglin Star to a higher-grade life planet is just a matter of time. Big senior brother, shall we go see the teacher now? Lin Yuan asked. See the teacher? The eldest senior brother shook his head. There's no need. When you entered Chicken Main Star, the teacher already knew. Seeing or not seeing doesn't matter, said the eldest senior brother, looking at Lin Yuan with a somewhat solemn expression. Junior brother, the most important thing for you now is not to see the teacher, nor is it to continue cultivating. Rather, it's to form an imprint of your life essence and then brand it into the universe. The eldest senior brother said solemnly. A sixth rank evolver's life essence is strong enough to leave a mark in the universe. This kind of mark is also known as a life brand, and as long as the brand exists, even if Lin Yuan falls, the supreme beings of the human race can use this bit of life brand as an anchor point to reverse time for resurrection. As for those below the sixth rank, their life essence isn't strong enough. If they die, they truly die, and nobody can bring them back. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Branding one's life brand into the universe is something all evolvers do as soon as they step into the sixth rank. It relates to whether one can be resurrected in the future, and even those sixth rank evolvers without the privilege of resurrection will do the same. Who knows, in some future era, their offspring might make great achievements and beseech a supreme being to resurrect them. Chengxi Main Star. The Chicken Star domain has 8 major star systems, with over 1 million life planets. Among them, the Dawn star system is not the weakest of the 8 major star systems, but it's also not associated with the strongest, ranking around 5th or 6th all year round. Chengxi Main Star, within a certain department. This department is one of the core departments of Chengxi Main Star, responsible for connecting with Chicken Main Star, and constantly relaying the many orders sent from Chicken Main Star. Who knows when Peak Master Shisan will step into the 6th rank, or what Peak Master Shisan's real identity is. Could it be from our Dawn star system? Within the department, a female employee chatted idly with a colleague. In the virtual world's arena area, Peak Master Shisan's last few battles, especially the way he shattered the Wanyang Holy Sun with 2 slaps, convinced many powerful beings in the outside world that Peak Master Shisan's soul had achieved 100% compatibility. Stepping into the 6th rank as a result is also a recent event. Once someone becomes a 6th rank, the importance of keeping Peak Master Shisan's identity secret vanishes, and it can be made public. And according to the style of Chicken Main Star, from which star system Peak Master Shisan hails, that system's main star will be responsible for dissemination. If Peak Master Shisan is not from the 8 major star systems, then Chicken Main Star will personally make it public. I think the possibility of Peak Master Shisan being from the Dawn star system is not big. In my Dawn star system, there are only over 100 high-grade life planets, while other powerful star systems have hundreds of high-grade life planets to start with. Geniuses like Peak Master Shisan are likely to be born on high-grade life planets. Another department employee spoke up. The many differences between high-grade life planets and middle and low-grade life planets include the probability of giving birth to geniuses. The former is much higher than the latter. High-grade life planets, accommodating higher quality cosmic energy. Living long-term under such quality of cosmic energy means that even a mediocre talent can match geniuses from middle-grade life planets. Any news from the other star systems? The third department employee asked. If Peak Master Shisan were from another star system, Chicken Main Star would definitely inform that system, and the news would be publicized immediately. Not yet. I'm keeping an eye on it, the first woman who spoke up said. It's been so long, Peak Master Shisan should have made a breakthrough by now. Anything that should be made public would be, unless Peak Master Shisan really hails from outside the Chicken Star domain, and was picked up by a Star-Lord during their travels in the universe. A department employee wondered, while they were chatting. Beep 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 beep. The entire department suddenly lit up with a red light. A document has been received from Chicken Main Star. Peak Master Shisan's true identity comes from the Dawn Star system. What? Peak Master Shisan really comes from our Dawn Star system? In the department, all members were dumbfounded, having indeed fantasized about this possibility. After all, if the Dawn Star system really was the home system of Peak Master Shisan, then the entire Dawn Star system would benefit from his presence in the future. Not to mention gaining any resource bias, at the very least, it wouldn't be treated as a place to exploit for resources. But everyone was clear that it was just a fantasy. Just like before the lottery results are announced, Nearly every citizen who has bought a ticket fantasizes about winning the jackpot. But in reality, there's only one winner. Those fantasies were nothing more than impractical, wishful thinking. However, now, someone was telling them that the fantasy had turned into reality? Peak Master Shisan. All hearts were pounding as they immediately began to review the real information file about Peak Master Shisan sent from the Chicken Main Star. Peak Master Shisan, real name, Lin Yuan, from Kanglin Star, the champion of the last Kanglin Star tournament, participated in the 7-star cave trials. Peak Master Shisan, born on a middle-grade life planet? A mere middle-grade life planet managed to produce a genius like Peak Master Shisan? It's incredible. The file says that Peak Master Shisan participated in the last tournament at only 4th rank, and now he's 6th rank. I understand now. Before the tournament, Peak Master Shisan must have been cultivating on his own, reaching 4th rank in such a backward environment on a middle-grade life planet, then entered the 7-star cave world, received guidance from a Star Lord, and his fortunes soared. The numerous members of the department, looking at the information about Peak Master Shisan, were lost in wild thoughts. Chairman. Just then, one of the members looked up and noticed a burly man appearing. Chairman. Upon hearing this, the others immediately looked up, addressing the burly man with utmost respect. In the entire Chengxi Main Star, no one could be called chairman, except the dominion holder of the Dawn Association. The Dawn Association was the most powerful force in the Dawn star system, so much so that the entire system was named after it. Of course, no matter how powerful the Dawn Association was, it was still a subordinate to the Red Kun lineage, and only the orders from the Red Kun lineage were obeyed. Ha ha ha, Peak Master Shisan really comes from our Dawn star system? The face of the chairman of the Dawn Association lit up with joy, showing none of the usual aloof demeanor of a chairman. Chairman, what should we do now? The department head couldn't help but speak up. In theory, apart from the big shots on the Chicken Main Star, only they knew about the real identity of Peak Master Shisan. What to do? Let me think carefully. The chairman of the Dawn Association composed himself. He had been so excited that he had for a moment neglected how to handle this matter. Without a doubt, having Peak Master Shisan from the Dawn star system was a tremendous opportunity. But no matter how great the opportunity, one must catch it properly. The Dawn star system must seize this chance, especially to not let other forces get there first. This is what we'll do. I will personally go to the Chicken Main Star and make an appearance before Peak Master Shisan to congratulate him on advancing to 6th rank. The chairman of the Dawn Association said. Since the real identity of Peak Master Shisan had been transmitted from the Chicken Main Star, it meant that Peak Master Shisan was already on the Chicken Main Star. Secondly, Peak Master Shisan should still have parents and a sister on Kanglin Star. Once he knew the real identity of Peak Master Shisan, the chairman of the Dawn Association immediately connected to the virtual world and looked up Lin Yuan's basic information. Now, you take my guard troops and quickly go to Kanglin Star and protect the Peak Master's parents. The chairman of the Dawn Association looked at the manager. He wanted to cover all bases, as protecting the Peak Master's family certainly couldn't be wrong. Now, we can release the real identity of Peak Master Shisan. The chairman of the Dawn Association didn't dare delay, as upon receiving the documents transmitted by the Red Kun lineage, Chengxi Main Star had to act with utmost speed. Naturally, as the spreader of the identity, the chairman of the Dawn Association was the first to know the information and could prepare in advance. The Dawn star system. The Heiyu family's station planet. Being one of the top 5 forces in the Chicken Star domain, the Heiyu family had stationed planets in all 8 star systems. The stationed planets, which are entirely owned by the Heiyu family, also serve as the family's branch headquarters within that star system, overseeing all matters of the Heiyu family in the Dawn star system. The Dawn star system has 1,200,000 life planets, almost all of which have some trade and economic dealings with the Heiyu family. At this moment, the matter of Peak Master Shisan's real identity was transmitted here from Chengxi Main Star. Within a garden, a man in a loose coat was leisurely lying there. 2 beautiful women were gently massaging him. The man in the loose coat, named Heiyu Qin, was Heiyu Ao's second uncle. It was through Heiyu Qin that Heiyu Ao had cut off all trade ties between the Heiyu family and Kanglin Star. Although far from the family's power core, at least I'm free, and not many can command me. Heiyu Qin was in a good mood. Not every member of the Heiyu family had ambitions to climb higher, and Heiyu Qin was quite satisfied with his status. While Heiyu Qin was enjoying himself, a deep voice suddenly echoed beside him. "Heiyu Qin, come here." The voice, although devoid of any emotional fluctuations, obviously suppressed some anger and fear. "The clan elder is calling me?" Heiyu Qin suddenly felt a shiver run through him. "Come at once." Although he didn't know what the clan elder wanted with him, Heiyu Qin knew that he must not defy the elder. Quickly, Heiyu Qin appeared before the clan elder. "Elder." Heiyu Qin bowed deeply, keeping his posture extremely low. "Heiyu Qin, I have sent you a document. Take a good look at it." The clan elder took a deep breath, "Then give me an explanation." "Ah, okay." Upon hearing this, Heiyu Qin immediately began to receive the document the clan elder had sent. The Red Kun lineage, the true identity of Shisan Peak Master, is in fact an evolver from the Dawn star system, from Kenglin star, named Lin Yuan. The more Heiyu Qin read, the more panicked he became. His heart trembled, his legs went weak, and he found himself unable to control his own body, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Yuan? Hadn't he been cut off from trading with Kenglin star by his nephew Heiyu Ao, all because of this Lin Yuan? And now, this Lin Yuan's identity was Shisan Peak Master? Heiyu Qin felt the world spinning, breathing became unbearably difficult. He was keenly aware of what his actions meant. He himself had initiated the trade cutoff and had spread the word that it was all because Lin Yuan was disrespectful. But now, Lin Yuan had become the Shisan Peak Master of the Red Kun lineage, one of the high-ranking beings of the Chicken Star domain. One couldn't merely talk about himself. Even the sea-calming divine needle Heiyu Mo of the Heiyu family would have to treat Lin Yuan with utmost respect. And he had tried to suppress Lin Yuan? Heiyu Ao, you have doomed me. You have put me beyond redemption. Heiyu Qin crawled to the elder's feet, clutching his thighs. "Elder, none of this has anything to do with me. It was all Heiyu Ao, it was all his doing. I have no grievances against that Lin. Against the Honorable Shisan Peak Master, it was all Heiyu Ao's orders." Heiyu Qin wept bitterly. He understood that he was finished, regardless of whether he wanted to do it or was ordered by someone else. As the person directly involved in suppressing the Shisan Peak Master, he was bound to meet no good end. Yet, even in death, there were differences. The Heiyu family had ways to make the guilty wish for death. "Heiyu Ao?" The clan elder closed his eyes. "I will speak to the family about this. As for you." The clan elder looked at the sobbing Heiyu Qin. In an instant, a guard approached and subdued Heiyu Qin. Only after Heiyu Qin had been taken away did the elder turn around to face the others behind him. They were all high-ranking members of the Heiyu family stationed in the Dawn star system, each of them looking grave. Before Heiyu Qin arrived, they had already gathered and almost fully grasped the situation. "Gentlemen, the time concerning the life and death, the survival of our Heiyu family, has come," the clan elder said somberly. Life and death. The rest trembled slightly at the thought. Indeed, it was a matter of life and death. The Heiyu family had grievously offended the Shisan Peak Master. As one of the Chicken Star domain's 5 grand powers, deeply rooted with far-reaching influence, the Heiyu family wouldn't face immediate issues even after offending the Shisan Peak Master. But given enough time, it would undoubtedly weaken rapidly, and might completely perish after hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, the situation the Heiyu family was facing could indeed be considered life and death. If we'd known earlier, we should never have given Heiyu Qin the power. To cut off all trade with a life planet might not be a major issue, but it is not a trivial matter either. If it had been reviewed by us, perhaps such an incident wouldn't have occurred. It's only a possibility. Heiyu Ao is a direct descendant of our family. If he had come to us asking to cut off trade with Kenglin Star, would you have disagreed? The mistake lies in the fact that a middle-grade life planet like Kenglin Star could give birth to a great person like the Shisan Peak Master, and Heiyu Ao just happened to run into the Shisan Peak Master. Since it has already happened, discussing this is pointless. What's critical now is how to resolve the animosity the Shisan Peak Master has towards our Heiyu family. Heiyu Qin will certainly have to be handed over, but the main culprit is Heiyu Ao and Heiyu Ao. The people in the room discussed fervently. They had the power to decide Heiyu Qin's fate, but as for Heiyu Ao, after all, he was the son of Heiyu Mo. How to deal with Heiyu Ao had to be in consultation with Heiyu Mo's wishes. I will go and speak on this matter. It concerns the family heritage. No matter who it is, those who must be sacrificed will have to be, as long as it can recover the favor of the Shisan Peak Master. As long as it can eliminate the Shisan Peak Master's animosity towards our family, no price is too great. The clan elder stood up, looked at everyone, and declared firmly. Chicken Main Star. Official member cultivation site. Fang Qing was sitting cross-legged, imagining the likeness of an ancient god in his mind. The evolution path of the ancient gods is simple in practice yet difficult in theory. That was to meditate on the ancient god, corresponding to one's own evolutionary path, and to imitate that entity as much as possible. The reason this was difficult was that even a minor mistake could lead to retaliation and possible death on the spot. Huff. Fang Qing finished his cultivation, a look of relief washing over his face. Just at that moment, Fang boy, quickly look at the document, go look at the document. A roaring voice came through, unmistakably from the white-bearded old man. What's the rush? What could possibly be so important? Fang Qing's brow furrowed slightly, feeling that his mentor was prone to overreacting, as if he had never seen the world before. Are you going to look or not? The white-bearded old man's tone rose a few notches. Fine, I'll look, but I certainly won't be like you. Fang Qing immediately skimmed through the document, muttering to himself as he read. Intel. The true identity of Shisan Peak Master is an evolver from Kanglin Star in the Dawn Star system named Lin Yuan. What the fuck? Fang Qing was astounded. Big Brother Lin as Shisan Peak Master? Fang Qing felt bewildered. Rereading the document several times to confirm that the Lin Yuan mentioned was indeed the Big Brother Ellen he knew, and not somebody with the same name, his mind turned to mush. It took a moment for him to somewhat snap back to his senses. This. Fang Qing's eyes widened, and though he was alerted by the white-bearded old man that Lin Yuan must have some sort of ace up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't foolishly refuse He Yuao's recruitment. But this ace? Was it not too big? The 13th Peak Master of the Red Kun lineage? Was this his fucking trump card? So that's how it is. I was wondering why, with your big brother Lin's talent, it would be impossible for him to pass the 7-star cave trial. Even a waste like you passed, it made no sense. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The white-bearded old man's voice, filled with sudden understanding, kept ringing in Fang Qing's ears. Fang Qing's mouth twitched. He had some objections to the old man's constant calling him a waste, especially in comparison to Big Brother Lin, so he immediately dared not say much more. Shisan Peak Master. Fang Qing couldn't help but look up, staring off at the 14 peaks standing tall in the center of the main star. Inside the palace, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Life essence, imprint, merging into the universe? Lin Yuan pondered carefully while feeling everything within his body. After stepping into the 6th rank, his physical soul underwent significant metamorphosis. Lin Yuan faintly sensed a deeper layer of space within the cosmic starry sky. Whether it was real or an illusion was unknown, but Lin Yuan felt that it was a place unreachable by mere flesh and blood. According to the Red Kun lineage's description of that space, it should be the origin source space of this cosmic starry sky. It's the most central place of the universe, where only ethereal entities like life imprints are able to merge. As for life, even the most powerful beings could not enter the origin source space. Life essence. Lin Yuan slowly circulated the power within his body, resonating faintly with that layer of space. I can feel it, it should be about to merge soon. Lin Yuan's spirit shuddered. Merging the life imprint did not require much skill, otherwise, it wouldn't be achievable by a 6th rank evolver. Upon sensing the space where the life imprint rested, the final merge was imminent. As the life imprint continued to merge, Lin Yuan felt more at ease, able to spare a bit of consciousness to attend to other matters. The door to the myriad realms. A thread of Lin Yuan's consciousness reached the depths of his mind. This was his first visit here since advancing to the 6th rank. What's this? No sooner had Lin Yuan's consciousness reached this place than he noticed changes to the door to the myriad realms. Compared to before his breakthrough into the 6th rank, the door had become more majestic, solemn, and insurmountable. Not only did it no longer appear ethereal, but it also seemed more like a physical object. Since Lin Yuan became aware of the door to the myriad realms, This colossal gate had always been ethereal. Even when the outer regions were illuminated, you could still discern its ephemeral nature. But now, the door to the myriad realms actually gave Lin Yuan a tangible sensation. Furthermore, as Lin Yuan gazed at the door to the myriad realms, a vast amount of information flooded into Lin Yuan's soul from the door. These pieces of information. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples and even halted the act of integrating his life imprint into the universe. The information he received was obviously vast and exceedingly important. So, the door to the myriad realms in the depths of my mind is merely a projection of the true door to the myriad realms. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged silently. The real door to the myriad realms was not something that a frail and insignificant life like Lin Yuan could sustain, even if the former had acknowledged him as its master. The disparity in levels between them was too great for them to coexist in the same space. With Lin Yuan's strength before stepping into the 6th rank, bearing a projection of the door to the myriad realms was already his limit. Even now, as Lin Yuan had evolved to a 6th rank evolver, and his life essence had undergone transformation, making him capable of leaving a brand in the main world, he still could not sustain the real door to the myriad realms. Of course, stepping into the 6th rank wasn't without its changes. The current Lin Yuan could carry a projection of the door to the myriad realms, and its inherent essence had elevated much. This point could be explained by the additional information about the door to the myriad realms that Lin Yuan acquired. World-breaking origin force? Lin Yuan's expression grew somewhat solemn. According to the information just received from the projection of the door to the myriad realms, he knew that the world-breaking origin force was one of the core energy sources of the door to the myriad realms. Every 333 days, the projection of the door to the myriad realms could accumulate a strand of world-breaking origin force from the void. The specific manifestation was the lighting up of the peripheral area of the door to the myriad realms. Simply put, a strand of world-breaking origin force could allow Lin Yuan to travel once. The uses of world-breaking origin force were numerous. 10 strands of world-breaking origin force could enable Lin Yuan to return once more to any world he had previously traversed. This seemed rather good, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although, thus far, the 4 traversals he conducted all ended with Lin Yuan emerging invincible. As the number of traversals increased and the levels of the worlds he visited were raised, under the restriction of the door to the myriad realms that limited the duration of stay, Lin Yuan couldn't guarantee that he would be able to conquer every traversed world. If there were any important treasures or things in the worlds that he hadn't fully enjoyed, he could use this method to return to those realms and continue to enjoy them. But that depended on the treasures or opportunities being sufficiently important, as 10 strands of world-breaking origin force were enough for Lin Yuan to traverse 10 times. 50 strands of world-breaking origin force could allow for physical traversal. Lin Yuan had long known that the door to the myriad realms was not limited to consciousness descent but also allowed for physical traversal. Though this method of traversal could establish a massive advantage early on, without the need for gradual cultivation, the risks were also greater. If one were to perish in a traversed world, it would probably mean true death, which is far less forgiving than the opportunity for a do-over that consciousness descent offered. 100 strands of world-breaking origin force would allow me to choose the worlds for traversal, according to my desires. Meaning, Lin Yuan could control the type and direction of the worlds he traversed based on his own needs. Such a utility was quite satisfying to Lin Yuan. All the traversals conducted by the door to the myriad realms thus far had been random. Such traversals were not harmful in the early stages, but as Lin Yuan's strength and realm continued to rise, some of the worlds he traversed wouldn't provide much aid. At this time, the effect of customized traversal showed its value. Lin Yuan could tailor a world that fit his cultivation system and could bring him immense aid. 100 strands of world-breaking origin force, too expensive. Given the door to the myriad realms projections rate of accumulating 1 strand of world-breaking origin force every 333 days, 100 strands would likely take 90 years. 1,000 strands of world-breaking origin force can bring back an item from any of the traversed worlds. Lin Yuan sighed. If 100 strands of world-breaking origin force already required waiting for over 90 years, wouldn't 1,000 strands necessitate nearly a millennium? Such use of world-breaking origin force wouldn't be considered by Lin Yuan unless it was for some special origin source treasure of a world. 10,000 strands of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan had not seen the specific effects of 10,000 strands of world-breaking origin force, but according to the current information received, there should be use for such an amount. The current door to the myriad realms projection, the accumulated, world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan sensed it and found that the current amount of world-breaking origin force was just over 1 strand. The accumulation of world-breaking origin force should be based on the standard of the main world. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and continued to start integrating a bit of his life brand into the universe. Kanglin Star. Governor Song Wuyang stretched languidly. "Governor, all matters have been dealt with, and what follows is your personal rest time," came the voice of his AI assistant. Personal rest time? Song Wuyang's face showed a smile. Suddenly, at that moment, the voice of the AI assistant came through once again. "Governor, Nolan Chengxi requests to speak with you." Nolan Chengxi? Song Wuyang suddenly tensed up. The surname, Chengxi, came from the strongest force in the Dawn star system, the Dawn Association. And Nolan Chengxi was the vice-chairman of the Dawn Association, a major figure in the Dawn star system, second only to the chairman. "Agree to the call." Song Wuyang took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions. And immediately gave the command. He was somewhat anxious, unsure why such a high-ranking individual was personally reaching out to him. Now that Kanglin Star had just recovered from the pressure exerted by the Heiyu family. He hoped there wouldn't be any unexpected incident. The holographic screen before him showed the image of Nolan Chengxi. "I've seen Nolan, sir." Song Wuyang's tone was somewhat constrained. "What great man, not great man." Nolan Chengxi seemed very amiable, completely lacking the imposing aura and unapproachability that Song Wuyang remembered. "The Kanglin Star you govern is truly remarkable, having given birth to such a great evolver." Nolan Chengxi said with a smile. "What?" Song Wuyang blinked. He understood every word that Nolan Chengxi said, but when put together, Song Wuyang didn't know what to make of it. What does "truly remarkable" mean? Nolan Chengxi, as the vice president of the Dawn Association, wouldn't even spare high-grade life planets a glance, let alone Kanglin Star. And yet, now, this big shot from the Dawn star system was voluntarily praising Kanglin Star? Also, a great evolver was born? Song Wuyang still hadn't comprehended? He was well aware of the number of evolvers on Kanglin Star and their specific circumstances. There certainly wasn't any great evolver, as referred to by the esteemed Nolan Chengxi. "Lord Nolan. I'm not sure what you mean," Song Wuyang asked cautiously. "I forgot this matter hasn't reached Kanglin Star yet." Nolan Chengxi's smile did not diminish as his gaze turned even more affable. "You should know about Peak Master Shisan, right?" Peak Master Shisan? Song Wuyang was stunned. Of course, he knew of Peak Master Shisan. He was the pride of the Chicken Star Domain, who not long ago had challenged the genius evolvers of the various star domains. Even the undefeated Holy Sun from the Wanyang Star Domain had been forced to bow his head in defeat at the hands of Peak Master Shisan. Song Wuyang not only knew of Peak Master Shisan but had also watched every one of his challenges, almost becoming a fan. But, what did Peak Master Shisan have to do with him? If the Dawn star system could dare to fantasize, then maybe Peak Master Shisan came from their star system. But as for Song Wuyang, he didn't even dare to fantasize about it, because the probability was too low, nearly impossible. With over 1 million life planets in the Chicken Star Domain, including high-grade life planets and various main stars and so on. Why on earth would the great Peak Master Shisan come from a backward and remote planet like Kanglin Star? It was completely unscientific. "Lord Nolan, this Peak Master Shisan?" Song Wuyang asked, puzzled. "That's right." Nolan Chengxi nodded. "The true identity of the great Peak Master Shisan is indeed an evolver named Lin Yuan, from your Kanglin Star. Also, Peak Master Shisan has participated in a tournament and even won the championship, you should remember." Nolan Chengxi's tone remained kind as he spoke. "The true identity of Peak Master Shisan is Lin Yuan." Song Wuyang was dumbfounded, almost unable to comprehend at the moment. Almost immediately after, Song Wuyang's eyes widened in shock, hardly able to keep his composure. Peak Master Shisan was Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan was Peak Master Shisan? Song Wuyang felt dizzy, as if knocked over by a huge surprise. No, that wasn't right. This was more than just a surprise. The true identity of Peak Master Shisan will be announced by the Qingxi main star, and soon your Kanglin star will also be informed. I told you in advance as a preparation, Nolan Qingxi said. Moreover, soon the guard troops of our president will come over to protect the family of Peak Master Shisan. By then, you should know what to do. Nolan Qingxi reminded him. Rest assured, Lord Nolan, before the president's guard troops arrive, Kanglin Star's defense system will be completely sealed off, barring any forces from entering, Song Wuyang said immediately after taking a deep breath. Then I'll leave it to the governor, Nolan Qingxi said with a nod, his face showing satisfaction. Although he thought that no one would reach Peak Master Shisan's parents faster than his Dawn Association. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Having extra precautions was never a bad thing. You may go now to make the arrangements. Remember, the most important task for Kanglin Star at the moment is to protect the family of Peak Master Shisan until the president's guard troops arrive. Having said this, Nolan Qingxi then disconnected the call. Thump! Song Wuyang fell to the ground with a thud. Lord Lin Yuan. Lord Peak Master Shisan. Song Wuyang's mind was whirring. He immediately thought of the time when Lin Yuan was oppressed by public opinion on Kanglin Star due to the Heiyu family's repression. Draw up the list. From the moment the Heiyu family severed trade with Kanglin Star, every citizen on the network who has verbally insulted and blamed Mr. Lin Yuan, regardless of their status, will be added to the list. Song Wuyang immediately began to make arrangements. He couldn't allow Master Shisan to even conceive the idea of suffering the slightest grievance on Kanglin Star. Heiyu Ao was full of vigor, having the business map provided by the family's think tank. He just needed to follow it step by step. Mr. Ao. The training is proceeding normally, and the increase in strength of all evolvers is in line with expectations. The elder in the black suit, Bei Zhao, reported the results respectfully. I see. Heiyu Ao was pleased in spirit. If the plan went smoothly, in the next championship tournament, those evolvers cultivated by Heiyu Ao would shine brilliantly. The evolvers practicing divination are terrifying, able to grasp any-minute information and thus make the most beneficial decisions for themselves. Heiyu Ao felt a touch of emotion. If it weren't for the list provided by the family's think tank, how could he, Heiyu Ao, have known about the tremendous potential for improvement in these evolvers? That a little training could greatly boost their strength? Just then, my father is looking for me. Heiyu Ao tensed up. He received a video call from his father. This left Heiyu Ao somewhat at a loss. Heiyu Ao's father, the sea-calming divine needle of the Heiyu family, the 7th rank evolver Heiyu Mo. As the youngest son of Heiyu Mo, Heiyu Ao had met his father fewer times than he could count on both hands. Let alone receiving a personal video call from him. Could it be that father has discovered my achievements outside? Heiyu Ao speculated in his heart and quickly accepted his father's call. On the virtual screen before him, Heiyu Mo's image soon appeared. Heiyu Mo was tall and emitted a certain dark and chilly aura. Heiyu Ao. Heiyu Mo spoke in a cold tone. I've sent someone to fetch you. Don't resist when they arrive. After saying this, Heiyu Mo ended the call. Huh? Heiyu Ao was confused. His father, the sea-calming divine needle of the Heiyu family, had video called him personally just to tell him this? Fetching me back to the family? Heiyu Ao fell silent. He had dreamed of returning to the family, but the words of his father, Heiyu Mo, made him uneasy. What has happened? Heiyu Ao furrowed his brow in deep thought. Mr. Ao. At that moment, the elder in the black suit, Bei Zhao, suddenly walked in. Qingxi main star has announced the identity of Master Shisan. Oh, Heiyu Ao's spirit was immediately uplifted, and he quickly connected to the virtual world to receive the relevant files. The real identity of Master Shisan is Lin Yuan from Kanglin Star. Heiyu Ao was stunned. He disconnected from the virtual world, shook his head to fully wake himself up, and then re-entered the virtual world. Yet, the file regarding Master Shisan's true identity still identified him as Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan of Kanglin Star. How can this be? Heiyu Ao was in disbelief. The great Master Shisan. Why would he come from a backward middle-grade life planet? The fact that Master Shisan was from Kanglin Star, though shocking, was manageable. What Heiyu Ao found unbelievable was that the evolver he had targeted at random could actually be Master Shisan. Why am I so unlucky? The files came from the official source of Chengxi Mainstar, leaving no doubt as to their authenticity. Combined with the attitude of his father, Heyu Mo, just moments ago, Heyu Ao realized the magnitude of his offense. It's over. Heyu Ao's face turned ashen. He was well aware of the consequences of offending Master Shisan. Even if Master Shisan didn't pursue the matter, his father, Heyu Mo, with his character, would never let it go. As Heyu Ao trembled with fear, a figure in a black overcoat appeared silently. Standing behind Heyu Ao, the figure spoke in an icy tone. "Mr. Ao, please come with me." The Heyu family. Heyu Mo sat on the throne in the grand hall. His gaze was deep as he looked towards the cosmic starry sky. At his ears, a highly secretive fluctuation resounded. "Heyu Mo, you have infiltrated human civilization for hundreds of thousands of years. All along, you have done very well, but today, you need to do one last thing. Kill Shisan, the Peak Master. That Shisan Peak Master, who has just stepped into the 6th rank and is the tribe's great diviner, has confirmed that his life mark is not yet fully integrated into the universe. At this time, if you kill him, he will die completely, with no possibility of resurrection. If it were anyone else, even an 8th layer powerhouse, it wouldn't be possible to break into Chicken Main Star and kill that Shisan Peak Master. But you, Heyu Mo, are different. You're under the command of Chicken Star Lord, and you have the right to enter Chicken Main Star. Secondly, your youngest son once suppressed Shisan Peak Master. If you take your youngest son to Chicken Main Star to offer an apology, you will have a chance to meet Shisan Peak Master. At that time, make your move. After calculations by the tribe's great diviner, you have a 10% chance of killing Shisan Peak Master." A series of extremely subtle vibrations entered Heyu Mo's ears, transforming into information he could understand. Kill Shisan Peak Master. Heyu Mo remained silent. He knew very well that the chances of killing Shisan Peak Master under the watchful eyes of Chicken Star Lord were exceedingly slim. And no matter whether he succeeded in killing him or not, he, Heyu Mo, and the entire Heyu family would be doomed. Heyu Mo, the talent and potential shown by Shisan Peak Master suggest that he may become a 7th rank monarch, or even ascend to 8th layer. For hundreds of thousands of years, you have been stuck at 7th rank marquee level. If you can kill Shisan Peak Master, it will all be worth it. As for the Heyu family you run, considering your youngest son's oppression of Shisan Peak Master, the downfall of the Heyu family is only a matter of time. The subtle vibration continued. I am not sure that I can kill Shisan Peak Master within the perceptual range of the Star Lord. Heyu Mo replied. The subtle vibration stated he had a 10% chance of killing Shisan Peak Master. But Heyu Mo felt that a 10% chance was too high. Based on his understanding of the Star Lord, as long as it was on the main star, he could appear instantaneously at any location. Regarding this, the tribe's great diviner is prepared. This secret technique can grant you 8th layer strength in an instant. As long as Chicken Star Lord is not constantly on guard against you, there is a chance of killing Shisan Peak Master. A subtle vibration transmitted a secret technique. Secret technique. Heyu Mo glanced at it. This secret technique required him to burn everything of himself. Physical soul, lifespan, and potential, to gain a temporary surge in strength. Using this secret technique, he indeed had a chance to kill Shisan Peak Master, but he would not survive afterwards. After the event, he would die from the backlash of the secret technique without the need for any action from the Red Kun lineage. Heyu Mo remained silent. Heyu Mo, as long as you do as I told, whether successful or not, your tribe, your people, will be granted 10 constellations as their home. My insect race will dispatch massive resources and treasures to cultivate your people and tribe. The subtle vibration continued. I understand, Heyu Mo replied softly. Shortly after, Heyu Ao was brought into the palace. Father. Heyu Ao's limbs were trembling, and his lips quivered as he looked at Heyu Mo seated on the throne. Heyu Mo's expression was calm as he looked down at his youngest son. The act of Heyu Ao suppressing Lin Yuan was criticized by many in the Heyu family, but to other species, it was seen as an opportunity. It was because of Heyu Ao's rashness that Heyu Mo had the opportunity to take Heyu Ao to meet Shisan Peak Master. Without this incident, Heyu Mo would have no pretext to meet Shisan Peak Master. Forcing a meeting without reason could have likely alerted the divination class evolvers on Chicken Main Star to something unusual. Everything in the universe follows its natural laws. Under normal circumstances, Heyu-mo would not need to urgently meet Shisan Peak Master. If he insisted on doing so, it would be abnormal and prompt the divination class evolvers to delve deeper. But with Heyu-ao, it was different. My son once oppressed you, and now we have come here to offer apologies. This would seem reasonable and normal. No one could find fault with it. My tribe. Although Heyu-mo appeared calm on the surface, his mind was intensely conflicted. He came from a weak tribe deep within the star space. The war between human civilization and the insect race affected the tribe where Heyu-mo originated. Under unavoidable circumstances, Heyu-mo had no choice but to follow his tribe and ally with the insect race. Because of his decent evolutionary talent and potential, the insect race arranged for him to enter the territory of human civilization. It is fairly common for members of weak tribes like Heyu-mo's to occasionally drift into human civilization territory and settle down there. Human civilization did not take too many precautions against such beings, enabling Heyu-mo to join Chicken Star-Lord and establish the formidable Heyu family. Of course, due to Heyu-mo's foreign origin, it was impossible for him to become a high-ranking member of human civilization. Establishing the Heyu family was already the limit. Father. Mother. Heyu-mo's thoughts drifted as if he had returned to hundreds of thousands of years ago when he was still a child, running across the plains with his parents. Life was so carefree back then. If not for the war between humans and the insect race, he would probably be very happy now, staying by his parents' side, not needing to think or do anything. Father's shoulders were wide, sturdy enough to bear the livelihood of their entire family. After so many years, father and mother have long been dead. Heyu-mo's thoughts returned to reality. Though his father and mother had passed, the other clan members, whose names Heyu-mo could no longer recall, were still his kin. In Heyu-mo's heart, these members of the Heyu family were nothing more than tools to disguise his true identity. Ever since he had infiltrated human civilization, Heyu-mo had not let his guard down for a moment. Father, mother, I will come to see you soon. Heyu-mo stood up and walked over to the trembling Heyu-ao, helped him up, and said, "Come, let's go apologize to the 13th Peak Master." Chicken Main Star. In the square of the central continent. Heyu-mo, accompanied by Heyu-ao, sought an audience with the 13th Peak Master. "Brother Heyu-mo, your youngest son." The steward of the Red Kun lineage looked at Heyu-mo with a trace of pity on his face. Since the identity of the 13th Peak Master was made public, every bit of information about Lin Yuan had been unearthed. Among them was the issue of Heyu-ao suppressing the 13th Peak Master. In others' eyes, Heyu-mo was just terribly unlucky, having had a good standing in the family, only to offend the 13th Peak Master because of his youngest son. How unfair was that? In fact, Heyu-ao was unlucky too. For someone of his direct lineage in a prominent clan, using his power to suppress an evolver without any background was not unusual. The Human Civilization Alliance, governed by 3 goddesses from on high, rarely saw violations of the law. Yet suppression was unavoidable. Take for example, this company is mine, and if I don't like you, I can let the company fire you. Under the oversight of the 3 goddesses, at most the full penalty would be paid, and they wouldn't insist on employing a particular person. Give a message to the 13th Peak Master. Just tell him that I, Heyu-mo, have a valuable treasure to offer. Heyu-mo said softly to the steward. This was also to pique the 13th Peak Master's curiosity. To entice him into showing up for a meeting, Heyu-mo, as a 7th rank evolver, might be referring to a treasure of king-level ranking at the 7th rank. Such treasures, even valued by the Great Peak Master, the 2nd and the 3rd, would be taken seriously. Lin Yuan, having just become the 13th Peak Master, might have risen in status, but certainly didn't possess many treasures. Understood. The steward of the Red Kun lineage nodded. He saw nothing strange in this. Moreover, coming over to seek forgiveness, one should not come empty-handed, right? After watching the steward leave, Heyu-mo composed himself. All he could do now was wait. Wait for the 13th Peak Master to summon him so he could activate that secret technique and strangle this human genius within the 6th rank. In exchange for a better living environment and resources for his race. Inside the palace on the peak, Lin Yuan received the news that Heyu-mo was bringing Heyu-ao to seek forgiveness. But Lin Yuan had no intention of meeting them. Before his life imprint merged into the cosmos, Lin Yuan could hardly settle down to cultivate, let alone meet people. And his eldest senior brother had made it very clear. For Lin Yuan, the most important thing now was to integrate his life imprint into the cosmos. As for everything else, even meeting his teacher, the Chicken Starlord, could be postponed, let alone Heyu Mo. It's almost time. Lin Yuan breathed out lightly, his eyes shining. Integrating the life imprint, though not difficult, and something any 6th rank evolver could achieve, was a process that required patience and could not be rushed. Kanglin Star. Continental Manor. Xiaoyuan's seclusion is lasting quite long this time. Lu Chong's face showed a hint of worry. Isn't that normal? Lin Xiaocheng had grown accustomed. After all, my son is Kanglin Star's once in 10 millennia genius. What's a few months of seclusion? I've heard those higher rank evolvers, every time they seclude themselves, it could be for dozens or even hundreds of years. Lin Xiaocheng said. Right, daughter. Lin Xiaocheng glanced at Lin Yi not far away. At the moment, Lin Yi was watching the 13th Peak Master's combat videos over and over. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Yi responded nonchalantly. Just then, the smart housekeeper mentioned that someone had come to visit. Governor Song has come over? Lu Chong immediately stood up, ready to greet the visitor personally. Because of Lin Yuan's championship in the arena competition, Song Wuyang often came over to pay his respects. So, Song Wuyang's visit did not attract much attention from the family. Very soon, Song Wuyang walked in. Governor Song, Xiaoyuan is currently in closed meditation and can't come out for the time being. I'm sorry. Lu Chong's face was full of apologies. She naturally knew that Song Wuyang's visit could only mean he was looking for Lin Yuan. As for them, they didn't have the status to warrant a personal visit from Governor Song. I'll notify Xiaoyuan right away. Lin Xiaocheng got up, intending to send a message to Lin Yuan. Of course, such a notification was like leaving a voicemail, which Lin Yuan would only see when he was done with his affairs. No need, no need. Song Wuyang hurriedly waved his hand. Mr. Lin must be busy over at Chicken Main Star. I just came over to have a look. I wouldn't dare disturb him. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong and Lin Xiaocheng looked slightly stunned. What did Song Wuyang just say? Xiaoyuan is on Chicken Main Star. Governor Song, you must be mistaken. My brother was still in meditation in the main building a few days ago. Lin Yi, noticing that error in Song Wuyang's words, couldn't help but interject. Little Yi, Lu Chong glared at Lin Yi. Even if Song Wuyang was mistaken, it wasn't appropriate to point it out directly. That was too impolite. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it, Governor Song. Little Yi is just like that. But still, you must pay attention to rest amidst your busy schedule. Lin Xiaocheng seized the opportunity to say, Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lu, and Miss Lin. Song Wuyang's expression became solemn. I'm not mistaken. Mr. Lin should indeed be on Chicken Main Star. Song Wuyang paused for a moment, then continued. Also, there is some great news I need to share. Your son, Mr. Lin Yuan, is the 13th Peak Master of the Red Kun lineage. Song Wuyang declared. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xiaocheng, Lu Chong, and Lin Yi looked at Song Wuyang. It seems like Governor Song has indeed been overworking himself. Lin Xiaocheng stepped forward to smooth things over. However, Governor, such a joke about the 13th Peak Master isn't appropriate, that's. Lin Xiaocheng hinted delicately. With his status, he naturally had no place to correct a planetary governor. But this matter could be big or small, and could even involve his own family, so Lin Xiaocheng summoned the courage to speak. Ha 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 ha, Song Wuyang saw their reactions and showed no sign of surprise. When he first learned that the 13th Peak Master's true identity was Lin Yuan, he was no less shocked. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lu, and Miss Lin, I, Song Wuyang, am quite lucid. Your son is the 13th Peak Master. Soon, a guard unit from Chengxi Main Star will come to protect you, Song Wuyang said earnestly. Ah, Lu Chong and Lin Xiaocheng looked at each other in bewilderment. It was at this moment that they faintly realized that Song Wuyang was not joking. Impossible. My brother is just at 4th rank, while the 13th Peak Master is at 6th rank. Lin Yi couldn't help but say. That's because the 13th Peak Master's talent and aptitude are too terrifying. If he revealed his true identity, those different species would surely keep attempting assassinations continuously. Song Wuyang said without hesitation. He then directly shared the identity confirmation document from Chengxi Mainstar with them. Lu Chong and Lin Xiaocheng were flabbergasted. After seeing the unique seal of Chengxi Mainstar on the document, they took a while to come to their senses. "Then I'll take my leave now. If there is anything, you can contact me at any time." Seeing the situation, Song Wuyang immediately got up to leave. He had come specifically to inform Lu Chong and Lin Xiaocheng of this matter. In order to gain their favor. Now that he had achieved his goal, and Lu Chong and the Lin family probably had a lot to discuss, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to remain on Chicken Main Star at the palace atop the 13th peak. Finally, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. Ever since he arrived at Chicken Main Star, he hadn't rested at all, constantly integrating his life force brand into the universe. At last, he had completed it, right before stepping into 6th rank. The martial path evolutionary path had already been nearly perfected. A thought suddenly struck Lin Yuan. The perfected martial path evolutionary path was no longer limited to Taiyin Taiyang Taiji. It could include all sorts of world energy rules into the martial arts system and cultivate according to the martial Dao cultivation system. Let's upload it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. After advancing into 6th rank, he had always been busy. Only the changes in the door to the myriad realms had distracted him for a while. Now, finally having some time, he was ready to upload the martial path evolutionary path. The perfected martial path evolutionary path significantly reduced the threshold for cultivation. Lin Yuan was somewhat eager to see what the three goddesses would think of it. Martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's thoughts diverged, his expression showing brief contemplation. After its refinement, the martial path evolutionary path saw a significant enhancement in potential. Apart from the Dao of Taiji formed by Taiyin and Taiyang, evolvers could choose their own preferred paths and then combine them with others to form many branches. Furthermore, the lower limit of the martial path evolutionary path, or more accurately, the training threshold, had also been reduced significantly. Simply put, it is more adaptable, and the evolvers practicing martial Dao have greater hopes of advancing to the 3rd rank, 4th rank, and 5th rank. Spreading the evolutionary path related to oneself, the more lives that practice it, the more it enhances certain foundations, aiding the ultimate leap in the future. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The related to oneself. Here could be like the ancient gods' evolutionary path, imitating everything about the ancient gods. It could also be like Lin Yuan, who established a certain evolutionary path and then spread it. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan actively connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected Level 5 Citizen Lin Yuan, the Goddess of Wisdom is pleased to serve you. The solemn and chilly voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. I need to update the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan spoke. Lin Yuan had not yet created the 6th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path, so it was somewhat inaccurate to say he was uploading. It was merely a refinement of the previously existing 2nd layer chapter, 3rd rank chapter, 4th rank chapter, and 5th rank section, so it was more appropriate to refer to it as an update. Afterwards, Lin Yuan then synchronized the refined martial path evolutionary path to the Goddess of Wisdom in its entirety. Just after the Goddess of Wisdom received the martial path evolutionary path. In a mysterious space far away from the Chicken Main Star. Massive screens flickered rapidly, crazily analyzing and deducing the latest martial path evolutionary path. This evolutionary path is likely to advance to the 8th layer, re-evaluation beginning. Preliminary evaluation. The latest martial path evolutionary path significantly reduces the training threshold and increases ultimate potential. Beginning in-depth evaluation. In-depth evaluation. Starting from the 2nd layer chapter, the difficulty of training shows a significant downward trend. Analyzing reasons. This evolutionary path incorporates various energies into the system. In-depth evaluation. The fusion of different energies will produce unforeseen variables, which could be worse or better. In-depth evaluation. Evaluation of martial path evolutionary path enhanced, overall potential increased. In-depth evaluation. The creator of this evolutionary path, personal security level risen, reached 9-star level. Contacting the goddess of freedom, goddess of justice, re-evaluation starting. Chicken main star. At the central plaza. Haeyu Mo's expression remained unchanged, but inside he was growing anxious. What does this 13-peak master mean? I've mentioned offering treasures, yet he won't even meet with me. Haeyu Mo's eyebrows twitched. He regarded his actions as flawless. Coming here to apologize and seeking an audience with the 13 Peaks master, everything was logical and legitimate. He couldn't find any fault, even if the 13 Peaks master didn't forgive him. He ought to at least meet with him once to inquire what treasures were offered, right? But now, his self-abasing plea had not received any response at all. If I wait any longer, the 13 Peaks master may complete the integration of the life brand. Haeyu Mo steadied his spirit and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. If the 13 Peaks master successfully integrates the life brand, even if Haeyu Mo successfully kills him, he would be smoothly resurrected later on. Indeed, that evolver from the insect race had said, regardless of whether he could utterly destroy the 13 Peaks master, his clan and race would receive sufficient favor and corresponding resource allocation. But utterly destroying the 13 Peaks master versus not achieving an utter destruction or not killing at all, would definitely affect the final treatment of his race. Since he would die in the aftermath no matter what, Haeyu Mo naturally hoped his death would be worthwhile. No rush. Take your time. I now must not reveal any abnormality. Haeyu Mo knew, being in the Red Kun lineage, he was being watched by countless eyes. He had to maintain a demeanor befitting his status. I don't believe the 13 Peaks master won't come out. Haeyu Mo took a deep breath. Estimating the time, the 13 Peaks master must have completed the integration of the life brand by now. Haeyu Mo knew, the chance to utterly destroy the 13 Peaks master was no longer substantial. Now he could only consider killing the 13 Peaks master, and even if he was resurrected by the human race's supreme being later, it would be many years later. And for the human race to resurrect the 13 Peaks master, a huge price would need to be paid. The evolver from the insect race had tasked Haeyu Mo with the assassination, risking his life. And Haeyu Mo never considered making the supreme being of the insect race resurrect him. Because the insect race would likely never agree. Even if the insect race agreed, Haeyu Mo wouldn't believe it. At the palace atop the 13 Peaks, Lin Yuan waited for a while and, finding that the goddess of wisdom was still evaluating the martial path evolutionary path, he connected his consciousness to the virtual world and entered his personal space. Lin Yuan glanced at the visitor request list. The list was densely packed. At a rough count, there were at least tens of thousands of citizens wishing to visit him. And this number was increasing every moment. The identity of the 13 Peaks master indeed attracts too much attention. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, setting the visitor filter to 6th rank evolvers, or his own relatives and friends. Suddenly, the visitor list cleared out. Mom and Dad left me a message. Lin Yuan scanned the message list. The so-called messages were not call requests and wouldn't disturb Lin Yuan. It's time we met. Lin Yuan invited his parents and sister into his personal space. In less than a moment, Lin Xiaocheng, Lu Chong, and Lin Yi appeared in the personal space. Brother. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yuan with admiration. Now standing before her was not just her brother, but the peak master of Shisan, whose countless fans throughout the Chicken Star domain yearned for a glimpse. Xiaoyuan, these few days you spent on the Chicken Main Star, Kanglin Star was celebrating like it was a festival. Governor Song personally made an appearance, congratulating you on becoming the peak master of Shisan alongside all the citizens. Numerous corporate enterprises even spent vast amounts of money to hang a huge banner outside the planet. Lu Chong said with a smile. Lin Yuan smiled silently. Becoming the peak master of Shisan had indeed had a profound impact on Kanglin Star. Without mentioning the many other benefits, let me point out one. From now on, Kanglin Star might become the must-visit holy land of the entire Chicken Star domain. Every year, countless tourists from major star domains will specifically visit Kanglin Star to witness the planet where the peak master of Shisan once resided. Just from tourism revenue alone, Kanglin Star could probably earn a fortune. Therefore, all of Kanglin Star, from top to bottom, owes Lin Yuan gratitude. Xiaoyuan, Lin Xiaocheng was overjoyed. Our Lin family has truly honored our ancestors. This is not just any honoring of ancestors, I don't know how many good deeds I did in my past life. The ancients say, when one man attains the Tao, his pets ascend to heaven. In our case, it's more than ascending to heaven, those big shots are nearly kneeling at our doorstep. In these past few days, Lin Xiaocheng had felt deeply moved. Previously, Lin Yuan was known as the champion of the arena competition. But in the eyes of Kanglin Star's top decision-makers, he was at most given extra attention, as they valued only Lin Yuan himself. However, now, these big shots treated their family even more warmly and respectfully than their own parents. Lin Yuan listened with a smile as his parents and sister shared their feelings. As the peak master of Shisan, his power and influence within the Chicken Star domain were terrifying. Not just the corporate forces of Kanglin Star, but even one of the 5 great forces of the Star domain like the Heiyu family had to try everything to curry his favor. And Lin Yuan's family members were certainly being showered with various praises. By the way, Xiao Yuan, as if recalling something, Lu Chong pulled out a list and said, Governor Song gave me a list to give to you. It contains the names of people who cursed you online during the Heiyu family incident. In this era of interstellar civilization, every citizen enjoys the freedom of speech. But this freedom of speech is on the condition that it does not harm other citizens. Online insults, strictly speaking, can be pursued by the insulted party. Punish the few ringleaders and let the rest go. Lin Yuan looked at the list and said casually, given the pressure exerted by the Heiyu family at that time and their guidance of public opinion, countless citizens had been led astray. If all were pursued, perhaps 1/10 of Kanglin Star's citizens would be unfortunate. After chatting with his family, Lin Yuan disconnected the virtual world connection. Should be about settled now, right? Lin Yuan waited for the response from the Goddess of Wisdom. A moment later, the solemn voice of the Goddess of Wisdom transmitted. Respected 5th-rank citizen Lin Yuan, according to the final verdict, the updated, martial path evolutionary path you provided has significantly lowered its threshold and greatly enhanced its potential. Apart from the original value of the evolutionary path, you will be awarded an additional 500,000 merit points. 500,000 merit points. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. This time he had only updated the martial path evolutionary path, without uploading subsequent content for the martial path evolutionary path. He originally thought that an award of 1 or 200,000 merit points would suffice, so 500,000 merit points were unexpected. To know, even combining the first-tier chapter to the 5th-rank chapter of the previous martial path evolutionary path wouldn't even come close to 500,000 merit points. The probability of advancing to the 6th rank is 95%. The probability of advancing to the 7th rank is 30%, and the probability of advancing to the 8th layer evolution path is 10%. Lin Yuan also glanced at the latest information on the martial path evolutionary path. The probability of advancing to the 6th rank evolution path has not changed, still at 95%. Lin Yuan slightly nodded, feeling nothing strange. A 95% chance of advancing to the 6th rank represented a very high probability, as most 5th rank evolution paths have only a 30 to 40% chance of advancing to the 6th rank. Over 50% is considered extremely good, let alone 95%. The chance for advancing to the 7th rank has increased by 10%, and the chance for advancing to the 8th layer has increased by 5%. Lin Yuan speculated that the increase in the probability of advancing to the 7th and 8th ranks was entirely due to the integration of various energy systems, which induced a kind of transformation and sublimation to the entire martial arts evolution system. Let's take a look at the latest rankings of the martial Tao evolutionary path. Lin Yuan continued to check the updated information of the martial Tao evolutionary path, looking at the rankings column. First in the Kanglin evolution ranking. 12th in the Chicken evolution rankings? Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. If he remembered correctly, weren't the martial Tao evolutionary path previously ranked 53rd in the Chicken evolution rankings? 12th. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Ordinary evolvers might not understand what this meant. But as the peak master of Shisan, Lin Yuan naturally knew what it meant to be ranked in the top 50 on the Chicken evolution rankings. The Chicken evolution rankings were divided into 2 levels. The top 50. The bottom 50. The evolution paths in the top 50 were all 7th or 8th rank evolution pathways. As for the bottom 50, there were 7th-rank evolution pathways and 6th-rank evolution pathways. It was already unthinkable for the Marshall-Dow evolutionary path to previously make it to the 53rd place in the chicken evolution rankings with a 5th-rank evolution pathway. After all, from 50th to 100th place in the chicken evolution rankings were either 6th or 7th-rank evolution pathways. But now, the Marshall-Dow evolutionary path had actually made it into the top 50. And it was a prominent position in the top 50, 12th place. Keep in mind the Marshall-Dow evolutionary path was still a 5th-rank evolution pathway. A mere 5th-rank evolution pathway had broken into a ranking dominated by 7th and 8th-rank evolution pathways? Chicken Prime Virtual World, Central Plaza area. Many evolvers and high-ranking citizens had gathered. In pairs and small groups, they talked quietly. Even though more than a year had passed, the main topic among the many evolvers on the plaza was still the Marshall-Dow evolutionary path. There was no choice. The Marshall-Dow evolutionary path was too exaggerated, too unique. The top 100 evolution paths of the chicken evolution rankings were 6th, 7th, and 8th rank evolution pathways. The only one mixed in was a 5th rank evolution pathway. It inevitably drew a second glance. I bet that once the 6th rank chapter of the Marshall-Dow evolutionary path is uploaded, its ranking will definitely rise again, breaking into the top 50. Nonsense, now the Marshall-Dow evolutionary path is already in the top 53. Once the 6th rank chapter is uploaded, the overall rank will rise. As long as the 6th rank chapter performs steadily, it could probably break into the top 30 or 20. All the evolution paths in the top 50 of the chicken evolution rankings are 7th or 8th rank evolution pathways. If the Marshall-Dow evolutionary path can break into it with a 6th rank evolution pathway, tisk tisk. The many evolvers talked rapidly among themselves. Just then, the chicken evolution rankings began to refresh. The 100 evolution paths on the ranking board simultaneously blurred. All the evolvers in the plaza stared at the evolution rankings full of anticipation. Several breaths later, the chicken evolution rankings refresh was complete. Damn it! The Marshall-Dow evolutionary path has broken into the top 50. Not just the top 50, it's the 12th place, almost broke into the top 10. What's going on? I thought after uploading the 6th rank chapter, it could about make it into the top 20 or 30. It seems I still underestimated the scholar who developed this evolution path. Let me see what is so exquisite about the 6th rank chapter of the Marshall-Dow evolutionary path that it allowed the Marshall-Dow evolutionary path to rise from 53rd to 12th place. Countless evolvers, filled with anticipation and excitement, went to the purchasing interface of the Marshall-Dow evolutionary path, looking to buy the 6th rank chapter. Immediately, everyone discovered a horrifying scene. Marshall-Dow evolutionary path did not have a 6th rank chapter. What's going on? Where's the 6th rank chapter? Where is the 6th rank chapter of my Marshall path evolutionary path? Has the virtual world not updated, or is it a network problem? Countless evolvers were in an uproar. In everyone's view, for the Marshall path evolutionary path to leap forward by more than 40 ranks from the original 53rd to the 12th. The only possibility was the upload of the 6th rank chapter. Without the enhancement of the 6th rank chapter, how could the Marshall path evolutionary path break into the 12th position on the chicken evolution rankings? In fact, even if the Marshall path evolutionary path had uploaded the 6th rank chapter, such a rapid rise in the rankings was incredible. However, incredible as it may be, it is understandable. After all, with an additional 6th rank chapter, the Marshall path evolutionary path was truly a 6th rank evolution path. And such potential for improvement, when thought through carefully, does make sense. But now, without the 6th rank chapter? Without the 6th rank chapter, how did we break into the 12th rank? Many evolvers initially thought it was a delay in the virtual world update, or a network latency in their area. That's what caused them not to see the 6th rank chapter. However, after communicating and finding that others also hadn't seen the 6th rank chapter, they were stunned. If it was just one or two evolvers who hadn't discovered the 6th rank chapter, it might have been due to other factors, an isolated case, or perhaps network latency. But if no one has seen the 6th rank chapter, then there's only one possibility. That is that the Marshall path evolutionary path doesn't have a 6th rank chapter. But this possibility leads to another astonishing fact. How did the Marshall Path evolutionary path, without a 6th rank chapter, break into the 12th spot on the chicken evolution rankings? If you say that the Marshall Path evolutionary path, with only up to the 5th rank, entered the 53rd spot on the chicken evolution rankings, it's like mixing an elementary student among a group of college students. Extremely conspicuous. Then still only with 5th rank, the Marshall Path evolutionary path broke into the top 50, into the 12th position. It's akin to an infant with a pacifier mixing among a group of PhDs? How the hell is that possible? What on earth is going on? Without uploading the 6th rank chapter, how is the Marshall Path evolutionary path now 12th? Huh? It seems like the Marshall Path evolutionary path has changed a bit. The word count of the 2nd layer chapter to the 5th stage section has been modified? It's normal for there to be modifications. The evolution paths on the ranking list aren't set in stone. Occasionally there are some changes, but that still doesn't explain how the Marshall Path evolutionary path became 12th. Maybe the reason lies within the modified content? Many evolvers and high-level citizens began to notice that the content they had purchased from the 2nd layer chapter to the 5th stage section had changed. So everyone subconsciously started to review it. How is this possible? The Marshall Path evolutionary path can incorporate any energy system? It's too incredible. No wonder there was such a significant climb in the rankings. The qualitative change. It boosts the potential of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. A 6th rank evolver's expression changed slightly. With his insight, he could just make out the impact of the changes to the Marshall Path evolutionary path. If the Marshall Path evolutionary path was no longer limited to Taiyin and Taiyang, then the many evolvers of human civilization following the Marshall Path evolutionary path would benefit, able to follow the paths they were proficient in. This could be a qualitative breakthrough in the chances of producing higher rank evolvers. No wonder the Marshall Path evolutionary path, before uploading the 6th rank, was able to break into the top 12 on the chicken evolution rankings. No wonder the great scholar who established the Marshall Path evolutionary path would personally update the path. Because this is extremely important for martial arts evolutionaries. Truly worthy of being an evolution scholar, to have expanded the Marshall Path evolutionary path to such heights. No good. Previously I was only vaguely aware of Taiyin and Taiyang, which is why I didn't follow the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Now, I don't need to grasp Taiyin and Taiyang. The Marshall Path evolutionary path can still be cultivated, so I need to switch evolution paths. Me too. This is the masterpiece of some evolution scholar. After all, there's definitely no mistake in following it for cultivation. Many evolvers left the Central Plaza area, clearly intending to pass the news onto their backing family powers. Chicken main star, palace at the peak of the 13 peaks. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, 500,000 merit points. It's enough for a promotion to a level 6 citizen. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The perfected Marshall Path evolutionary path had been rewarded with an enormous sum of 500,000 merit points by the goddess of wisdom. You should know that there are only a few ways to acquire merit points. Without exception, they are awarded for making contributions to human civilization. Other than founding a complete and new evolution path like Lin Yuan, or developing other technologies beneficial to human civilization. The main channel is to go to the battlefields of different races to kill alien beings in exchange for merit points. According to Lin Yuan's knowledge, killing alien strong ones would grant corresponding amounts of merit points. A 6th rank alien race strongman is worth 1,000 merit points. A 7th rank alien race strongman is worth between 10,000 and 100,000 merit points. An 8th rank alien race is worth over 1,000,000 merit points. The 500,000 merit points that Lin Yuan had received was equivalent to half an 8th rank alien race strongman, or perhaps dozens of 7th rank alien race strong ones? Of course, killing alien strong ones is just one way to obtain merit points. On the battlefields of different races, if one could lead an army of evolvers to victory in local warfare against the alien races. Even without killing an alien strong one can still obtain the corresponding merit points. It's too dangerous. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. On the battlefields of different races, earning merit points sounds easy. Killing a 6th rank alien strong one can earn you 1,000 points. But in reality, a 6th rank alien won't just wait for you to kill them. It requires evolvers to risk their lives. A 6th rank evolver, wanting to kill a 6th rank alien strong one. really needs to pay a great price, and that alien strong one isn't a fool either. If they know they're outmatched, they will flee. Defeating a 6th rank alien is easy, killing them is difficult. And alien strong ones often do not come alone, but in clusters. In such situations, killing them is really difficult. It is the same with all 6th rank aliens, not to mention the 7th and 8th ranks. Thousands of years ago, the Chicken Star Lord, enraged by the assassination of a disciple, went on a killing spree on the alien battlefields. But most of those he killed were aliens below the 6th rank. Basically cannon fodder. The truly powerful aliens had fled early. And after a while, the Chicken Star Lord was blocked by alien strong ones of the same rank. All the alien strong ones capable of stalemating with human civilization, close in power to the insect race notwithstanding, are extremely powerful. Upgrade to a 6th rank citizen, Lin Yuan thought to himself. His citizenship rank instantly upgraded from 5th rank to 6th rank. From 5th rank citizen to 6th rank citizen, it requires 500,000 merit points, which Lin Yuan had already saved by perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. Moments later, Lin Yuan successfully became a 6th rank citizen. At the same time, an email from the Human Civilization Alliance was sent to Lin Yuan's inbox. The email content generally introduced some of the many privileges of a 6th rank citizen. Most privileges of a 6th rank citizen are advanced versions of those of a 5th rank citizen. Besides, a 6th rank citizen, compared to a 5th rank citizen, has an additional benefit, a certain privilege. The benefit being that upon promotion to a 6th rank citizen, one will receive a bottle of evolution elixir issued by Human Civilization. 6th rank evolution elixir. The function of this evolution elixir is to forcibly elevate an evolver's physical body and soul to the 6th rank level. Of course, only the physical body and soul are enhanced. As for the comprehension of rules and the understanding of evolutionary paths, those will not change, as they cannot be improved by external means. This benefit exists specifically for scientists and developers who aren't skilled in the paths of evolution. These scientists and developers might have made significant contributions to human civilization but lack evolutionary talent, being only 2nd or 3rd rank evolvers. And taking gene elixirs and the like carries the risk of death. So, once the level of citizenship reaches the 6th rank, one can obtain the 6th rank evolution elixir. The 6th rank evolution elixir, when taken, carries no risks, and the physical body and soul perfectly transform. Of course, human civilization grants such a benefit to 6th rank citizens primarily to enable them to live thousands to tens of thousands more years. To continue contributing to human civilization. 6th rank evolution elixir. Lin Yuan looked astonished. Such a rare treasure that can elevate an ordinary person to the status of 6th rank evolver in one stride is obviously priceless. At least Lin Yuan hadn't seen such a product on the market app when he was a 5th rank citizen, clearly not having sufficient privileges. However, evolvers who step into the 6th rank by taking the 6th rank evolution elixir are estimated to be at the lowest end of the 6th rank combat power. Lin Yuan was aware. The combat power of 6th rank evolvers is composed of multiple aspects. One is the basic strength of a 6th rank level. Another is mastery of the secret techniques they wield. Third is the degree of perception of rules. And fourth is the strength of their own cultivation evolutionary path. Evolvers who took the 6th rank evolution elixir possess only the basic strength of the 6th rank. The second privilege or eligibility of a 6th rank citizen is to participate in the Star Alliance conference held once every century. The so-called Star Alliance is an alliance formed of multiple star domains. Currently, the Chicken Star Domain is part of the Anand Star Alliance. And the Star Alliance conference is initiated by the official Anand Star Alliance, with only the 6th rank citizens and above eligible to participate. At the Star Alliance conference, all participating citizens can propose their suggestions. The scale of these suggestions can vary greatly. On a small scale, it concerns individual benefits. For instance, a 6th rank citizen might suggest they lack a personal battleship and therefore apply to the Anand Star Alliance. The Anand Star Alliance will most likely allocate a battleship to this 6th rank citizen. On a large scale, it involves altering certain laws within the Anand Star Alliance, such as a 6th rank citizen who feels that the death penalty isn't humane and wants to abolish it. The Anand Star Alliance will consider this suggestion and eventually respond with approval, rejection, or reservation. Of course, the laws here solely refer to those internal to the Star Alliance. As for the charter laws enacted by the Cosmic Human Alliance, they are beyond what a sixth-rank citizen can question. Star Alliance Conference? Lin Yuan pondered. This conference symbolizes the supreme power of a Star Alliance, and only sixth-rank citizens who have made significant contributions to human civilization are qualified to participate. After carefully reviewing the many privileges of sixth-rank citizens, Lin Yuan stood up and walked out of the palace. "Take me to see the teacher." Lin Yuan glanced at the supervisor outside the palace. "Yes, Peak Master, please follow me." The supervisor, showing great respect, led Lin Yuan towards the largest central mountain. "I've seen the teacher," inside the Crimson Palace. Lin Yuan bowed slightly towards the Chicken Star Lord, who was seated on the throne. "Ha ha ha ha. My good disciple, quickly stand up," the Chicken Star Lord immediately said. His gaze towards Lin Yuan grew increasingly satisfied. Lin Yuan had truly outdone himself. During this period, he had won so much face for him that, although those old geezers didn't say much, their envious tones plainly showed they wished they could snatch Lin Yuan away to be their own disciple. "How are you feeling? Are you acclimating well?" the Chicken Star Lord asked with concern. It was Lin Yuan's first time on Chicken Main Star, and he might be somewhat unaccustomed to it. "Not bad." Lin Yuan nodded. "That's good then," the Chicken Star Lord said, a smile appearing on his face. "If you have any issues, tell your teacher directly," the Chicken Star Lord said. Then, after talking with the Chicken Star Lord for a while, Lin Yuan got up and left. On the 13 peaks, Lin Yuan gathered with his 12 senior martial brothers. "Congratulations, junior brother. Ha ha ha, finally getting to see you in person, junior brother," the 12 senior martial brothers warmly greeted him. "Right, junior brother," the third senior brother asked, "are you planning to meet Heiyu Mo or not?" As soon as he said this, the rest of the senior martial brothers instantly quieted down and turned their gazes to Lin Yuan. "Heiyu Mo?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan said, "Better not to meet. There's nothing worth discussing." Lin Yuan had no intention of meeting Heiyu Mo at all. "Understood," the third senior brother nodded immediately upon hearing this. If Lin Yuan were willing to meet with Heiyu Mo, it would imply there was room for easing tensions between the two. It was simply a matter of how much Heiyu Mo would have to pay as a price. But the refusal to meet made Lin Yuan's intentions crystal clear. "It's time to investigate the Heiyu family," the second senior brother hinted. "Leave it to me. The Heiyu family will halt all commercial activities. All members are forbidden from leaving their resident planets, and accept the surveillance of the chicken lineage," the third senior brother declared. This statement effectively announced the downfall of the Heiyu family. The Heiyu family had a profound influence within the Chicken Star domain. A direct clampdown wouldn't look good. However, by employing surveillance to force a cessation of all activities, it was akin to death by 1,000 cuts. Their decline was a matter of time. For the chicken lineage, the Heiyu family was nothing more than a dog kept outside. If the dog failed to obey, it could be easily replaced. Now that the dog had dared to bite its master, it could no longer be kept. "Thank you, my fellow senior brothers," Lin Yuan said earnestly. "What's there to thank for? We are brothers. In the future, we must support each other," they responded. "Yes, this is trivial," the 12 senior martial brothers said with a chuckle. Half a day later, Lin Yuan returned to the palace where he had been in seclusion. "Everything is pretty much taken care of. I can proceed with the traversal." Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, his consciousness sinking into his mind, arriving in front of the grand and magnificent door to the myriad realms. "Let's first have a look at some information on this traversal." Lin Yuan allowed a sliver of consciousness to merge into the door to the myriad realms. In a daze, Lin Yuan found himself before a colossal, boundless world. This world. In a flash of astonishment, Lin Yuan saw an immortal mountain shrouded in immortal qi, a wasteland enveloped in ghostly energy, and a massive nest deep in demonic power. This world. Outside the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan's expression was grave. Through the slight touch of his consciousness, he knew that this traversal would grant him a stay of 500 years in the other world, with the passage of time in the main world amounting to roughly 3 to 4 months. "Let us begin." Lin Yuan's consciousness returned, and after some minor preparations, he announced he was entering seclusion. Finally, he once again faced the door to the myriad realms. With a slight thought, the door emitted a sucking force, drawing Lin Yuan's consciousness into it. Name: Lin Yuan, Jun Wuji. Identity: holder of the myriad realms gate. Bonded talent: against heaven's understanding. Current state: consciousness descent. Remaining residency time: 500 years. The clouds and mist were ethereal. Immortal chi twined around. A somewhat frail-looking youth lay on a recliner, with two maid servants gently massaging him by his side. I didn't expect this consciousness descent to be with such an identity. The frail youth, who was Lin Yuan, discreetly took in his surroundings. The maidens who were massaging him appeared to be soft and weak, but Lin Yuan could vaguely feel a subtle spiritual pressure emanating from them. Golden Core Realm female cultivators. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and rubbed his brow. Through the memories of the original body, Lin Yuan understood that this time he had traveled to a world of immortal Tao. To say it was a world of immortal Tao wasn't quite accurate, it was more like a large world dominated by the immortal path. My father, he is the disciple with the highest talent in this generation of the Tao Te Immortal sect, having mutated heavenly spiritual root aptitude and is being nurtured as the next immortal sect leader. My mother is the daughter of the immortal sect leader of the Tao Te Immortal sect, a beloved gem adored like the moon by all the stars. My maternal grandfather is the 30th generation sect leader of the Tao Te Immortal sect, an ancient saint of the refinement void who suppresses the entire divine continent, and whose strength ranks among the top 3 in the immortal sect's history. My elder brother also has heavenly spiritual root aptitude and is expected to reach the divinity transformation stage in the future. My second sister has mutated earth spiritual root. With the support of the sect's resources, there is also a great possibility for her to enter the divinity transformation stage. As for me, am I just a waste without any spirit root aptitude? Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this world, spirit roots are crucial. They act as the bridge that communicates between the heavens and the earth. Spirit roots are categorized as heavenly spiritual root, earth spiritual root, dual spiritual roots, triple spiritual roots, quadruple spiritual roots, and quintuple spiritual roots. The quintuple spiritual roots are also known as waste spiritual roots. With Lin Yuan's background, even if he had such a waste spiritual root as the quintuple spiritual roots, he would still be able to become a foundation establishment practitioner, or even a golden core cultivator, with the support of bountiful resources. But he had no spirit root aptitude at all. Without a spirit root, one cannot absorb spiritual energy from nature. Even if one forcibly entered the chi refining and foundation building stages with the aid of resources, they would rapidly lose their cultivation and eventually fall back to being immortal. It was like a bamboo basket, no matter how much water it held. It was of no use, it would all leak out swiftly. Efforts were in vain, like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Nature's spiritual energy? Lin Yuan carefully felt it for a moment. He discovered that this world was filled with strands and wisps of clear and pure energy. Although far from comparable to the scarlet spirit liquid of the red kun lineage in the main world, it was abundant and ubiquitous. What a pity! Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Without a spirit root, you can't even touch nature's spiritual energy. Lin Yuan couldn't even feel it. The only reason he could sense the spiritual energy was due to his powerful perception brought about by the descent of his consciousness. Young master, are you all right? As Lin Yuan pondered, the two maid servants by his side asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, although he was a talentless waste. His status as the third-generation descendant of immortals was still there. Even the maid servants who served him were in the golden core stage. One must know, in the outside world, golden core cultivators are considered significant figures and female golden core cultivators are highly sought after. Yet at the moment, the high and mighty female golden core cultivators were merely maid servants for Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan wished, they were ready to warm his bed at any time. You may leave for now. Lin Yuan waved his hand, yes. The two maid servants nodded and respectfully withdrew. Lin Yuan watched the two women leave. These two golden core stage maidservants were arranged by Lin Yuan's mother, not only to serve Lin Yuan but also as a protective measure. This world, A look of contemplation crossed Lin Yuan's face. This world, boundless and vast, with the Daoda immortal sect occupying the resource-rich central divine continent, boasted the strongest power, producing an ancient saint of refinement void generation after generation. Beyond the central divine continent, to the west were the lands inhabited by barbaric demon beasts. These transformative great demons coveted the divine continent and time after time were suppressed by the Daoda immortal sect. To the south of the central divine continent was the territory of the ghost cultivators of the netherworld. Its eerie and ghostly mist made it unsuitable for regular cultivators to stay for extended periods. To the north of the central divine continent were the devil cultivators, the strongest among them known as the blood demon, who cultivated the sea of blood demonic scripture with a claim that until the sea of blood dries up, they cannot die. Daoda immortal sect, barbaric demon beasts, ghost cultivators of the netherworld, devil cultivators to the north, these are the four main powers, and to the east are the overseas islands, where it is said that some followers of the left paths have taken root, but they haven't formed a significant presence. Without a doubt, among the many powers, the Daoda immortal sect is unquestionably the strongest. With the power of one sect, it monopolizes the most resource-rich central divine continent, driving the other three major powers to the margins. Lin Yuan silently thought. Through his memories, Lin Yuan knew that though the Daoda immortal sect claimed morality, their actions were exceedingly domineering. The central divine continent originally had other major immortal sects besides the Daoda immortal sect, but in the end, all were eradicated by the Daoda immortal sect. Eventually, the entire central divine continent was enjoyed solely by the Daoda immortal sect. No matter what world it is, strength determines everything. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The human civilization alliance in the main world is constantly expanding, engaging in battles with different species, seizing many star systems. Their actions were not unlike the Daoda immortal sects. With 500 years of residency time, I can take it slow. Lin Yuan glanced at the remaining residency time and breathed a sigh of relief. This place isn't the Daoda immortal sect. Lin Yuan rose to his feet. Where he was now was a paradise away from the mortal world, abundant in spiritual energy, but compared with the magnificent presence of the Daoda immortal mountain from his memory, it naturally fell short. So he couldn't withstand the blow and actively asked his parents to send him away from Mount Morality Immortal. Lin Yuan immediately found the reason from his memories. The original body couldn't practice cultivation, yet with a prominent ancestral background, none of the true disciples or sequence disciples of the Daoda immortal sect dared to bully him. However, living within the Daoda immortal sect and facing those disciples flying back and forth every day, he couldn't help but feel depressed. In front of him, disciples of the immortal sect who bowed and scraped held strengths and means that far exceeded his own. Under such extreme contrasts over a long time, Jun Wuji simply had his parents send him away. The reason Mount Morality Immortal was called Immortal Mountain was because its spiritual energy was so abundant it nearly took physical form. Practicing cultivation there had immeasurable benefits for any cultivator. But Jun Wuji didn't need any spiritual energy. Without a spirit root, no amount of spiritual energy was of use. Therefore, Mount Morality Immortal wasn't as important to Jun Wuji as one might imagine. This is good too. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, quite satisfied. If he were still at Mount Morality Immortal, under the watchful eyes of an ancient saint of refinement void, Lin Yuan would have to be very cautious at first. The ancient saint of refinement void was one of the strongest existences in this realm, capable of plucking stars and seizing the moon with the flick of a wrist. In the hierarchy of the main world, he was equivalent to a sixth rank of Alvar. Moreover, the founding artifact of the immortal sect wielded destructive powers capable of annihilating heavens and earth. An ancient saint of refinement void in possession of the sect's founding artifact was an invincible existence. This was why the Daoda immortal sect could occupy the central divine continent, so long as there was no break in the lineage of ancient saints. It was the most formidable force of the current era, without equal. This must be Cloud Mist Blessed Land, right? Lin Yuan observed carefully. Although the original body couldn't cultivate, he still had some understanding of the common knowledge in the cultivation world. In the central divine continent, there are 72 caves and 108 blessed lands. They are second only to Mount Morality Immortal, the top-tier cultivation sites. Among them, Cloud Mist Blessed Land is one of the 108 blessed lands. Its nature's spiritual energy so rich that it can sustain the daily practice and breakthroughs of nascent soul cultivators. Unwilling to stay at Mount Morality Immortal any longer, Jun Wuji's parents cleared out one of the 108 blessed lands, Cloud Mist Blessed Land, for him to live in, evidently doting greatly on their son. Cloud Mist Blessed Land was close to Mount Morality Immortal, so in case something happened, the cultivators of the Immortal sect could quickly come to aid. Family love. Jun Wuji had a good relationship with his parents, his elder brother and younger sister. Even the grandfather of the Immortal sect leader had seen him more than once. If Jun Wuji had spirit root talent, by all accounts, his future should be boundless. Alas, there are no ifs. In the central divine continent, there are countless treasures and rare materials. But to compensate for a lack of spirit root, or to even create a new one, those are few and far between, each exceedingly rare and significant. Outside Cloud Mist Blessed Land, two cultivators, a man and a woman shrouded in mist, stood silently overlooking the blessed land below. Wuji, the female cultivator, looking downhearted, gazed at Jun Wuji inside the blessed land and murmured to herself, "Lianer, don't be sad. Wuji doesn't have a spirit root, and there's nothing we can do about it." The male cultivator beside her whispered gently, "Normally, spirit roots are passed down through bloodlines. If the parents possess spirit roots, the likelihood of the next generation having them is greatly increased. But nothing is absolute. There are still cases where parents with high-quality spirit roots give birth to offspring with only third or fourth-class roots. However, cases like Jun Wuji's, where both parents are of the heavenly spiritual root, yet the son is born without any spirit root talent, are rare. Just like Jun Wuji's elder brother and younger sister, one with heavenly spiritual root and the other with a mutated earth spirit root, that's more common. I will ask Father to take out 9 heavens glazed water for Wuji to consume." The female cultivator said. 9 heavens glazed water, a treasure of the central divine continent, is said to possess the effect of rebirthing spirit roots, even in a mortal. Of course, no mortal has ever consumed 9 heavens glazed water. Who would let mortals consume something so precious when even the ancient saints would act decisively for it? Lianer, don't ever mention this in front of the sect master. 9 heavens glazed water is the main ingredient for crafting the ancient void elixir. And the ancient void elixir is crucial for the breakthrough from divinity transformation to the refining void ancient saint layer. Our Daoda Immortal sect absolutely cannot have a break in the lineage of ancient saints. The male cultivator beside her said solemnly. He, too, wanted to help his son. But the 9 heavens glazed water concerned the heritage of the Immortal sect. How could they treat it lightly? Even if it were Jun Wuji, let alone him, without reaching the peak of divinity transformation, he couldn't utilize the 9 heavens glazed water. The Daoda Immortal sect could only collect a thread of 9 heavens glazed water every 10,000 years, just enough to craft an ancient void elixir. The female cultivator fell silent. She understood this, too. But seeing her own son so despondent, it was hard for her heart not to ache. If he cannot grow into a towering tree, what we can do? The male cultivator sighed lightly, is to let him live out his life peacefully and quietly. Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Lin Yuan glanced in a certain direction. Finally gone, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Ever since his consciousness had descended, he had faintly sensed some kind of spying sensation. This sense of being watched carried no malice or intent to kill. It was probably his parents who had just brought him here. What am I now, exactly, seizure, or reincarnation? Lin Yuan picked up the jade teacup beside him and gently took a sip. The tea, turning into streams of spiritual energy as it entered his throat, nourished Lin Yuan's physical body. As expected of the third generation of immortals, such immortal tea, if placed outside, would probably cause a group of golden core stage cultivators to fight over it, right? Lin Yuan took a few more sips. It shouldn't be considered seizure. Lin Yuan concluded in his mind. The essence of seizure was the soul of the seizer taking over the physical body of the seized. But now, Jun Wuji's physical soul remained unchanged. It was just the consciousness that had been replaced by Lin Yuan. Besides, seizure was not unheard of in this world. If Lin Yuan had seized Jun Wuji, the parents who had already stepped into the nascent soul stage would have noticed. Even just the 2 golden core stage maid servants attending him would have been able to sense it. Perhaps my consciousness was cast into this world long ago, and I only awakened my memories now after encountering the confusion within the womb. Lin Yuan pondered. This could also explain why every time he transitioned, the time he regained consciousness differed. Forget it, these things are not important, Lin Yuan shook his head. Whether it was reincarnation or consciousness descent. After all, he is now Jun Wuji. The cultivation system of this world primarily revolves around the immortal path, with other paths such as those of demonic beasts, the ghost path, and the demonic Tao. They are all essentially similar. Although Jun Wuji lacked a spirit root, he had tried many cultivation methods, covering a broad range, and that's why Lin Yuan was now clear about it. While thinking, Lin Yuan made his way to the deepest part of the cloud mist blessed land. This place was the core of the entire blessed land and also the location with the most abundant spiritual energy. Staying in such an environment for a long time, even an ordinary person would benefit with longevity. I'm going to rest, no need to pay attention to me. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. Yes, 2 female voices responded from outside, belonging to Lin Yuan's 2 golden core stage maid servants. Chunhua, Choewi, as Lin Yuan's maid servants and bodyguards. Chunhua and Choewi were always focusing their divine sense on Lin Yuan. To prevent any accidents, the comment Lin Yuan just made was to have Chunhua and Choewi withdraw their divine sense. This was also a habit of the original Jun Wuji. Although he was an ordinary person, he did not like being shrouded in divine sense. Even though he couldn't feel the shroud of divine sense at all. Sensing that Chunhua and Chuyu's divine sense had left, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred and he took out several array discs. He then inserted spirit stones and activated them directly. Suddenly, a hazy, illusory barrier enveloped the surroundings. This array disc could block the probing of cultivators' divine sense. Even when facing a nascent soul or divinity transformation stage cultivator, it wouldn't block them but would give an early warning instead. Of course, Lin Yuan was not relying solely on these external items. Array discs or any other methods were all things Lin Yuan placed out in the open for others to see. His true reliance lay in his senses as a 6th rank evolver. The perception of a 6th rank evolver was equivalent to the refining void ancient saint layer, so even the sect master of the Daoda immortal sect probing Lin Yuan with divine sense in secret would be immediately detected. That should do it. Having done all this, Lin Yuan let out a slight breath of relief. Next, what he needed to do was to cultivate and recover his full strength as much as possible. Without strength, even with an unapproachable background and no one daring to offend, Lin Yuan would feel insecure. This world's cultivation system, from weak to strong, is divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divinity transformation, refined void. Lin Yuan had no spirit root and could not inhale and exhale the nature's spiritual energy. Naturally, he could not follow the immortal cultivation system. But for the martial Tao cultivation system, having a spirit root was not necessary. The martial Tao cultivation system established by Lin Yuan had a low threshold, especially for someone like him who had evolved the martial Tao to the 6th rank. It was a piece of cake. Exhale, inhale. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Internal energy circulated within him. A moment later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and took out a bottle of elixirs. He poured out a pellet and swallowed it. Once the elixir entered his body, it immediately transformed into a raging flow of blood energy, continuously forming the inner qi of the early stages of martial Tao. The differences between immortal path and the initial stages of martial Tao lay in immortal path requiring the refinement of the essence of nature into one's own internal energy. The essence of nature referred to here is the nature's spiritual energy. Whereas martial Tao involves refining the essence of oneself, transforming one's own internal energy. Efficiency-wise, refining the essence of nature in immortal path is naturally faster. After all, nature's spiritual energy is infinite and inexhaustible. Of course, its shortcomings were also very clear. That was being too dependent on nature's spiritual energy. If one were to lose access to that natural energy, or were in a place devoid of it, it's supposed that the immortal cultivation system would be cut off. While the early stages of the martial Tao cultivation system focus on refining one's own essence. No matter in what world, as long as one still possesses vitality, one can cultivate the martial Tao. Moreover, cultivating to deeper levels in martial Tao also enables one to forcibly inhale and exhale the spiritual energy of nature. This so-called spiritual energy of nature is merely a form of energy after all. It's just that cultivators of the immortal path attract spiritual energy with the spirit root within them, whereas martial Tao cultivators forcibly devour it. Half a day later, after consuming dozens of elixirs that enhance vitality, Lin Yuan stepped into the second layer. The second layer of martial Tao is equivalent to the foundation establishment stage of the immortal path. It's about time. Lin Yuan restrained his vitality and concealed the aura of the second layer of martial Tao. In this world, which is a great world of immortal path, if he were to suddenly display previously unseen talents or techniques, even without signs of seizure, it would attract the attention of others, especially with such a profound background. With an external grandfather at the level of an ancient saint of refining void, it's better to be cautious and careful about his actions. Lin Yuan didn't want his abnormal performance to lead his parents to take him to his grandfather for inspection, which might end up with him being kept by this ancient saint. I need to create a secret technique that blocks the detection of divine sense. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. In the world of immortal Tao, detection techniques are primarily based on divine sense. As long as the detection of divine sense can be obstructed, it essentially means that outsiders would have a hard time actively realizing Lin Yuan's true power. Divine sense, Lin Yuan pondered repeatedly. Divine sense is a certain application of the soul's power. To block the perception of divine sense, one must similarly use the soul's power to prevent it. With Lin Yuan's exceptional talent and having multiple evolution paths from the main world, including those involving the soul, he only took a few days to create a secret technique targeted at the probing of divine sense. This technique, utilizing one's own soul's power, forms a special barrier that instantly assimilates when the divine sense of other cultivators comes probing, thereby achieving the effect of shielding. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Upon activating this secret technique, in combination with his own realm, unless an ancient saint of refining void came personally and repeatedly inspected Lin Yuan directly, the abnormality could not be discovered. If Lin Yuan could recover to the 4th or 5th rank, even an ancient saint wouldn't be able to discover anything problematic as long as he meticulously checked multiple layers inward and outward. 2 months later, Lin Yuan was in the middle of secluded cultivation. Suddenly, at this moment, the maid Chunhua hurriedly came outside. "Young master, your older brother and second sister have come to see you." "I understand." Lin Yuan stopped his cultivation and went out. The older brother and second sister, mentioned by Chunhua, were naturally Lin Yuan's older brother and second sister. The three had a good relationship, with the older brother and second sister taking great care of Lin Yuan. Previously, when Lin Yuan was living in Mount Morality Immortal, one of the reasons no one dared to provoke him was not only because of the background of his parents and grandfather, but also because all disciples of Immortal Sect who provoked Lin Yuan were somehow beaten up several times by the older brother and second sister. Over time, when disciples of Immortal Sect saw Lin Yuan, they couldn't help but tremble, fearing they might be beaten if they made a mistake. After all, if other disciples beat you, you could still reason with them, at worst go to the enforcement hall of the Immortal Sect. But if Lin Yuan's older brother and second sister beat you, then you could only swallow your grievances. After all, their background was clear. Would the cultivators of the Immortal Sect's enforcement hall dare to truly punish the grandchildren of the ancient saint who were at the sect leader level? Even if the Immortal Sect leader emphasized many times that the cultivators of the enforcement hall must act impartially and must not engage in any favoritism. But who would dare to truly be impartial? Little brother. Little brother. Lin Yuan had not yet reached the front hall when he heard the voices of his older brother and second sister calling him. "Older brother, second sister," Lin Yuan greeted. "Ha ha ha, little brother, you look well. Tell me, who dared to show off in your presence? I'll make him suffer for a year." "A year isn't enough, at least 3 years," said the older brother and second sister with a smile. "Ha ha ha, it's okay. No need for such trouble." Lin Yuan waved his hand. Wuji, by nature, is not a bad person and doesn't dwell on things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his parents send him away willingly. Lin Yuan looked at his older brother and second sister in front of him. The older brother was a tall and burly man with a very approachable smile. It was said that the older brother had metal attribute heavenly spirit root talent and followed the path of a sword cultivator. He was powerful enough to rank among the top 3 of the nascent soul layer in Mount Morality Immortal. Every time the barbaric demon beasts from the west caused an uproar, it was always my eldest brother who led the suppression, his hands stained with the blood of countless demon kings. As for my second sister, she possesses a mutated thunder attribute earth spirit root. She appears gentle and reserved, but that is only in front of family members. Outside, my second sister bears the title of the Shenshao Fairy. If little brother says he won't pursue the matter, then it won't be pursued. Those people got off easy, my second-tier eldest brother said with a chuckle. They could tell that Lin Yuan's mood seemed to be pretty good now. Little brother, let me tell you, this cloud mist blessed land is also known as a prolonging life blessed land. Among the 108 blessed lands of the central divine continent, each blessed land has its unique effect, and the cloud mist blessed land's effect is prolonging life. By staying here long-term and occasionally consuming prolonging life elixirs, even without cultivating, living for hundreds or even 1,000 years is a very likely possibility. My eldest brother said. My second sister nodded in agreement. When our parents cleared the cloud mist blessed land for you to live in, there were quite a few elders in the sect who questioned it. But in the end, father stood his ground against the opposition and secured this cloud mist blessed land. My second sister said, I've caused trouble for our parents. Lin Yuan heaved a sigh. One could imagine the emotions of those elders in the immortal sect when they heard that one of the distinguished 108 blessed lands, the cloud mist blessed land, was going to be inhabited by a waste with no spirit root. But there was nothing they could do. Lin Yuan might lack a spirit root. But he has a powerful background. Even if others doubted, that was all they could do. They were powerless to make any substantial decisions. This is the privilege of a third generation from a family of immortals. These days, Lin Yuan's spirit was lifted with pleasure. After experiencing the fourth transmigration, the initial 20 years were spent suppressing the darkness of the Great Abyss. This transmigration started at the peak, perfect in every way except for the inability to cultivate. Even the sole drawback of being unable to cultivate was only in the eyes of others. In reality, Lin Yuan could still cultivate and even make rapid progress. By the way, little brother, now that you're living here, do you have any needs? Just tell your big brother. After chatting idly for a while, my eldest brother asked. Needs? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. I want to give cultivation another try. I need some immortal path skills, as well as skills related to body cultivation. Lin Yuan said. The reason for such a request was because Lin Yuan wanted to comprehend this world's cultivation system. Without a spirit root, Lin Yuan couldn't embark on the path of immortal cultivation. But that didn't mean he couldn't comprehend and draw inspiration from the immortal cultivation system. Some concepts and ideas from the immortal cultivation system could still provide Lin Yuan with some inspiration. And under the Against Heaven's understanding, these inspirations could amplify insights by tens or even hundreds of times. As for the latter request for body cultivation techniques, body cultivation is a branch derived from the immortal cultivation system. It focuses solely on forging the physical body, hence there are no restrictions related to having a spirit root. However, attempting body cultivation requires enduring endless agony. And with a lifespan no different from ordinary people, the original Jun Wuji never really explored this method of cultivation. After all, with his formidable background, Jun Wuji didn't need the limited strength that came from body cultivation. Little brother. My eldest brother and second sister sighed inwardly. They understood that Jun Wuji still hadn't given up on the idea of cultivating. Since ancient times, there has never been a case of someone without a spirit root being able to embark on the path of immortal cultivation. But the once Jun Wuji had always believed that the absence of precedents didn't mean there would be none in the future. Therefore, Jun Wuji often collected various immortal path skills and secret techniques from less orthodox paths to attempt cultivation. My eldest brother, second sister, and our parents all saw this happen. Although they knew Jun Wuji's efforts were unlikely to yield results, everyone didn't have the heart to stop him. Body cultivation skills. Little brother, the path of body cultivation entails great pain. You must be prepared mentally. My eldest brother couldn't help but remind him, for ordinary people, embarking on the path of body cultivation can be justified, as it boosts strength even if it doesn't extend lifespan. But for Jun Wuji, it was rather pointless, almost like a spare rib. After all, the level of Jun Wuji's strength hardly mattered, and he would rarely have the opportunity to take action. I want to see what the principles behind body cultivation techniques are. Lin Yuan stated his reason. In fact, Lin Yuan was curious about the details of how body cultivation techniques tempered the physical body. Generally speaking, no cultivator practices solely body cultivation techniques. They are usually practiced by those who have reached the golden core or nascent soul stage, as a way to enhance their physical strength and increase their ability to protect themselves. No problem, the elder brother nodded. Procedures and steps are required to take out the magical instruments and treasures of the Tao Te Immortal sect. But for cultivation techniques and secret techniques, apart from a very small number of them, the rest can be copied onto a jade slip and taken out in any quantity. The three chatted for a while longer. Then the elder brother and the second sister stood up to take their leave. Is there something the matter, elder brother? Lin Yuan keenly noticed that something was off in the elder brother's mood. According to elder brother's past habits, a visit to Lin Yuan would last at least half a day. It's nothing serious, it's just that those barbaric demon beasts in the West have been restless lately. I need to make a trip and kill a few dozen demon kings to deter them, the elder brother said nonchalantly, shaking his head. In the elder brother's mouth, demon kings, which correspond to cultivators in the nascent soul stage, seemed no different from livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Still, be careful. I've heard that there's been a new demon saint presence in the demon saint's nest. The second sister glanced at the elder brother and reminded him. The demon saint's nest, a sacred land for the barbaric demonic beasts, is said to be related to a certain demon saint. And a demon saint corresponds to the level of an ancient saint of refined void. Don't worry, if there really is a demon saint's aura, I'll definitely run, the elder brother replied with a nod. Demon saint's nest. Lin Yuan fell into thought. The Tao Te Immortal sect, possessing the rich resources of the central divine continent, seemed glorious from the outside, but the demonic beasts to the west, the ghost cultivators to the south, and the blood demons to the north, all had their eyes on the Tao Te Immortal sect. It was just that the Tao Te Immortal sect was so powerful that it suppressed any disobedience, and things had been peaceful for years. Ha 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 ha, second sister. I've told you not to talk about these things in front of junior brother. The elder brother laughed heartily as he saw Lin Yuan's expression. Don't worry. The life-saving methods bestowed by the sect master will keep me safe, even if I do encounter a demon saint, the elder brother continued before turning to leave. Junior brother. If you have any problems, you must tell your sister, the second sister impressed upon Lin Yuan before she, too, departed. For a time, cloud mist blessed land fell silent once more. Several days later, Tao Te Immortal sect disciples delivered dozens of jade slips. Inside were recorded dozens of profound immortal path skills. Included at the bottom were 3 jade slips, detailing the strongest 3 body cultivation techniques collected by the Tao Te Immortal sect. Body cultivation. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. He immediately began to browse through them. Body cultivation is renowned for forging the physical body. The martial path evolutionary path also places significant importance on tempering the physical body. The foundation of the martial arts evolution system is rooted in the physical body's qi and blood. Upon this foundation, it nurtures the spirit and evolves the primordial spirit. This realm's body cultivation lineage has the potential to continuously unearth the physical body's potential, purely increasing the strength of the physical body. Once the physical body reaches its limit, there's a certain chance that a physical body divine ability will be born, Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. A so-called physical body divine ability is an ability inscribed deep within the flesh and blood of the body. This ability, theoretically, should have no chance of manifesting due to its extreme subtlety, yet body cultivation techniques might indeed reawaken such ability. Of course, it's only a possibility. The emergence of a physical body divine ability, even for the lineage of body cultivation, is considered a legendary feat. Most cultivators who pursue body cultivation to its limits are unable to manifest a physical body divine ability. Physical body divine ability. Lin Yuan's eyes shone with vigor. With the methods of Against Heaven's understanding, he could completely refine and perfect the body cultivation techniques, greatly increasing the chance of giving birth to physical body divine abilities. From that day on, Lin Yuan secluded himself in the cloud mist blessed land, quietly recovering his strength while also comprehending the essence of this world's cultivation system. Time silently slipped by. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Cloud mist blessed land. Misty immortal qi. Atop the mountain loft, Lin Yuan lay on a recliner, leisurely ingesting the innate purple qi that appeared only in the early morning. Innate purple qi is a kind of nature's spiritual energy that can dispel hidden injuries, nourish the physical body, and greatly assist those following the body cultivation path. Compared to 20 years ago, Lin Yuan looked much healthier, and his body had grown considerably stronger. Young master, here is the misty cloud immortal tea that has been prepared. Chunhua and Choeui, two golden core realm female cultivators, approached respectfully. After placing the misty cloud immortal tea in front of Lin Yuan, the two women came to his side and began massaging him with their slender hands. Young master, the practice of body cultivation is too taxing. Do you need to rest? Choeui whispered. No need. Both of you may leave now. Lin Yuan, without lifting his eyelids, spoke casually. As you wish. Chuyu's expression was somewhat disappointed as she respectfully bowed and then left the mountain loft. On the mountain path, Chunhua and Choeui spoke softly. The young master is so determined to cultivate the body cultivation to the golden core stage. How much pain must he endure? Chunhua said in an astonished tone. The path of body cultivation does not rely on the spirit root. But during cultivation, one needs to endure endless pain. And the consumption of resources is also much higher than other cultivators of the same stage. Being a well-known third-generation disciple of the Taoist immortal sect, Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't lack resources. Yet, given his upbringing in luxury, the fact that he could endure the pain of body cultivation was surprising to many. A golden core stage body cultivator, with robust blood and qi, a strong physique, and an unparalleled physical body, many female cultivators outside desired to have a Tao companion proficient in body cultivation. Choeui couldn't help but say in a low voice. Stop fantasizing. Chunhua glanced at Choeui. Who is the young master? Even without a spirit root, he's not someone you should be thinking about. Sister Chunhua, I only revere the young master. I definitely don't mean it that way. Choeui quickly explained. Whatever it means, just be clear about it in your heart. Chunhua shook her head. Though they were sent to serve Jun Wuji with the readiness to offer themselves. That would only be possible if Jun Wuji was willing. As for forcing it, Chunhua and Choeui certainly wouldn't dare. But the young master has cultivated the body cultivation technique to the golden core stage, which is about as far as it goes. The remaining transformation to nascent soul stage body cultivation hasn't been seen much in Central Divine Continent. Choeui spoke softly. The path of body cultivation, though unmatched in combat power, is not cost-effective, requiring a tremendous amount of resources and not extending one's life. The most crucial point is that the breakthrough from golden core stage to nascent soul stage requires enduring extreme pain, which no cultivator has been able to withstand. You never know. After all, who would have thought the young master would achieve such success in the path of body cultivation? Maybe in the future, the young master will step into the nascent soul stage body cultivation. Chunhua spoke up. A nascent soul stage body cultivator, even within the Taoda immortal sect, is not considered weak, and across the lands of Central Divine Continent, that would make one a free and unpredictable elder. Body cultivation has been cultivated up to the divinity transformation stage and still no physical body divine ability was born? Back in the mountain loft, after Lin Yuan had finished ingesting the innate purple qi, he shook his head slightly and thought. The body cultivation technique I am practicing is based on the 73 top-notch body cultivation techniques, blended and comprehended. Could it be that the so-called physical body divine ability is really just a legend? Lin Yuan frowned. But even without birthing physical body divine ability, body cultivation has brought me a lot of benefits, in terms of combat power. A body cultivator at the divinity transformation stage can almost sweep through others of the same stage. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Over the years, Lin Yuan had intentionally displayed his talents in the path of body cultivation, and more recently, he openly demonstrated the strength of a golden core stage body cultivator. This was to ask his older brothers and sisters, as well as his parents, for more cultivation resources. If Lin Yuan were an ordinary person, a sudden vast need for cultivation resources would likely attract attention from others. But if Lin Yuan was immersed in the path of body cultivation, it's well known that the practice of body cultivation consumes a far greater amount of resources compared to other cultivators of the same stage. Moreover, with his status as a third-generation immortal disciple, for a boundary breakthrough that only needed a single portion of resources, for safety, 10 or 100 portions would be required to prevent accidents. And occasionally he'd be sent out to beg for resources. Overall, now, besides reaching the divinity transformation stage in body cultivation, Lin Yuan's status in martial Tao had also restored to the 5th rank peak. He was beginning a transformation to harmonize with the soul, and stepping into the 6th rank, returning to the peak, was just a matter of the near future. Lin Yuan chose to publicly display his body cultivation talent, aside from securing resources. It was more importantly, to cover up his own martial Tao aura. Martial Tao, unlike the immortal path, both belong to completely different cultivation systems. Like the demon Tao in the west, the demonic Tao in the north, and the ghost path in the south. As for the Tao to immortal sect, whether it's martial Tao, demonic Tao, or ghost path, all are considered heretical paths. Once detected, they can be directly suppressed. This is a conflict of the great Tao, not about right or wrong, not about good or bad. Take Jun Wuji for example, unable to cultivate as an immortal due to lacking a spirit root, but he could pursue the ghost path or practice demonic Tao. Either could circumvent the issue of lacking a spirit root. But from beginning to end, whether it was Jun Wuji's maternal grandfather or his parents, they would rather consider using 9 heavens glazed water than ever think about letting Jun Wuji switch to practice the ghost path. The Taoist immortal sect has dominated central divine continent for tens of thousands of years. If it were known that one of their own disciples practiced the path of the ghost or demonic Tao, it's likely that their ancestors would be so infuriated they'd come back to life. Moreover, Jun Wuji himself never considered switching to practice the ways of the ghost or demonic Tao. Disciples of the Taoist immortal sect are proud, always looking down on the paths of ghost, demon, and others, and even without a spirit root, Jun Wuji disdains walking a path other than that of the immortals. This is a conflict of the great Tao. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly solemn. In this world, the immortal path reigns supreme, with cultivators as the mainstay. As for other paths like the demon Tao, demonic Tao, and ghost path, they are all scattered. If any dare to rebel, they are directly suppressed. It has been so for hundreds of thousands of years. If Lin Yuan's martial Tao strength were to be discovered, there would only be one possibility. He would be executed, of course, given Lin Yuan's background. He might survive, but his martial Tao cultivation would be crippled. He would be kept like livestock until his death. Want to make martial Tao coexist with the immortal path? It's possible, but it's not something that can be achieved through words alone. Or by relying on the charity of relationships. It requires absolute strength. If, one day, martial Tao can barely resist the immortal path, and at the very least, under the suppression of the Tao to immortal sect, it doesn't lose its lineage, then it might survive like the demon Tao, ghost path, or demonic Tao, hanging on by a thread. If it can contend with the Tao to immortal sect and not be at a disadvantage, then it will be possible to share the resource-rich central divine continent with them. But the latter is difficult. For hundreds of thousands of years, demon Tao, demonic Tao, and ghost path have joined forces more than once, yet they have all been crushed by the Tao to immortal sect with absolute power. I want to spread the martial path evolutionary path. I will inevitably have to face the Tao to immortal sect. Lin Yuan thought to himself. For the martial path evolutionary path to gain a foothold in this world, the Tao to immortal sect is an insurmountable obstacle. The sect master of the Tao to immortal sect is an ancient saint of refined void, wielding the founding artifact of the sect, capable of exhibiting 6th rank peak, even half-step 7th rank combat power. Such terrifying strength is also quite pressuring for Lin Yuan. Take it slow. There are still 480 years of residency time. As long as I can cultivate to the 6th rank peak, I will be able to contend with the strongest combat power of the Tao to immortal sect. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As for breaking through to the 7th rank, Lin Yuan wasn't confident. 500 years was not a simple feat to develop the Marshall Path evolutionary path to the 7th layer. It wasn't just about cultivating to the 7th rank, but about developing the evolution pathway to the 7th rank. The difference in difficulty between the two, no one knows how many times greater it is. Even for Lin Yuan with his against heaven's understanding, there wasn't much certainty. In the main world, didn't those 7th rank evolution pathways take thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years to create? And the founders who created the pathways for 7th rank evolvers were mostly 8th layer evolvers, 9th rank evolvers. From their lofty positions, the difficulty would drop dramatically. Forget about the Tao Te Immortal sect for now. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. He wanted to spread martial Tao in this world to prepare for the ultimate leap in the future. He must first lay the groundwork for the propagation of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. The rise and prosperity of a cultivation system can't possibly appear overnight. If Lin Yuan waits until his strength reaches 6th rank peak, it will probably be several hundred years later. By then, even if he could contend with the strongest combat power of the Tao Te Immortal sect, what could he use in the remaining 100 or 200 years to spread martial Tao? 1 to 200 years might not even produce a 3rd or 4th rank martial Tao cultivator. Once Lin Yuan leaves, faced with the Tao Te Immortal sect's counterattack, martial Tao would likely not even have the qualifications to resist, easily crushed. Therefore, if you want to spread martial Tao, you must plan in advance. And develop it over 400 or 500 years. In this way, even without Lin Yuan, martial Tao could still survive. As for how long it could last, it would be beyond Lin Yuan's influence. Lin Yuan could only do everything possible within the 500 years of residency in this world. The world consciousness of these heavens and earth. Lin Yuan felt it carefully for a while. The suppression of other cultivation systems isn't very severe, Lin Yuan deduced in his heart. The consciousnesses of different worlds can vary as well. The world consciousness of the 4th world Lin Yuan had traveled to was extremely stingy, intolerant of other cultivation systems. The world consciousness of this immortal Tao world, however, was tolerable, or else demon Tao, ghost path, and demonic Tao wouldn't have coexisted. After 20 years of lying low, now it's time to start making moves and laying out the board. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. Plotting also depends on strength. If Lin Yuan had only recovered to the 2nd layer or 3rd rank strength, roughly the same as the foundation establishment stage or golden core stage in this world, how could he plot anything when facing a group of nascent soul and divinity transformation period powerhouses? Protecting his own life would be enough. But now, Lin Yuan was at the 5th stage peak, comparable to the peak of divinity transformation. With his numerous means, he might even manage to contend with an ancient saint of refined void. Naturally, he was qualified to plot. To spread the Marshall Path evolutionary path, I must first establish a force, one purely comprising martial Tao cultivators. And to establish a force, I must first have a territory. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. A map appeared before his eyes. In the center of the map was the central divine continent, the domain of the Tao Te Immortal sect. To the north were blood red and black territories, domains of the blood demon, and also the sacred ground for devil cultivators. To the west were the regions of the barbaric demon beasts, where, it was said, the demon saints nest, protected by them could nurture demon saints comparable to ancient saints of refinement void. And to the south, where ghostly chi pervaded, belonged to the ghost cultivators of the netherworld. Rumor had it that they hailed from the mysterious ghost palace of netherworld, which connected to the netherworld underworld. Lin Yuan's gaze moved continuously over the map. Whether it was the central divine continent or the northern, western, and southern regions, all had already been occupied by forces, and it would be very difficult for martial Tao to expand in these 3 places. The east. Lin Yuan looked toward the eastern region of the map. There, poised on the edge of the East Sea, was the area of various left paths. Simply put, it was a no man's land, teeming with cultivators of ambiguous identities. Many cultivators who had offended the Tao Te Immortal sect had fled to the eastern sea islands, and as long as they did not court death, they could live freely. Starting from the East Sea is possible, Lin Yuan thought to himself. At the very least, the eastern sea islands had a complicated mix of forces. Martial Tao blending in wouldn't be too conspicuous. You go to the East Sea, spread martial Tao, and establish a force. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly, and a phantom figure emerged from within his body. This phantom figure, upon touching the outside world, rapidly solidified, radiating the power of Taiyang, with bright eyes, and stood there quietly. It was Lin Yuan's radiant yang spirit, also known as the Taiyang divine spirit. At the fifth stage of martial Tao, a corresponding martial Tao primordial spirit could be born. The martial Tao primordial spirit was essentially an avatar, sharing one consciousness with the original self. And its strength wouldn't be much weaker than that of the original self. At present, Lin Yuan's yang spirit, when unleashing its full power, should have no equal below an ancient saint of refinement void. Whoosh! The yang spirit's form disappeared. Following Lin Yuan's orders, it headed for the distant East Sea. In fact, since Lin Yuan and the yang spirit shared consciousness, Lin Yuan could see what the yang spirit saw. Talking to the yang spirit was much like talking to oneself. Lin Yuanyang's spirit turned from solid to ethereal, easily passing through the many restrictions of cloud mist blessed land and reaching the outside world. Looks like it's going to be a while before I can return, Lin Yuan muttered, turning to fly toward the east. At the pavilion atop Yunwu Mountain, Lin Yuan was still seated cross-legged. Sending out the yang spirit was already part of Lin Yuan's plan. In time, Lin Yuan would also continue to dispatch the yin god. The two great martial Tao primordial spirits would be like Lin Yuan's two significant avatars. One body divided into three, sharing one consciousness. Furthermore, when the primordial spirit is abroad, there's another advantage. Even if Lin Yuan's original self perished, it would not be the end. From Taiyin comes Taiyang, from Taiyang comes Taiyin. From yin and yang comes Taiji, from Taiji comes all things. As long as the yin spirit and yang spirit exist, a new physical body can be reborn. Similarly, even if the yin spirit and yang spirit are destroyed outside, as long as the physical body remains, it can condense anew the yin spirit and yang spirit. The original self, the yin god, and the yang god. As long as one is alive, Lin Yuan cannot die. Therefore, Lin Yuan dispatched his yang god and yin god also to augment his own survival capabilities. Half a month later, I'm almost back to the power of the 6th rank, Lin Yuan sensed for a while and thought. Body cultivation. Lin Yuan's face showed contemplation. For the lineage of body cultivation, breaking through to the virtual refinement realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was almost impossible to achieve. In the tens of thousands of years of Central Divine Continent's history, not a single body cultivator had emerged at the level of refined void. As Lin Yuan pondered over the virtual refinement realm of the lineage of body cultivation and tried to deduce it using against heaven's understanding, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He looked up toward the outside of cloud mist blessed land. With Lin Yuan's current strength, he could easily sense every little detail for hundreds or even thousands of miles away. This was merely perception, but if he were to recklessly expand his Taiji domain, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of miles would be within his control. Why have they come? Lin Yuan stroked his chin. At this moment, about 200 miles away from cloud mist blessed land, two escape lights appeared. They were Lin Yuan's elder brother and second sister. Over the years, his brother and sister would visit Lin Yuan every 6 months. Now, it was not even 2 months since their last visit. It must be that something has happened in the immortal sect, Lin Yuan guessed in his heart. Before long, the two escape lights arrived outside the cloud mist blessed land. Lin Yuan also promptly showed a hint of surprise and quickly opened the restrictive formation of the blessed land to welcome his brother and sister in. Lin Yuan's elder brother was named Jun Xiaoyao, with the Taoist name, Xiaoyao Zi. The second sister was Jun Jilan, with the Taoist name, Jilan Fairy. However, other cultivators preferred to call Jun Jilan, Shenxiao Fairy. Little brother, the sect master has broken through to the hollow void realm, and the immortal sect is holding a celebration. We are here to take you there, explained the elder brother, Jun Xiaoyao, immediately. Hollow void realm? Lin Yuan instantly understood. The immortal path's void refinement realm is divided into 3 stages. Entering void realm, hollow void realm, refined void realm. The advance of the Taoist immortal sect master into the hollow void realm meant that his strength was considered powerful even among ancient saints, as most ancient saints of the past had their cultivation end at the entering void realm. Little brother, even Grandpa mentioned you specifically. There's no need to make this celebration widely known. It will be just some people from our immortal sect participating. Jun Jilan, unlike Jun Xiaoyao, who was more formal, didn't refer to her grandpa as the sect master when with family. Okay, Lin Yuan nodded. But elder brother and second sister, I'll first go to the treasury to select a gift for grandpa. Lin Yuan explained. Even for close relatives, it wouldn't do to come empty-handed. That's fine, the elder brother and sister agreed, nodding their heads. They watched as Lin Yuan left. The brother and sister waited in place. Little brother has changed a lot over the years. The second sister, Jun Jilan, said with a touch of emotion. The path of body cultivation requires enduring tremendous pain for advancement. How could little brother remain the same after cultivating to the body cultivation golden core stage? Jun Xiaoyao, the elder brother, thought it was only to be expected. Even he would feel scalp-numbing pain facing the breakthrough to the golden core stage of body cultivation. That Jun Wuji could have achieved what he has now. His mental state was already beyond other golden core stage cultivators. As for the huge changes in Jun Wuji, Jun Xiaoyao felt no surprise. 20 years ago, after Jun Wuji was struck with defeat, he moved out from Mount Morality Immortal and came to Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Shamed and then becoming braver, he embarked on the difficult path of body cultivation, and achieving some success was no strange matter. The treasury of Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Lin Yuan walked in. He casually selected a treasure. To the leader of the Taoda Immortal sect, it didn't matter what gift Lin Yuan brought. The sentiment was what truly counted. Condense. Lin Yuan stood still. He retracted all traces related to martial Tao and tucked them deep within his body. Heading to the Taoda Immortal sect to meet the sect master who had entered the hollow void realm, Lin Yuan naturally had to make thorough preparations. This should be about right. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Now, with all his aura retracted and even his physical strength temporarily downgraded to that of a body cultivation golden core stage. Not even a sect master at the hollow void realm, let alone a refined void cultivator at the refined void period, could detect the slightest anomaly. The reason Lin Yuan could so proficiently retract his aura was firstly that he was also a 6th-ranked powerhouse, which was equivalent to the refined void period. And secondly, he had come from a main world, having seen many evolution paths, making this task of concealing his strength seem like a dimension-reducing strike when compared to creatures of this world. It's better to leave the yin spirit behind, Lin Yuan considered for a while, his thoughts stirring slightly as a faint phantom separated from his body, then disappeared within the treasury. Although the presence of the yin spirit was almost non-existent, keeping it with him could still pose a risk. Moreover, leaving the yin spirit in Cloud Mist Blessed Land was also a contingency plan prepared by Lin Yuan, in case of any real emergencies. Having both the yin spirit and yang spirit out, Lin Yuan would have more tactics at his disposal and wouldn't truly die. After all the preparations were made, Lin Yuan, carrying the gift, came to where his brother and sister were. Let's go. The second sister, Jun Jilan, reached out her right hand. A treasure of a colorful handkerchief with cloud patterns unfolded in the air, turning into a several hundred Zhang auspicious cloud. The elder brother and sister had come flying using escape light because it was the fastest method. But naturally, they couldn't return using escape light, especially with Lin Yuan beside them. While a cultivator in the body cultivation golden core stage indeed had the means to fly, they could not match the speed of the elder brother and sister, both seasoned nascent soul stage cultivators. Therefore, the second sister activated the treasure to transport the three of them towards the Taoda Immortal sect. Come aboard. Jun Xiaoyao stepped onto the auspicious cloud treasure, and Lin Yuan followed suit. After half a day, the Taoda Immortal sect appeared within Lin Yuan's sight. There, above the sea of clouds, stood immortal mountains so tall they seemed to prop up the heavens, majestic and grand. Mount Morality Immortal. Lin Yuan gazed at the distant immortal mountain. The Taoda Immortal sect was established atop Mount Morality Immortal, which was the place where the largest spirit veins of the central divine continent converged. It was also a sacred land that all cultivators yearned for. The central divine continent had 72 blessed lands and 108 auspicious sites for cultivation, all abundant with spiritual energy and incredible cultivation benefits. But compared to Mount Morality Immortal, even if all 72 blessed lands and 108 auspicious sites were combined, it certainly pales in comparison to Mount Morality Immortal. Whoosh! The auspicious cloud treasure flew to the front of the immortal sect. An invisible fluctuation swept through. An entrance appeared in the grand formation ahead. Dozens of immortal sect disciples bowed in unison. We've seen Xiaoyao Zi, Uncle Master. We've seen Jilan Fairy. Soon, they arrived at the summit of the main peak of the Daoda immortal sect. A large hall situated here was surrounded by rich nature's spiritual energy, which even transformed into spirit rain showering down. This place was a completely different world from the outside, like a true immortal realm. Lin Yuan followed Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan into the grand hall. At this time, there were already some people seated in the hall. Wuji, a female cultivator with a beautiful appearance, smiled at Lin Yuan. It was Jun Wuji's mother, the direct daughter of the current Taoist immortal sect master, Mu Lianer. And the man sitting next to Mu Lianer was Jun Wuji's father, Jun Dongjin. Jun Dongjin had a mutated heavenly spiritual root. He was the most talented individual of his generation in the Daoda immortal sect, with hopes of breaking through to the refining void period, one of the top candidates for the sect's future sect master. Ha ha ha, so this must be Wuji. Indeed, you're quite promising. Having no spirit root, yet choosing the path of body cultivation. A tall and impressive man approached, gave Lin Yuan a glance, then turned to laugh with Jun Dongjin. This tall and powerful man just standing there exuded an intangible suppression. Mu Menjing. Lin Yuan recognized this impressive man. Mu Menjing was a distinguished offspring of the Mu family of the Daoda immortal sect, and the current sect master came from the Mu family. His mother Mu Lianer was also a member. Though Mu Menjing was also a cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root, his aptitude was indeed half a step behind Jun Dongjin's, but his identity in the Mu family still made him one of the hot candidates for the future sect master of the immortal sect. Mu Menjing and Jun Dongjin were rivals. Of course, the position of sect master of the Daoda immortal sect was not about background. It was about who could break through to the refining void period first. He would be the sect master. Meng Ting brother overpraises. Wuji is just toying around with small achievements. They mean nothing. After all, the limit of body cultivation is the golden core stage. Jun Dongjin responded with a smile. HMPH. Upon hearing those words, Mu Menjing didn't say much and returned to his seat. Lin Yuan sat next to Jun Dongjin. Mu Menjing had just shown subtle malice toward him. If Jun Dongjin hadn't spoken up in time, Lin Yuan's state of mind might have been affected. This old man. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. 20 years ago, Lin Yuan had been no different from a cripple. Mu Menjing had not even bothered to consider him worth his attention, let alone target him. But now, Lin Yuan had achieved considerable success on the path of body cultivation. Even if this success was trivial for him, it had earned him praise from the sect master of the immortal sect, who was his maternal grandfather. This made Mu Menjing somewhat uncomfortable. That's why that earlier scene had happened. In Mu Menjing's view, the position of sect master for the Daoda immortal sect should belong to his Mu family. Yet, Jun Wuji, an outsider, emerged out of nowhere. Even if Jun Dongjin married Mu Lianer, he was still an outsider. How dare he covet the position of sect master, just then? Inside the hall, the atmosphere began to subtly change. Lin Yuan sensed it and looked toward the main seat. He saw a middle-aged man with a dignified presence, who had appeared at some point and was now sitting there. We've seen the sect master. The others in the hall noticed as well. They stood up immediately and bowed to the dignified middle-aged man. Please, everyone, take your seats. The dignified middle-aged man spoke slowly. Yes. Everyone sat down in order. Is that the immortal sect leader? The hollow void realm of the refining void period? Lin Yuan secretly observed. In terms of realms, Lin Yuan, who had just entered the 6th rank, was considered to be at the entering void realm. In this respect, he was not as advanced as the immortal sect leader. Once everyone was seated, female cultivators carrying various spirit fruits began to serve them at the tables in front of each person. Those who could participate in the Hollow Void Great Hall event of Dowda Immortal Sect were principally high-level cultivators with high positions and great influence. What's the situation with the Ghost Palace of Netherworld? The voice of the Immortal Sect leader was calm as he asked. The Dowda Immortal Sect dominates the central divine continent, overpowering the demonic Tao, demon Tao, and ghost path with absolute strength. However, these three are extremely tenacious. No matter the severity of the blows they sustain, they always manage to recuperate. Therefore, to prevent these three paths from causing chaos, every so often the Dowda Immortal Sect sends out disciples to sweep through and purge the area. Sect Master. Those ghost cultivators have been so thoroughly beaten by our immortal sect that they are now too scared to even step into the central earth. An old man with golden lion's mane like curly hair stood up and proudly declared. He was responsible for clearing out the ghost cultivators to the south and had completed his mission admirably, thus he spoke with great confidence. Not bad. The immortal sect leader nodded slightly. That ghost palace of Netherworld is of mysterious origin, and even I find it hard to locate. We must be cautious with the ghost cultivators on that side. The immortal sect leader spoke. It's not that the Dowda Immortal Sect didn't want to completely obliterate the ghost cultivators. It's that they simply couldn't. Every time the sect master of the Dowda Immortal Sect, wielding the founding artifact of the sect, went south to purge the land, all the ghost cultivators would hide within the ghost palace of Netherworld, and even an ancient saint of refinement Void could not find the thoroughly concealed ghost palace of Netherworld. Therefore, dealing with the ghost cultivators to the south could only focus on suppression and clearing, containing their power from rising, and thus, there would be no significant issues. What about the blood demons to the north? The immortal sect leader continued to ask. Sect Master, the Blood Chief's blood god children have already lost 60% of their number, ha ha ha. Now they don't dare to leave the Blood Demon Sea. Another person rose to speak. The Blood Chief has merged with the Blood Sea. While he is nearly immortal and indestructible, he cannot leave the bounds of the Blood Demon Sea. The immortal sect leader nodded. The Blood Chief was an exceptional being. Even the past immortal sect leaders, wielding the founding artifact of the sect, could not completely slay the Blood Chief. If the Blood Demon Sea does not dry up, the Blood Chief remains undying. What about the Eastern Sea Islands? The immortal sect leader continued to inquire. Sect Master. At this moment, Mu Menjing stood up and said, the Eastern Sea Islands are a mix of dragons and snakes, extremely resistant to external forces. However, over the years, I have painstakingly established a secret influence and gained control over the Black Gauze archipelago. With me here, the Eastern Sea Islands can only remain in chaos. Mu Menjing said confidently. To the Dowda Immortal Sect, the approach to the Eastern Sea Islands differed from that towards the Demon Tao, Ghost Path, and Demonic Tao. They didn't directly suppress them. The situation in the Eastern Sea Islands was exceedingly complex, constantly embroiled in internal strife. The Dowda Immortal Sect only needed to ensure that no unified force emerged from the Eastern Sea Islands. Then they could rest easy without worries. Thus, Mu Menjing secretly established his own power, ready to intervene whenever there were signs of the islands unifying. This side, the force Mu Menjing secretly amassed numerous cultivation resources for, was of paramount significance and served as his left and right arms. Not bad. The immortal sect leader nodded once more. The Black Gauze archipelago, Lin Yuan, sitting next to Jun Dongjian, felt a slight stir in his heart. Considering his plans to spread the martial path evolutionary path starting from the Eastern Sea Islands, Lin Yuan naturally conducted thorough research on the islands. And he was fairly clear about the location of the Black Gauze archipelago. The East Sea. Lin Yuanyang's spirit suddenly came to a halt. The cloud-mist blessed land was extremely far from the East Sea. But the Yang spirit wasn't physical, and its flying speed was feared to be unmatched even by an ancient saint of refinement Void. After half a month of rapid travel, Lin Yuanyang's spirit eventually arrived within the perimeter of the East Sea. In reality, the Dowda Immortal Sect had a dedicated teleportation formation that could instantly reach the proximity of the East Sea. However, Lin Yuanyang's spirit decided to take a tour along the way. After all, spreading the martial path evolutionary path was a 100-year plan, so there was no rush. The Black Gauze Archipelago, the Lin Yuanyang spirit and the original body shared the same consciousness. Their memories were identical, with instantaneous exchange of all knowledge and sensations. Therefore, when Lin Yuan heard about Mu Menjing establishing a power base in the Black Gauze Archipelago of the East Sea, the Yang spirit was instantly informed. That should be the Black Gauze Archipelago over there. Lin Yuanyang's spirit changed course and headed towards the Black Gauze Archipelago. A moment later, the Black Gauze Archipelago appeared before him. 12 Divinity Transformation, 56 Nascent Souls. Lin Yuanyang's spirit clicked his tongue, then raised his right hand. In that instant, even the high-hanging sun in the sky seemed to dim. Endless power of Taiyang, as if commanded, rushed forth even if some of it seemed unwilling, eventually converging obediently on Lin Yuanyang's spirit's right hand. For a time, two suns hung in the sky. In the end, Lin Yuan weighed the sun in his right hand, deeming its mass satisfactory, then he threw it towards the nearby Black Gauze Archipelago. Black Gauze Archipelago, Main Island Council Hall. 12 Mahayana Phase Heaven Lords, 56 nascent-souled true monarchs gathered here. Even in the politically complex and ever-changing Eastern Sea Islands, 12 Heaven Lords and 56 true monarchs formed a force that could not be ignored. Among the 800 minor sects and 3,000 factions of the left paths, this force could easily rank within the top 10. What's more, the power of Black Gauze Archipelago had completely integrated into the Eastern Sea Islands. Apart from the three strongest Mahayana Phase Heaven Lords, no one knew that the Black Gauze Archipelago was secretly controlled and driven by the Daoda Immortal sect's Mu Menjing. Although the 800 minor sects and 3,000 factions of the left paths in the Eastern Sea Islands constantly fought among themselves year-round, they were exceedingly xenophobic, and if they discovered a mole from the Daoda Immortal sect had infiltrated their territory, even if they dared not act against it, they would subconsciously stop their internal strife and instinctively band together. This would violate the basic strategy of the Daoda Immortal sect in dealing with the Eastern Sea Islands. For the Daoda Immortal sect, it's best to have the 800 minor sects and 3,000 factions of the left paths of the Eastern Sea in constant chaos and infighting. As for unity, what difference would that make from the demon Dao, the ghost path, or the demonic Dao? Mu Menjing secretly controlled the Black Gauze Archipelago, stirring up the situation in the Eastern Sea and incidentally amassing a large amount of resources and wealth with a masterful approach. Compared with the complex suppression of the demonic Dao to the north, the demon Dao to the west, and the ghost path to the south by other members of the Immortal sect, Mu Menjing's control of Black Gauze Archipelago was definitely a cushy job. This was also the favoritism of the Daoda Immortal sect's sect master towards Mu Menjing. In a while, I'll make a trip to the central divine continent and hand over the gains of these 100 years. In the council hall, a Mahayana Phase Heaven Lord seated at the chief position thought to himself. He looked down at the many nascent-souled true monarchs below and the other Heaven Lords seated to his left and right, just about to speak. Just then, the complexion of this Mahayana Phase Heaven Lord changed slightly. He suddenly felt the air around him becoming scorching hot. Not good. More than 10 Mahayana Phase Heaven Lords dramatically changed their expressions, instinctively soaring into the sky. The unique aura of Mahayana Phase cultivators, the oppressive might that looked down upon mortals and dominated rise and fall, suddenly erupted. However, the next moment, a trace of despair appeared on the faces of the dozen Mahayana Phase Heaven Lords. Because they saw a sun plummeting towards the Black Gauze Archipelago. Above the clouds, Lin Yuan withdrew his right hand, glancing down at the Black Gauze Archipelago below. At this moment, the Black Gauze Archipelago had turned into a sea of fire, with the auras of various true monarchs and heaven lords constantly erupting, only to be quickly extinguished. The secret technique of the Wanyang lineage truly has a terrifying lethal power. Seeing this, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The sun he had just thrown down was a simplified version of the Wanyang Same Heaven, a secret technique once activated by the Wanyang Holy Sun. Having crossed hands with the Wanyang Holy Sun twice, Lin Yuan had already learned most of the latter's unique skills with his Against Heaven's understanding. If it was in the main world, Lin Yuan certainly would not have casually activated a secret technique related to the Wanyang lineage. because it could easily be recognized by other high-rank evolvers, leading to potential copyright disputes. The laws of the human alliance in the main world are sound, providing good protection for many secret techniques and laws. If you're not a disciple of that lineage and haven't purchased the secret technique from that lineage, yet you use it, that's considered stealing. No matter in which star domain or star alliance, it is deemed illegal. But while traveling between worlds, there is no need to hide. Especially now that Lin Yuan is a Yang spirit avatar, he doesn't need to be excessively cautious. The Black Gauze Archipelago. Lin Yuan looked down, ensuring that there were no survivors. The reason he targeted the Black Gauze Archipelago was mainly for two reasons. One was to take revenge for himself and Jun Dongjin. His father, Jun Dongjin, had a mutated heavenly spiritual root and his talent was unmatched among the younger generation of the Daoda Immortal sect. But due to his status, when faced with provocation by Mu Menjing, he could only suffer in silence. Now that he had the opportunity for revenge, Lin Yuan would not let it pass by. The second reason was that he wanted to spread the martial path evolutionary path in the Eastern Sea Islands, where he was bound to clash with the Black Gauze Archipelago eventually. Rather than being obstructed and troubled by the Black Gauze Archipelago in the future, he might as well take decisive action now and eradicate it entirely. Gather. Lin Yuan, gazing down upon the Black Gauze Archipelago, took a deep breath. In an instant, a massive amount of extremely pure spiritual energy surged toward him. As one of the top forces of the Eastern Sea Islands, the Black Gauze Archipelago naturally had amassed a wealth of treasures and resources. Especially those gathered from Mu Menjing, which had yet to be handed over and were stored on the island's treasury, as well as within the storage ring of the leading Mahayana heavenly monarch. Now that the Black Gauze Archipelago had been reduced to a sea of fire, everything was burned clean. Those treasures and resources, under the incineration of Taiyang true fire, turned into the most pure spiritual energy and essence. All of it was devoured by Lin Yuan, quite a lot. Having swallowed everything, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The essence and spiritual energy he had just consumed was enough to elevate a beginning stage Mahayana heavenly monarch to the middle stage or even the late stage. Daoda Immortal Sect. Mu Menjing stood up, about to report to the Immortal Sect leader the results of these years of battle and how the Black Gauze Archipelago he controlled had stirred up the situation in the Eastern Sea. Suddenly, Mu Menjing's expression drastically changed. How is this possible? Mu Menjing's complexion looked terrible. He even carried a trace of panic. Because he noticed that the life tablets of the group of Mahayana heavenly monarchs and nascent-souled true monarchs in the Black Gauze Archipelago had shattered simultaneously. What did this mean? It meant that all the Mahayana heavenly monarchs and nascent-souled true monarchs had fallen. And their time of death was nearly identical. In addition, it also meant that the Black Gauze Archipelago, which he had painstakingly managed, was no longer in existence. If even the Mahayana heavenly monarchs and nascent-souled true monarchs had perished, what about the other cultivators and personnel? What has happened? Seated in the main seat, the leader of the Daoda Immortal Sect spoke. Sect Master. The divinity transformation and nascent soul cultivators of the Black Gauze Archipelago have just perished. Mu Menjing dared not conceal anything and immediately spoke up. What? The eyes of the Daoda Immortal Sect leader turned cold. How dare they? The Daoda Immortal Sect leader suddenly stood up. At the same time, above the head of the Daoda Immortal Sect leader, a mirror emitting boundless light and ages appeared. A beam of light, as if penetrating through time and space, shot out from the highest place of the Daoda Immortal Sect, and in just a few moments, it descended in front of the Black Gauze Archipelago in the East Sea. Above the clouds, Lin Yuan, who was relishing, slightly changed his expression and looked up toward the terrifying mirror light coming from the Daoda Immortal Sect. His figure silently disappeared. The next moment, the mirror light arrived. It transformed into a phantom. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the appearance of the Daoda Immortal Sect leader. The phantom looked down at the Black Gauze Archipelago, which had been transformed into a sea of fire, swept its icy gaze around, and with a cold snort, disappeared without a trace. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lin Yuanyang's Yang spirit appeared. Is that the founding artifact of the sect, the Taihao Immortal Mirror? Lin Yuan's expression grew somewhat solemn as he thought to himself. Using his Yang spirit form, it took him half a month to fly from the cloud mist blessed land to the East Sea. But the leader of the Daoda Immortal sect, with the help of the Taihao Immortal Mirror, arrived in the East Sea in just a few moments? Is the Daoda Immortal sect leader that powerful? Of course not. The Daoda Immortal sect leader is only at the refining illusionary and hollow realm, equivalent to the 6th rank, 4th to 9th layer of the main world. He couldn't possibly have such terrifying speed. All of this was due to the founding artifact of the sect. The Taihao Immortal Realm. This immortal artifact's power is limitless, its mirror light capable of reaching any corner of the central divine continent. No wonder 12,000 years ago, the blood demon in the north, the ghost cultivator king in the south, and the barbaric demon saint in the east, gathering the powers of 3 refining void ancient saints, wanted to initiate a decisive battle yet were still utterly defeated by the Daoda Immortal sect. Lin Yuan's thoughts surged. However, the one who just descended must not be the Immortal sect leader himself, but an incarnation of the Immortal Mirror, and crossing such a long distance must also entail considerable consumption. Lin Yuan analyzed in his heart. Daoda Immortal sect. Inside the Great Hall. The Daoda Immortal sect leader, who had stood up, watched as the mirror above his head slowly disappeared. The Daoda Immortal sect leader then sat back down. Sect master? Mu Menjing couldn't help but ask. At that moment, he was extremely heartbroken, for he had spent many years cultivating the Black Gauze Archipelago. The dozen or so divinity transformation heaven lords and dozens of nascent soul true monarchs were not only his subordinates, nurtured over many years, and unrelated to the Daoda Immortal sect, but their use in the Eastern Sea Islands was also irreplaceable. The Daoda Immortal sect disdained the Eastern Sea Islands because they were resource poor and unnecessary to occupy. But resource poor, in comparison to the Daoda Immortal sect, for a cultivator who could hold even a small part of the Eastern Sea Islands in their grip, the benefits were still remarkably substantial. This, Mu Menjing had deeply experienced over the years. But now, everything was gone. They didn't know how much effort it took to barely cultivate more than a dozen divinity transformation heaven lords, all of which were now lost. The person has fled. The Daoda Immortal sect leader shook his head slightly. Upon hearing this, everyone present showed a look of shock. Even Mu Menjing, despite his extreme heartache, had his pupil's contract. The sect master had activated the founding artifact of the sect, the Taihao Immortal Mirror, with its boundless and unmatched power. Yet the person who destroyed the Black Gauze Archipelago had escaped. Look! The Daoda Immortal sect leader's mind stirred. A series of illusory images appeared above the Great Hall. Just now, although he hadn't captured the chief culprit, he had traced back part of the scene based on the residual aura left on the field. All the people in the Great Hall looked towards the scene displayed. Black Gauze Archipelago, waters rippling. The scene showed the Black Gauze Archipelago in a state of tranquility. At that moment, high above the clouds, a figure had appeared, unbeknownst to anyone. The figure was hazy and indistinct, its specific shape and appearance unclear, merely gazing silently downward at the Black Gauze Archipelago. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the blurry figure above the clouds slowly extended its right hand. In an instant, the scene began to distort. Infinite fire system power continuously converged in the right hand of the blurry figure, forming a mini-sun composed of massive amounts of Taiyang true fire. The brilliance and heat of the mini-sun were nearly parallel to that of the great sun in the sky. The next scene chilled everyone's heart even more. The person above the clouds simply tossed the mini-sun in their hand towards the Black Gauze Archipelago. The scene ended. "What a terrifying fire system Dao technique," remarked an elder with golden, lion-maned curls, unable to contain his astonishment. Just within a moment's breathing time, to condense such huge Taiyang true fire not only points to the reason of strong cultivation realm but also indicates a terrifying control over the power of Taiyang. Since when did such a powerful being appear in the East Sea? Asked the Daoda Immortal sect leader from the higher seat, furrowing his brows. Considering the power demonstrated by that blurry figure, it had already reached Mahayana perfection and was even beginning to infinitely approach the refining void ancient saint layer. "Pay more attention to this person," said the Daoda Immortal sect leader. Yes, the crowd below responded in unison. "Xiaoyao Jilan, you two should just stay inside the sect and not go out in the near future," Mu Lianer glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan and transmitted her voice. If you encounter this person, don't even think about resisting, just use your life-saving measures and run. After giving her instructions, Mu Lianer's gaze turned to Lin Yuan, who looked exceedingly well-behaved sitting nearby. You too, learn more from Wuji and don't always think about going out. How dangerous is it outside? Wuji is very good, spending all his days inside Cloud Mist Blessed Land, not going anywhere. Mu Lianer looked at her youngest son with relief. Although Jun Wuji had no spirit root, he was much steadier, at least not causing her any worry. Half a day later, the Hollow Void Realm ceremony ended. Lin Yuan left accompanied by the farewells of Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan. He returned to Cloud Mist Blessed Land. "Little brother, we are heading back first," said Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan, bidding him farewell before hastily departing. The appearance of a mysterious figure skilled in fire system Dao techniques in the East Sea had caught the attention of the Daoda Immortal sect, and they needed to discuss how to deal with this powerful entity. The Daoda Immortal sect, known for its dominating actions, absolutely didn't allow the emergence of a being beyond their control. A month later, news came from the East Sea. Bayou Island was about to appear. Bayou Island was an extraordinarily unique island. It was akin to a blessed paradise of the East Sea, teeming with thick spiritual energy, making it a sacred ground for cultivation. However, Bayou Island was not immobile, it would sink into the deep sea every 2,000 years. Deep sea bottoms, perilously dangerous, were home to ancient demonic beasts that have survived from tens of thousands of years ago. Thus, each time Bayou Island sank, cultivators on the island could only leave, not even Mahayana phase heaven lords dared to sink together with Bayou Island. The depths of the sea harbored terrifying sea pressures, and even the Mahayana phase heaven lords' powers were hindered, let alone those unfathomable ancient beasts. Mahayana phase heaven lords would find their scalps tingling with fear. It had been 2,000 years since the last time Bayou Island submerged. Calculating the time, the island was due to resurface soon. When the time arrived, Bayou Island, carrying 2,000 years' worth of accumulated thick spiritual energy, would return to the East Sea. Given that the East Sea was originally not rich in spiritual energy, only a few dozen suitable places for cultivation existed, most of which were occupied by hundreds of secondary doors and 3,000 left paths. Now with the impending appearance of Bayou Island, countless East Sea cultivators were preparing eagerly, hoping to secure a cultivation cave dwelling on Bayou Island. Cloud Mist Blessed Land, inside the cultivation chamber. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his inner chi undergoing gradual changes, seeming to be transforming bit by bit. Finally, as if reaching a certain limit, Lin Yuan's entire being surged in aura, which then quickly settled down. 6th rank. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. All my strength has been restored. Lin Yuan's smile faded, and his eyes became calm. 6th rank, equivalent to the ancient saint of refinement void in this realm. One could almost be considered the strongest in the current age, even facing the Taoist immortal sect master wielding the founding artifact of the sect. It would be very difficult to kill an ancient saint of refinement void completely, at most, limit and suppress the latter. The methods of the ancient saints can indeed be considered inconceivable. From the 1st rank to the 6th rank, it's nothing for me, just retracing my steps. The path of cultivation beyond the 6th rank is what matters. Lin Yuan thought to himself. To carve out the 6th rank chapter of the martial arts evolution system, even relying on against heaven's understanding, it's not an overnight feat. One needs to keep trying, to open up and choose the most suitable path from many directions. This time through, Lin Yuan had 2 goals. The first was to carve out the 6th rank chapter of the martial arts evolution system as much as possible. At least to cultivate to the extreme level of the 6th rank. With a 500-year stay, Lin Yuan believed it was no big issue. The second was to spread the martial arts evolution system, to root his path as deeply as possible in this world. Facilitating his future, ultimate leap. The immortal cultivation system of this realm could be used as a reference. Lin Yuan contemplated within. The martial path evolutionary path he established was built on the flesh and blood of many other evolutionary paths. Now, taking the immortal cultivation system as a reference should come naturally. Of course, Lin Yuan was also clear about the importance of things. His referencing of the immortal path's evolutionary path was just that, referencing. No matter how many cultivation systems or evolutionary paths are borrowed, the martial Tao cultivation system still has its own core, with a clear distinction between primary and secondary. Otherwise, could the martial path evolutionary path still be called by that name in the future? The martial path evolutionary path was created by Lin Yuan after exhausting efforts, and it contains his strong personal life imprint. It's like a towering tree. You can prune its branches and leaves, but you cannot tamper with the main trunk and roots. Next, I can devote some energy to raising my body cultivation realm to the refined void level. Lin Yuan decided within his heart. The lineage of body cultivation is an extension of the immortal cultivation system, yet it fits quite well with the martial path evolutionary path. Both share something in common. That is the exploration of the physical body. Of course, in the tens of thousands of years in Central Divine Continent, there has never been a body cultivator who reached the refining void level. But Lin Yuan was different. What countless favored sons of the past in this world couldn't do, Lin Yuan believed he could. And now that he had regained 6th rank martial Tao strength, with his formidable and incomparable body, cultivating the body cultivation technique would surely make rapid progress. Along with the guidance of Against Heaven's understanding to chart the course ahead, becoming an unprecedented refining void body cultivator was likely just a matter of time. The reason for devoting energy to body cultivation was that Lin Yuan deduced that a body cultivator at the refining void level would almost inevitably develop physical body divine abilities. Such means greatly enhance one's abilities in certain aspects, and Lin Yuan was quite curious about them. Moreover, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting wood. Understanding the lineage of body cultivation techniques would also help Lin Yuan's martial path evolutionary path significantly. While Lin Yuan was retreating to Cloud Mist Blessed Land to cultivate and seek enlightenment, the Eastern Sea Islands were continually stirring major upheavals. There were mainly two things. The first, Bayou Island's emergence was imminent. After 2,000 years of nurturing in the depths of the sea, Bayou Island's emergence was bringing not only a cultivation holy land comparable to the blessed lands of Central Divine Continent. The spiritual medicines and immortal roots that grew on the island had also fully matured. As Bayou Island's 2,000-year cycle of sinking and floating had become regular, many cultivators planted spiritual medicines and immortal roots on the island prior to its submersion 2,000 years ago. Hence, after 2,000 years of growth, most have matured, and at the bottom of the deep sea, undisturbed, their growth is exceptionally fine. Therefore, for the cultivators of the Eastern Sea, no matter if it's the 800 secondary schools, the 3,000 left paths, or other independent cultivators, Bayou Island is a great opportunity. No one is uninterested. Even the Blood Demon to the north and the Ghost Cultivator King to the south have set their sights on Bayou Island. Beyond Bayou Island's emergence, the other issue that stirred the passions of many cultivators in the Eastern Sea Islands had to do with the destruction of the Black Gauze Archipelago. This matter can be divided into two aspects. First is the mysterious powerhouse who, using the fire system Tao, in one fell swoop turned the Black Gauze Archipelago into nothingness. Outsiders almost believe that this mysterious powerhouse is only a line away from the Ancient Saint layer, or possibly already infinitely close to the Ancient Saint level. Otherwise, how could there be such a heaven-reaching method that left more than 10 heavenly monarchs and dozens of true monarchs of the Black Gauze Archipelago unable to even resist, and they perished completely? The other aspect is that after the mysterious powerhouse obliterated the Black Gauze Archipelago, the vast light from the founding artifact of the sect from the Dao Immortal sect in Central Earth descended upon the Black Gauze Archipelago. The Taihao Immortal Mirror is the only immortal artifact of this realm. Its light represents boundless light, boundless kalpa, its might immense, and the disturbance of transporting it from the immortal sect through to the Eastern Sea cannot be easily concealed. Since that mysterious powerhouse just wiped out the Black Gauze Archipelago, and the vast light of the founding artifact arrived so quickly, it was hard not to link the two together. What is the background of that mysterious powerhouse? No matter where they are from, that mysterious powerhouse must have a troubled relationship with the Dao Immortal sect. Indeed, otherwise the Dao Immortal sect would not use their founding artifact. Even using it once would be a drain, even for an Ancient Saint of Refinement void. Such a powerhouse nearly stepping into Ancient Saint level shouldn't just appear out of nowhere, right? Could it be a powerful figure nurtured by the Ghost Cultivator King to the south? Ghost Cultivator King. The Ghost Cultivator King is indeed strong, an ancient sage-level expert, but for him to cultivate someone to the ultimate firmness and yang, wielding Taiyang true fire at the pinnacle of Mahayana perfection, that might be a challenge too great for even the mighty. Indeed, that mysterious powerhouse excels in Taiyang true fire, the nemesis of ghost cultivators and blood demons, definitely not from the south or the north. Could it be the work of the barbaric demon saint from the west? But that doesn't seem likely, and besides, the demon Tao from the west has Mount Morality Immortal standing between it and the East Sea, making it quite difficult to cross over, let alone have any intention in coming here. Many cultivators of the Eastern Sea Islands were discussing fervently. They continuously speculated about the origins of that mysterious powerhouse. After all, although the Eastern Sea Islands were a mix of dragons and snakes, a Mahayana heavenly monarch close to the refining void period was extremely rare. The addition of even one more could influence the current situation of the Eastern Sea Islands. Blood Demon Sea. The Vermilion Sea, red as blood, undulated. In the depths of the Blood Demon Sea, on an islet, a man in a crimson robe was sitting cross-legged. In front of him floated illusory scenes of Lin Yuanyang's recent annihilation of the Black Gauze Archipelago. Taiyang True Fire. How long has it been since a heavenly monarch who mastered Taiyang True Fire appeared? The corners of the crimson-robed man's mouth lifted, revealing a hint of a smile. Taiyang True Fire, the world's utmost yang and toughest flame, said to burn everything to ashes. It seems he's not from the Tao to Immortal sect. The crimson-robed man fell into thought, then spoke, "Come. Master." The blood sea churned around him, and a figure emerged, bowing to the man in crimson. "Go and find out more about this person. Do not offend him. The enemy of immortal sects is a friend of mine, understand?" The crimson-robed man spoke indifferently. Ghost Palace of Netherworld. Upon a somber and pitch-black throne sat a gaunt man. Such a level of Taiyang True Fire. The gaunt man frowned slightly. As a ghost cultivator, even reaching the refined void realm, he instinctively detested the Taiyang True Fire, this utmost yang flame. However, the gaunt man knew well that the mysterious powerhouse wielding Taiyang True Fire must have a grudge with the Tao to Immortal sect. Therefore, no matter what power he wielded, he would be an ally of the Ghost Palace of Netherworld. Xiao Lu. The gaunt man spoke up. A weak and delicate-looking woman appeared. If one observed carefully, they would find that this delicate woman's figure was somewhat translucent. She was a ghost cultivator. Go to the East Sea. Try your best to gather information about this person. After speaking, the gaunt man added another instruction. Remember, he might be our ally, so we must avoid any reckless actions. Time passed by. 5 years flit by in the blink of an eye. Cloud mist blessed land. In the cultivation chamber, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged alone. The blood in his body flowed like a great river, and his hot blood qi made the temperature of the whole chamber soar, even distorting the air. Physical cultivation godhood peak, just a little more, and I can attempt to break through to refine void. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, settling his blood qi. I can vaguely feel that deep within my bloodline, some power is awakening. Could that be the physical body divine ability? Anticipation appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Physical body divine ability is unique to each individual, stemming from the latent power deep within one's bloodline. Before the complete awakening of the physical body divine ability, no one knows what their power might be. Of course, no matter what kind of physical body divine ability one has, it's greatly beneficial to a cultivator, an independent force outside the immortal cultivation system. Take it slow. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Yuan stopped cultivating. In the past 5 years, aside from advancing his physical cultivation from the initial stage of divinity transformation to the peak, Lin Yuan also progressed in the martial Tao cultivation system from the first segment of the 6th rank to the 3rd segment. If measured by the realm standards of the local immortal cultivation system, Lin Yuan would now be considered at the entering void realm, at the very peak. It's time to calculate. Bayou Island should be emerging. Lin Yuan's mind shifted slightly as he looked in the direction of the East Sea. About 5 or 6 years ago, there had been rumors that Bayou Island was about to emerge. But in reality, the process from the near emergence of Bayou Island to its complete surfacing requires a considerable amount of time. After all, rising from the depths of the deep sea to the surface cannot be accomplished overnight. But even if it's slow, by now, it should be close to surfacing. It's just the right timing. If I want to spread martial Tao and establish a power base, I must have a territory. Daoda Immortal sect has Mount Morality Immortal, the Blood Demon Lord occupies the north, the Ghost Cultivator King claims the south, the Barbaric Demon Saint claims the west. Then I, in martial Tao, shall start with Baiyu Island. Lin Yuan thought to himself. First secure Baiyu Island, then recruit disciples and cultivate martial Tao. According to Lin Yuan's plan, within no more than 200 years he will sweep across the eastern sea islands, and in 300 years, martial Tao would stand alongside demon Tao, ghost path, and demonic Tao, on par with the Daoda Immortal sect. As for how far martial Tao can go, that will depend on the realm Lin Yuan is able to cultivate to. Eastern Sea Islands. Lin Yuanyang stood mighty amidst the clouds. Baiyu Island. Lin Yuan gazed into the distance. There, spiritual energy burst forth like the origin of the East Sea's spiritual energy, spewing vast amounts of it in all directions. This was the sign that Baiyu Island was about to fully emerge. Let's go. Lin Yuan's figure vanished, in the depths of the East Sea. Spiritual energy surged mightily, overwhelming the surroundings. A massive island slowly floated up from beneath the sea surface. To call it an island might be an understatement. Its area was several times larger than Kanglan Star, but compared to the vast sea and the central divine continent, it was indeed just an island. Baiyu Island has emerged. Hurry up, if you're late, all the opportunities will be taken. Yes, we need to move fast. Tens of thousands of Eastern Sea cultivators had already been waiting for a long time. The moment Baiyu Island appeared, they were ready to swarm towards it. However, just then, a mighty heavenly might enveloped everything. Dozens of Mahayana phase heaven lords, standing proudly under the heavens. It's the heaven lords. Damn it, the heaven lords from the 800 sects and 3,000 left paths have joined forces. They aim to monopolize Baiyu Island. How infuriating, why don't we have a heaven lord as our support? Countless Eastern Sea rogue cultivators felt both angry and helpless. In the Eastern Sea Islands the strong are revered. Such is the rule, the iron law. Fellow Taoists, we will not let everyone return without gain. The outer regions of Baiyu Island will soon be open to all. Under the heavens, a female heaven lord spoke, her voice echoing in the ears of every cultivator. The outer region? It's acceptable. Though the spiritual energy is far less than inside Baiyu Island, it's still better than the outside. Who called us weak? Upon hearing this, many Eastern Sea rogue cultivators breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least, they hadn't come here in vain this time. Above Baiyu Island, under the heavens, the dozens of Mahayana phase heaven lords confronted each other. This time, as Baiyu Island emerges, White Bone Sect intends to occupy 50% of the core region, said a heaven lord, his figure skeletal, slowly. This heaven lord was known as Baigu Heaven Lord, the master of White Bone Sect among the 800 sects. White Bone Sect, in the context of the 800 sects, was an extremely powerful force, ranking within the top 5. 50% of the core region of Baiyu Island, Baigu Heaven Lord, have you lost your mind? Another heaven lord, emanating a gloomy aura, furrowed his brows. He was known as Yin Mountain Heaven Lord, master of the Yin Mountain sect. Though Yin Mountain Heaven Lord was not as strong as Baigu Heaven Lord, there were dozens of heaven lords present. No matter how strong Baigu Heaven Lord was, could he really oppose everyone? Indeed, Baigu, you are too greedy. At most, we'll give you 10% of the core region. The female heaven lord who spoke first opened her mouth again. She was the leader of the Divine Divination sect and also known as Divine Divination Celestial Lord. Ha 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 ha. I have reached Mahayana perfection, just half a step away from advancing to the ancient saint of refinement Void Realm. Not to mention 50% of the core region, even if it were 100%, what could you possibly do to me? Baigu Heaven Lord sneered coldly, his aura, almost at the pinnacle of a Mahayana heavenly monarch, began to permeate the area. Among the dozens of heaven lords present, their hearts suddenly tightened. Though they were all Mahayana phase heaven lords, most were just at the early phase, a few at the middle phase, and very few at the late phase. As for someone like Baigu Heaven Lord, at near Mahayana perfection, there was none other. In the Eastern Sea Islands the strong are revered. Since I am the strongest, it is only natural that I enjoy the best resources. Any objections? Baigu Heaven Lord's tone was extremely domineering as he glanced at the other Heaven Lords. The strongest? Baigu Heaven Lord, you are not the strongest in the Eastern Sea. Have you forgotten about the mysterious mighty one who burned down the burnt Black Gauze archipelago a few years ago? One Heaven Lord retorted, unconvinced, that one. Baigu Heaven Lord remained proud, with my strength, even if that mysterious mighty one appeared, what could they possibly do? Baigu Heaven Lord had the confidence to back it up. Based on the lingering aura from the burnt Black Gauze archipelago, the outside world's consensus on that mysterious powerhouse was that he was at the Mahayana perfection level. He absolutely had not touched the realm of the ancient saint of refinement void. Given this, the Baigu Heaven Lord was fearless. You're at Mahayana perfection. So am I. Who's afraid of whom? Even if I can't beat you. You won't be able to defeat me either. Enough. Does anyone else have any objections? The Baigu Heaven Lord didn't want to waste words. He was ready to descend swiftly and enjoy the dense spiritual energy of White Jade Island. The surrounding Mahayana heavenly monarchs looked at each other, and in the end, none had the courage to oppose the Baigu Heaven Lord. After all, this was a Mahayana perfection powerhouse. HMPH. The Baigu Heaven Lord glanced at the crowd, snorted coldly, and was about to enter White Jade Island. Just then, from below on White Jade Island, a figure leisurely flew out. Someone entered White Jade Island before us? The celestial lords present were somewhat stunned. They had been guarding outside White Jade Island. How could someone enter under their watch? The Yin Mountain sect lord sensed the aura of the newcomer and his expression instantly changed. It's that mysterious powerhouse. Yes, the aura is unmistakable. The numerous celestial lords prepared for battle. The figure that emerged from White Jade Island had the power of Taiyang flowing around him. Watching this figure was like looking directly at the sun overhead. The mysterious powerhouse? The Baigu Heaven Lord's expression was solemn. Although he had thought that someday he might confront this mystery powerhouse, also at Mahayana perfection. He had not anticipated it would be so soon, under the watchful eyes of dozens of Mahayana heavenly monarchs. Lin Yuan ascended to the skies, reaching a height parallel to the celestial lords. The Baigu Heaven Lord's expression changed, but he restrained himself from acting impulsively. Without understanding the mysterious powerhouse's intentions, it was better to opt for peace. Seeing the Baigu Heaven Lord hold back, the other celestial lords naturally dared not make a move either. Lin Yuan looked over the many divinity transformation stage celestial lords, his demeanor calm. 800 secondary paths, 3,000 left paths. I am the White Jade Island Lord. Lin Yuan's lips curved into a smile as he softly said, "Is it or isn't it?" His voice was soft, yet it reached every celestial lord's ears, and even the many Eastern Sea freelancers below could hear these two sentences. The dozens of celestial lords looked at each other in silence, their gazes flicking back to the Baigu Heaven Lord. The Baigu Heaven Lord only wanted 5 parts in the core area of White Jade Island. This mysterious powerhouse, on the other hand, had plans to claim the entire White Jade Island. The Baigu Heaven Lord looked toward Lin Yuan, his face showing anger, his arrogance immense. Did he really think the Baigu Heaven Lord was like any other ordinary Mahayana heavenly monarch? Wanting to be the Lord of White Jade Island, had he asked the Baigu Heaven Lord's permission? Seeing no one respond, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the celestial lords again, his expression growing colder, be it or not. Boom! With that statement, it was as though a decree had been announced. The Baigu Heaven Lord's expression wildly changed, and the surrounding celestial lords also showed fear. We pay our respects to the White Jade Island Lord. The Baigu Heaven Lord immediately bowed deeply toward Lin Yuan. The other dozens of celestial lords did the same, all bowing in unison toward Lin Yuan. We pay our respects to the White Jade Island Lord. Above White Jade Island, Lin Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his expression serene. Led by Baigu Heaven Lord, dozens of Mahayana Phase Heaven Lords all bowed deeply with utmost respect. Rise. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. He had just taken a stroll inside White Jade Island and found the environment quite pleasing, very suitable to be the starting point for spreading the martial Tao. Using White Jade Island as the origin of martial Tao was undoubtedly the best choice for the initial stage. Yes. The group of Mahayana phase heaven lords, like Baigu heaven lord, simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Compared to Lin Yuan's good spirits, the shock in the hearts of these Mahayana phase heaven lords could only be described as earth-shattering. Especially for Baigu heaven lord at the forefront, his heart was churning with tempestuous waves. The moment Lin Yuan had uttered the 4 words, "Neither is also is," Baigu heaven lord was already prepared to take action. What a joke! White Jade Island was a grand opportunity that appeared only once in thousands of years in the East Sea. Why should he just give up such a precious island on Lin Yuan's mere claim to be the White Jade Island Lord? But before Baigu heaven lord could act, he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, vast as the ocean. In that moment, Baigu heaven lord felt as if he had returned to his foundation establishment days, witnessing 2 nascent soul period true monarchs battle ferociously. That all-encompassing oppression made Baigu heaven lord's spirit tremble, and without any hesitation, he acknowledged Lin Yuan as the rightful lord of White Jade Island. Because Baigu heaven lord realized that if he didn't do so, his fate would be very, very grim. He might even end up dead, his cultivation path obliterated. Compared to his own life, what was White Jade Island? Baigu heaven lord glanced at the other Mahayana phase heaven lords who were pale, knowing they must have had a similar experience. This mysterious powerhouse is not just at the peak of Mahayana, he must, at the very least, have touched the threshold of the refined void stage, possibly even a half-step refinement void ancient saint. Baigu heaven lord felt helpless and sighed. To progress from the Mahayana phase to the refining void period, one must overcome numerous major stages. Mahayana perfection just signifies reaching the peak, the ultimate limit of the Mahayana phase. But the distance to the void refinement realm was still unfathomably far. This was also why there were so few refinement void ancient saints in this world. Specifically, after reaching Mahayana perfection, there are still 3 or 4 stages to go through. They are touching the threshold of refined void, 1 foot entering refined void, both feet entering refined void, and more than half the body entering the refined void, and so on. In fact, in the main world, progressing from 5th rank to 6th rank is similarly complex, requiring the transformation and integration of the soul. For every additional % of transformation, one's strength increases by that much more. And when Lin Yuan's soul transformation reached 100%, his combat power had reached the threshold of 6th rank. Of course, this sort of explanation holds little meaning for the vast majority of cultivators. In the eyes of nascent soul period true monarchs, the difference between Mahayana perfection and almost fully entering refined void is negligible. But at this moment, Baigu heaven lord, who had deeply felt Lin Yuan's oppressive aura, believed that Lin Yuan possessed at least the strength of a half-step refinement void ancient saint. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to overwhelm him with just his presence, to give him this kind of irresistible feeling. You should go back to where you came from. Lin Yuan glanced at the dozens of Mahayana phase heaven lords who were trembling with trepidation, unsure whether to stay or leave, and spoke indifferently. Then White Jade Island Lord, we will take our leave first. The several dozen Mahayana phase heaven lords gratefully turned into beams of escape light, fleeing the area as if they had just been granted a pardon, like mice scurrying away from a cat. Lin Yuan watched as the numerous Mahayana phase heaven lords left. He did not make a move. With his power, he certainly could have detained all the Mahayana phase heaven lords. But that would accomplish little. The East Sea was vast, and though the cultivation environment wasn't nearly as good as that of the Central Divine Continent, the area wasn't much smaller. If Lin Yuan were to kill all the Mahayana phase heaven lords, the whole Eastern Sea Islands would fall into even greater chaos. It would also draw the attention of the Dowda Immortal Sect, and the Blood Demon Sea, Ghost Palace of Netherworld might take the opportunity to extend their reach into the East Sea. For Lin Yuan, the existence of these Mahayana phase heaven lords from the East Sea had no impact on him whether they were alive or dead. But their death would create greater chaos, which was why he had not acted with a killing intent. Above the sea's surface, countless cultivators of the East Sea watched incredulously as the several dozen heaven lords, previously as mighty as the heavens, discussed how to divide White Jade Island. Then, a figure emerged from within the island, and before saying much, claimed to be the Lord of White Jade Island. What was even more incredible was that Baigu Heaven Lord and the other Heaven Lords seemed to have no objections and promptly bowed down. It was like a fantastical tale. And now, the group of Mahayana phase cultivators led by Baigu Heaven Lord hastily departed from White Jade Island without any hesitation. As if White Jade Island suddenly wasn't a prize to vie for, but a place of nightmares. What on earth happened? Why did all the Heaven Lords leave? Who is the person who walked out of White Jade Island? Is he truly the White Jade Island Lord just because he says so? The numerous cultivators of the East Sea whispered among themselves. The scene was too inconceivable. The Heaven Lords, who were like immovable celestial beings, were now so benevolent. I remember now, this person must be the mysterious powerhouse who burnt the Black Gauze Archipelago years ago. I have been to the Black Gauze Archipelago before, and the Taiyang true fire aura, so utterly young, is unforgettable to this day. So it's that powerhouse. Doesn't make sense though, wasn't it said that he was only at Mahayana perfection? How could he make Baigu Heaven Lord and a host of other Heaven Lords retreat? Isn't that simple? In the Eastern Sea Islands, power is respected. While Baigu Heaven Lord, also at Mahayana perfection, only dared to ask for half of the core area of White Jade Island. But this powerhouse directly took the entire White Jade Island for himself. It can only mean his strength far exceeds Mahayana perfection. Many scattered cultivators from the Eastern Sea Islands discussed in turn, ultimately speculating the majority of the situation. It wasn't difficult to figure out. Whether it was in the East Sea or the Central Divine Continent, strength decided everything. That deities like Baigu Heaven Lord and others at the divinity transformation stage retreated was hard to imagine at first, but upon careful thought, one could understand the reasoning behind it. Under the expanse of the sky, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the numerous scattered cultivators of the Eastern Sea Islands below. I am Yuanyang, the master of Baiyu Island. Today, I establish the White Jade Pavilion to broadly recruit disciples. Anyone who passes the test and joins the White Jade Pavilion will qualify to enter the core area of Baiyu Island for cultivation. As Lin Yuan spoke, his voice was gentle yet reverberated in the ears of every cultivator. Yuanyang was the name Lin Yuan gave to this young spirit avatar, and the White Jade Pavilion was the force he planned to establish, in order to spread the martial path evolutionary path. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he vanished above Baiyu Island. The numerous cultivators below exploded into discussion. Yuanyang, so this mysterious powerhouse is called Yuanyang? Did you all hear that? As long as you pass the test and join the White Jade Pavilion, you can enter the internal regions of Baiyu Island for cultivation. I want to apply to join the White Jade Pavilion. It's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. Since Master Yuanyang overpowered several Heaven Lords, following him must be right. The multitude of scattered cultivators were quite tempted. Of course, everyone knew very well that since Yuanyang mentioned passing the test, it meant that not everyone could join the White Jade Pavilion. But in any case, it was still worth a try, with no loss involved. Lin Yuan's occupation of Baiyu Island and the establishment of White Jade Pavilion to recruit a large number of disciples not only caused a stir among the Eastern Sea Islands. It also caught the attention of the Daoda Immortal sect, situated in the Central Divine Continent. Mount Morality Immortal. At the highest summit, within the Grand Hall. The high-level cultivators of the Immortal sect gathered together. Above the main seat at the high end of the hall. The Immortal sect leader Mu Qingliu appeared, Sect Master. All present stood and bowed in greeting, speak directly. Sect Master Mu Qingliu commanded. That mysterious powerhouse who took action against the Black Gauze Archipelago has appeared again. He calls himself Yuanyang, claiming Baiyu Island, establishing the force of White Jade Pavilion, and broadly recruiting disciples. Mu Menjing immediately reported. He had paid close attention to this matter over the years. After all, the Black Gauze Archipelago was his many years of effort, and its overnight fall was a considerable blow. Oh, are the divinity transformation cultivators of the East Sea allowing him to do as he pleases? Immortal sect leader Mu Qingliu frowned. That's not exactly the case. Mu Menjing hesitated before continuing. When Baiyu Island emerged, the Heaven Lords of the 800 sects and 3,000 left paths in the East Sea also harbored designs on Baiyu Island, but in the end, they all gave up voluntarily. Sect Master, that Yuanyang's strength must not be as simple as just Mahayana perfection. It is estimated that he is at the half-step refined void level. The elder with golden, curly, lion-like hair stood and spoke. Half-step refinement void? Immortal sect leader Mu Qingliu fell into contemplation. What are your thoughts? How should we deal with this Yuanyang and the White Jade Pavilion? Mu Qingliu asked. Sect Master, such a powerhouse, unless an ancient saint of refinement void makes a move, it is very difficult to deal with him. Jun Dongjin stated. A half-step refinement void ancient saint's power almost exceeds the divinity transformation stage. Without the ancient saints taking action, they stand unstoppable. Even using the sect's founding artifact, the Taihao Immortal Mirror, to project an avatar millions of miles away, they couldn't bother a half-step ancient saint. The power of an avatar of the mirror was far less than the true body, having at most a power that approached an ancient saint. But since Master Yuanyang was a half-step ancient saint, only a true ancient saint could pose a threat to him. However, the Daoda Immortal sect had only one refinement void ancient saint, which was the sect master, and though they had many safeguarding foundations, they were all geared more towards defense and protection. Unless Master Yuanyang personally set foot in the central divine continent, the Daoda Immortal sect was rather powerless, given his location in the vast East Sea. As for letting sect master Mu Qingliu take the founding artifact of the sect and head to the East Sea to suppress the enemy, the Daoda Immortal sect is not without enemies. North of the divine continent lies the Blood Demon Sea, south of it is the Ghost Palace of Netherworld, and west of it the barbaric Demon Saint Nest. As long as sect master Mu Qingliu dares to leave the Immortal sect with the founding artifact, Mount Morality Immortal faces the risk of being attacked. To put one's own immortal mountain in jeopardy for a mere half-step refinement void ancient saint, regardless of how low the possibility, is simply not worth it. Let's just wait and see for now. The Immortal sect leader Mu Qingliu spoke. In fact, with the foundation of the Daoda Immortal sect, even if Mu Qingliu left with the founding artifact, the Ghost Palace of Netherworld, Blood Demon Sea, and barbaric Demon Saint Nest could not breach Mount Morality Immortal in a short period. Yet there was no necessity to withstand the siege of three ancient saints of refinement void without having a saint of the same tier defending. The Daoda Immortal sect would also have to pay a significant price. The Master Yuanyang was merely a half-step refinement void ancient saint, and not worth the Daoda Immortal sect paying a price to deal with. For hundreds of thousands of years, Central Divine Continent had seen such figures come and go, not requiring the hand of the Immortal sect for them to disappear from history. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years went by. On Bayou Island in the East Sea, within the core cave dwelling, Lin Yuanyang sat cross-legged, his yang spirit. Upon reaching the 6th rank, Lin Yuan's yang god and yin god were almost solidified into substance. Unless he went all out, one would never be able to tell they were but avatars of the primordial spirit. After half a day, Lin Yuan finished his cultivation. Stepping out of the cave dwelling, he looked over the entire Bayou Island. In 10 years, the White Jade Pavilion had significantly expanded. With a powerful figure like Lin Yuan as its anchor, many scattered cultivators from the East Sea were extremely eager to join the White Jade Pavilion. Of course, the requirement to join the White Jade Pavilion was that regardless of what cultivation methods one practiced before joining, after joining, one must abandon them and convert to martial Dao. This requirement deterred many scatter cultivators, but still, many were willing to willingly convert to martial Dao. As of today, the number of martial Dao cultivators in the White Jade capital has surpassed 100,000. Among them, 12 are at the 3rd rank of martial Dao, 5,730 at the 2nd layer, and over 90,000 at the 1st rank. The spiritual energy on Bayou Island is abundant, comparable to the blessed lands and caves of heaven in the Central Divine Continent. Although martial Dao does not depend on nature's spiritual energy, having it is better than not. Master. Just as Lin Yuan stepped out of the cave dwelling, a girl with delicate features approached and respectfully greeted him. This girl, named Li Qing, was a disciple taken by Lin Yuan during the past 10 years. She possessed quite impressive martial talent and had already stepped into the 3rd rank of martial Dao. How's the spread of the martial Dao cultivation methods going? Lin Yuan asked. Li Qing was not just talented, she was reliable and adept at handling affairs. Most of the White Jade Pavilion's matters were entrusted to her while Lin Yuan was in seclusion. Master, the initial chapter of the martial Dao cultivation methods has been spread across the Eastern Sea Islands. Parts of it have even reached the Central Divine Continent, the Blood Demon Sea, and Ghost Palace of Netherworld have also seen distribution. Li Qing replied. Good. Lin Yuan nodded. To spread the martial path evolutionary path, relying solely on the White Jade Island and White Jade Pavilion was clearly insufficient. Instead, it was necessary to let the martial arts system's methods disseminate in this world, so that even if the White Jade Island and White Jade Pavilion were to vanish, the martial arts system would continue to exist. This was Lin Yuan's goal. The world consciousness of this land was different from that of the Five Regions world and did not target a specific cultivation system. Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Inside the cultivation secret chamber. Lin Yuan sat quietly, the breath within his body circulating. Suddenly, the aura released by Lin Yuan surged sharply. 6th rank, stage 5. Lin Yuan opened his eyes as the aura he emitted rapidly receded, making him seem like an ordinary person. After 10 years of cultivation, Lin Yuan had opened the 6th rank chapter of the martial arts evolution system to its 5th stage. However, Lin Yuan felt that the further he went, the greater the difficulty in advancing, for the paths he opened for the martial path evolutionary path were as perfect as possible. If he had only intended to create an ordinary 6th rank evolution path, there was no need for Lin Yuan to expend so much effort. However, it seems I can now break through to the refined void stage in body cultivation. A smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. Over the past 10 years, alongside the development of the martial path evolutionary path, he had not ceased his research into the path of body cultivation. Now Lin Yuan's proficiency in body cultivation had reached its pinnacle, lacking only the final step.